The Channel crossing was something I could never truly enjoy. I've known men who can settle into a deck chair and wait patiently for the boat to dock, gathering their things without a hint of rush. For me, it was always a different story. From the moment I stepped aboard, a restless energy took hold. I would shift my luggage about, and any meal taken in the saloon was eaten hastily, with a constant worry that the ship might arrive while I was below decks. This nervous habit was likely a leftover from wartime short leaves, where securing a spot near the gangway felt vital, a race to disembark and not waste a single precious minute of a brief respite. On that July morning, leaning against the rail as the white cliffs of Dover grew distinct, I watched the other passengers with a kind of wonder. How could they remain so still, so indifferent to the first sight of home? But then, their circumstances were not mine. Many had likely just popped over to Paris for the weekend, while I was returning from a year and a half spent on a ranch in Argentina. Life there had been good, free and expansive, a world my wife and I had embraced. Yet, watching England's familiar coastline approach, I felt an undeniable tightness in my throat. I had landed in France 2 days prior to handle some business, and was now London-bound for a stay of several months. It was more than enough time to reconnect with old friends, and one in particular, a certain little man with an egg-shaped head and remarkable green eyes, Hercule Poirot. My plan was to take him utterly by surprise. My last letter from South America had given no indication of this trip, which had been arranged hastily due to some complicated affairs. The thought of his astonishment, the sheer delight on his face, had amused me for days. I was confident I would find him. The era of his cases pulling him to every corner of the country was over. His reputation was now firmly established, and he no longer allowed a single investigation to consume all his time. Increasingly, he positioned himself as a consulting detective, a specialist in his field, much like an esteemed Harley Street doctor. He had always dismissed the popular notion of the detective as a human bloodhound, donning disguises and obsessing over footprints. "No, my dear Hastings," he would say, "we leave that to the Girouds of the world. The methods of Hercule Poirot are his own order method, and the little grey cells, seated comfortably in our own armchairs, we see what others overlook. We do not leap to conclusions like our worthy friend Jap." So, no, there was little chance he would be far away. Upon reaching London, I left my bags at a hotel and went straight to the old address. A wave of poignant memories washed over me. I barely paused to acknowledge my former landlady, taking the stairs 2 at a time to rap on Poirot's door. Entrés came the familiar call from within. I strode in. There he stood, facing me, a small valise in his arms. He dropped it with a crash the instant he saw me. "Mon ami Hastings!" he cried. "Mon ami Hastings!" He rushed forward and enveloped me in a hearty embrace. What followed was a wonderfully chaotic exchange, exclamations, rushed questions, half-answers, messages from my wife, explanations of my journey, all tumbling over one another in a joyful din. When we had finally calmed somewhat, I asked, "I suppose my old rooms are occupied. I'd love to stay here with you again." Poirot's expression shifted with startling speed. Mon Dieu, but what a terrible, terrible piece of timing. Take a look around you, my friend. For the first time, I actually noticed the state of the room. Leaning against the far wall was a massive, ancient-looking trunk, like something from a bygone era. Next to it, a set of suitcases were lined up with almost military precision, from the largest down to the smallest. The meaning was impossible to miss. "You're leaving?" "I am." "Where to?" "South America." "You can't be serious." "Oh, but I am. It is a ridiculous joke, is it not? I am bound for Rio, and each day I tell myself I will write nothing of it in my letters. Imagine the look on your face, my dear Hastings, when you finally lay eyes upon me there. When do you sail?" Poirot glanced at his wristwatch. Within the hour, but you've always sworn nothing could make you undertake a long ocean voyage." He closed his eyes and gave a dramatic shudder. "Do not speak of it, I beg you. My physician, he assures me one does not actually die from it, and it is for this one time only. You understand, I shall never, ever make the return trip." He guided me firmly into a chair. "Sit. I will explain how this madness came to pass. Tell me, who is the richest man in the world, even richer than your Rockefellers? Abe Ryland?" "The American soap magnate?" "Exactly so." One of his representatives approached me. "There is some very considerable, as you might say, funny business occurring within a major corporation in Rio. He wished for me to investigate the affair on location. I refused. I informed him that if the facts were presented to me, I would provide my expert opinion. This, he claimed, was impossible. I was to be given the details only upon my arrival. Normally, such an impertinent demand would have ended the discussion. To issue commands to Hercule Poirot is the height of arrogance. Yet the sum of money offered was so astronomical that for the first time in my career I was tempted by mere wealth. It was a fortune, an absolute fortune. And there was a second attraction. You, my friend. For this past year and more I have been a very lonely old man. I thought to myself, why not? I grow weary of this endless solving of trivial puzzles. I have enough fame. Let me take this money and retire somewhere near my old comrade. I was genuinely touched by this sentiment. So I accepted, he went on, and in 1 hour I must depart for the boat train. One of life's little ironies. No, but I confess to you, Hastings, had the financial offer been less extraordinary, I might have declined, for I have recently begun a small investigation of my own. Tell me what is generally meant by the phrase, the Big Four. I suppose it started at the Versailles peace talks. Then there's the famous quartet in the motion picture industry, and the term gets used by countless lesser groups. I see, Poirot said thoughtfully. I have encountered the phrase, you understand, in a context where none of those explanations fit. It appears to refer to an international criminal syndicate of some kind. Only what? I pressed, as he paused. Only, I have a notion it is something far more vast, a mere suspicion, nothing concrete. But I must finish my packing. The clock is not our friend. Don't go, I pleaded. Cancel your arrangements and sail with me next week. Poirot drew himself up to his full height and fixed me with a reproachful look. You do not understand. I have given my word, the word of Hercule Poirot. Nothing short of a matter of life and death could delay me now, and that's hardly likely to happen, I said gloomily, unless, as they say, at the 11th hour, the door opens and the unexpected guest walks in. I quoted the old proverb with a faint smile in the quiet moment that followed. We both started at a distinct noise from the adjoining bedroom. What was that? I exclaimed. Upon my word, Poirot retorted. It sounds remarkably like your unexpected guest in my sleeping quarters. But how could anyone be in there? The only door leads into this room. Your memory serves you well, Hastings. Now, apply your little grey cells. The window, then? It's a burglar. I had just gotten to my feet and was heading for the door when a fumbling noise at the handle from the other side stopped me in my tracks. The door creaked open slowly. There in the doorway stood a man, coated from head to toe in grime and dried mud, his face gaunt and hollow. He stared at us blankly for a moment, then swayed and collapsed. Poirot rushed to his side and glanced up at me. Brandy, quickly, please. I poured a measure of brandy into a glass and hurried back. Poirot managed to get a little between the man's lips, and together we lifted him and carried him to the sofa. After a few minutes, his eyes fluttered open, gazing around with a vacant, lost expression. What is it you wish, monsieur? Poirot asked gently. The man's lips parted, and he spoke in a flat, robotic tone. Mr. Hercule Poirot, 14 Faraway Street. "Yes, that is I," Poirot replied. The man showed no sign of comprehension, merely repeating in that same eerie, mechanical voice, "Mr. Hercule Poirot, 14 Faraway Street." Poirot tried several questions. Sometimes the man gave no answer. Other times he parroted that same phrase. With a signal, Poirot directed me to the telephone. "Call Dr. Ridgway. Ask him to come at once." Fortunately, the doctor was in, and since his practice was just around the corner, he arrived within minutes, bustling into the room. "Now then, what's all this?" After a brief explanation from Poirot, the doctor began examining our mysterious visitor, who seemed utterly unaware of his presence or ours. Dr. Ridgway said when he had finished. "A curious case indeed." "Brain fever?" I ventured. The doctor snorted with immediate disdain. "Brain fever, an invention of fiction writers, nothing more. No, this man has suffered a profound shock. He is operating under a single persistent idea to find Mr. Hercule Poirot at 14 Faraway Street, and he repeats those words mechanically without understanding their meaning." "Aphasia, perhaps?" I suggested, a bit more eagerly. This idea didn't provoke quite as strong a reaction. Without answering, the doctor handed the man a sheet of paper and a pencil. "Let's see what he does with this," he remarked. For a while the man did nothing. Then, suddenly, he began to write feverishly, only to stop just as abruptly, letting both paper and pencil drop to the floor. The doctor picked it up and shook his head. Nothing coherent, just the number 4 scrawled over and over, each one larger than the last. He likely intended to write the full address. "It's a fascinating case, truly fascinating. Can you keep him here until this afternoon? I'm due at the hospital now, but I'll return and make the necessary arrangements." It's far too interesting a case to let slip away. I explained Poirot's imminent departure and my plan to accompany him to Southampton. "That's perfectly fine. Leave the man here. He won't be any trouble. He's in a state of complete exhaustion and will probably sleep straight through for 8 hours. I'll have a word with your excellent Mrs. Funnyface and ask her to keep an eye on him." With his usual brisk efficiency, Dr. Ridgway bustled out. Poirot, keeping one eye on the clock, finished his packing. "Time? It marches with an unbelievable speed. Come now, Hastings, you cannot say I have left you with nothing to do. A most sensational problem. The man from nowhere. Who is he? What is he? Ah, sapristi! But I would give 2 years of my life if my ship sailed tomorrow instead of today. There is something here very curious, very intriguing, but one must have time. Time. It may be days or even months before he is able to tell us what he came to say." "I'll do my best, Poirot," I assured him. "I'll strive to be an efficient substitute." "Yees," he replied, his tone carrying a shade of doubt that did little for my confidence. I bent down and picked up the fallen sheet of paper from the floor. "If I were writing a story," I remarked casually, "I'd tie this into your newest quirk and title it The Mystery of the Big Four." I tapped the penciled numbers as I spoke. Suddenly our patient stirred from his daze, sitting bolt upright in his chair and uttering with startling clarity, "Li Chang Yen." He looked like a man abruptly shaken from a deep sleep. Poirot signalled for my silence. The stranger continued in a crisp, elevated tone, his precise delivery suggesting he was reciting from some formal document or briefing. "Li Chang Yen can be considered the mastermind behind the Big Four. He provides the direction and the driving force. I have accordingly designated him as number 1. Number 2 is rarely referred to by name. He is symbolized by a $sign, an S crossed by 2 lines, as well as by 2 stripes and a star. One may reasonably infer he is an American citizen representing the power of immense wealth. There is little doubt that number 3 is a woman and her nationality is French. She could be one of the celebrated enchantresses of the Parisian underworld, though nothing is confirmed. Number 4. His voice wavered and broke. Poirot leaned in eagerly. Yes, number 4. His eyes were fixed intently on the man's face. An overwhelming terror seemed to take hold. The man's features contorted grotesquely. "The destroyer," he choked out. Then, with one final convulsive shudder, he collapsed back unconscious. "Mon Dieu," Poirot whispered. "I was correct. I knew it."
"You believe?"
He cut me off. "Help me carry him to the bed in my room. I haven't a moment to spare if I am to catch my train. Not that I wish to catch it, if only I could miss it with a clear conscience. But I gave my word, quickly, Hastings. Leaving our mysterious guest in Mrs. Pearson's care, we rushed off and barely made the train. Poirot was a study in contrasts, alternately silent and talkative. He would stare out the window as if in a trance, seemingly deaf to anything I said. Then, snapping back to life, he would bombard me with urgent instructions and emphasize the need for constant telegrams. We had just passed Woking and lapsed into another prolonged silence when the train, though not scheduled to stop before Southampton, was halted by a signal. "Ah, sacré mille tonnerres!" Poirot exploded suddenly. "What an imbecile I have been! It is clear to me now. Undoubtedly the blessed saints themselves have stopped this train. Jump, Hastings, jump, I tell you!" In an instant he had the carriage door open and was out on the tracks. "Throw the suitcases out and jump yourself." I obeyed, just in time. As I landed beside him, the train began to move. "Now, Poirot," I said, thoroughly exasperated, "perhaps you'll explain what this is all about. It is, my friend, that I have seen the light. That," I replied dryly, "is enormously illuminating for me." "It should be," said Poirot, "but I very much fear it is not. If you can manage 2 of these valises, I believe I can handle the rest." We quickly moved past Mrs. Pearson's dramatic reaction to seeing Poirot and asked for an update. Her report was a relief. No visitors had come, and our guest had remained quiet. Breathing easier, we went upstairs. Poirot walked through the outer room and into the bedroom, then called out to me, his tone unusually tense. "Hastings, he is gone." I hurried to his side. The man lay exactly as we had left him, but he was clearly deceased, and had been for a while. I ran out to find a doctor, knowing Ridgway would still be away. I located one nearby and brought him back. Definitely dead, poor fellow. A vagrant you were helping, was he? "In a manner of speaking," Poirot replied vaguely. "What was the cause, doctor?" "Difficult to say immediately. It could have been some sort of seizure. There are indications of asphyxiation. You don't have gas here, do you?" "No, it's all electric lighting, nothing else. And both windows are wide open. He's been dead roughly 2 hours, I'd estimate. You'll inform the authorities, of course." After the doctor left, Poirot made the necessary calls. To my slight surprise, he also phoned our old acquaintance, Inspector Japp, requesting he come over. Just as he finished, Mrs. Pearson appeared, her eyes wide. "There's a gentleman here from Hanwell, from the asylum. Can you imagine? Shall I send him up?" We agreed, and a large, sturdy man in a uniform entered. "Good morning," he said briskly. "I have reason to believe one of our patients is here. He escaped last evening." "He was here," Poirot stated calmly. "He hasn't gotten away again, has he?" the attendant asked with some worry. "He is dead." The man looked more relieved than upset. "You don't say. Well, perhaps that's for the best all around. Was he dangerous?" "Homicidal, you mean?" "Oh, no, quite harmless. Had a very acute persecution complex. Was full of stories about secret societies from China that had him locked away. They all have similar tales." I felt a chill. "How long had he been institutionalized?" Poirot inquired. "About 2 years now." "I see," said Poirot quietly. A flicker of something pity or doubt crossed his face. Did it ever occur to anyone that he might, in fact, have been sane? The attendant gave a short laugh. If he was sane, what would he be doing in an asylum? They all claim to be sane, you know. Poirot asked nothing more. He led the man in to see the body. The identification was instant. "That's him, all right," the keeper said, almost indifferently. "Odd sort, isn't he? Well, gentlemen, I'd best go and make the arrangements. We won't inconvenience you with the remains for long. There'll likely be an inquest where you'll need to testify. Good day." With a clumsy nod, he left. Shortly after, Japp arrived. The Scotland Yard inspector was as cheerful and neat as ever. "Here I am, Monsieur Poirot. What's the trouble? I thought you'd be off to some tropical shore by now." "My dear Japp, I need to know if you have ever seen this man before." He led Japp into the bedroom. The inspector stared down at the figure on the bed, his expression turning, puzzled. "Now let me think. He does look familiar, and I pride myself on my memory. Why, good heavens, it's Mayerling." A Secret Service agent, not one of our direct colleagues, went to Russia 5 years ago. Never heard from again. We always assumed the Bolsheviks had finished him off. "It all fits together," Poirot murmured after Japp had departed, "except for the inconvenient fact that he appears to have died a natural death." He stood frowning down at the still form, dissatisfied. A sudden gust of wind billowed the curtains, and he looked up sharply. "Hastings, did you open these windows when you placed him on the bed?" "No, I did not," I answered. "As I recall, they were closed." Poirot's head snapped up. "Closed then and open now. What does that signify? Perhaps someone entered that way," I suggested. "Possibly," Poirot agreed. But his voice was distant and lacked conviction, his mind already racing down a darker, more tangled path. After a brief pause, he responded, "That's not quite the detail I was focusing on, Hastings. A single open window wouldn't be so unusual. It's the fact that both windows were left open that I find particularly odd." He quickly moved into the adjoining room. "The sitting-room window is also open. We definitely left that one shut as well." "Interesting." He leaned over the deceased, carefully examining the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he looked up. He was gagged. Hastings, gagged and then poisoned. "My word!" I exclaimed, deeply startled. "I imagine the autopsy will reveal the full story." "It will reveal very little. He was killed by inhaling concentrated prussic acid. It was forced directly under his nostrils. Afterward, the murderer opened all the windows before leaving. Hydrocyanic acid is highly volatile, but it carries a distinct scent of bitter almonds. With that odor completely gone and no immediate suspicion of a crime, doctors would likely attribute death to natural causes. So this man was indeed in the Secret Service, Hastings, and 5 years ago he vanished in Russia. "He spent the last 2 years in the asylum," I noted. "But what about the 3 years before that?" Poirot shook his head, then suddenly gripped my arm. "The clock, Hastings. Look at the clock." I followed his gaze to the mantelpiece. The clock had stopped at 4 o'clock. "My friend, someone has interfered with it. It still had 3 days of runtime left. It is an 8-day clock, you understand? But why would they do that? To create a false lead, making it seem the crime occurred at 4 o'clock. No, rearrange your thoughts, my friend. Engage your little grey cells. Put yourself in Mayerling's place. He hears something, and he knows his fate is sealed. He has just enough time to leave a sign. 4 o'clock, Hastings. Number 4, the destroyer. Ah, an idea strikes me." He dashed back to the other room and grabbed the telephone, requesting a connection to Hanwell. "You are the asylum, correct? I understand there was an escape today. What's that you say? One moment, please. Could you repeat that?" "Ah, perfectly clear." He hung up the receiver and turned to me. "You heard, Hastings. There has been no escape. But the man who came, the attendant," I said. "I wonder. I very much wonder indeed." "You mean?" Number 4, the destroyer. I stared at Poirot, utterly speechless. After regaining my composure, I managed to say, "At least we'd recognize him anywhere. He had a very distinct presence." "Did he, my friend?" "I think not. He appeared burly, bluff, and red-faced, with a thick moustache and a hoarse voice. By now he will be none of those things. As for the rest, he had unremarkable eyes, unremarkable ears, and undoubtedly a perfect set of false teeth. Identification is not as simple as you believe. Next time. You believe there will be a next time, I interrupted. Poirot's expression turned very serious. It is a duel to the death, my friend. You and I on one side, the big four on the other. They have won the first round, but their plan to remove me has failed, and henceforth they must contend with Hercule Poirot. For a day or two after our encounter with the impersonator from the asylum, I held on to some hope that he might return. I refused to leave the apartment even briefly. As far as I could tell, he had no reason to suspect we had seen through his disguise. I thought he might come back to remove the body, but Poirot dismissed my logic. "My friend," he said, "if you wish to stay in and try to catch your bird, by all means do so, but I will not waste my time that way." Then, Poirot, I argued, why did he take the risk of coming at all? If he planned to return later for the body, his visit would make some sense. He would at least be removing the evidence against himself. As it stands, he doesn't seem to have gained anything. Poirot offered his most expressive shrug. "But you are not seeing through the eyes of number 4, Hastings," he replied, a new grim determination settling in his own gaze as he stared out the now closed window, as if already anticipating the next move in this dangerous game. "You speak of evidence, yet what proof do we truly possess?"
We have a body, yes, but no definitive sign of murder. Prussic acid, once inhaled, vanishes without a trace. Furthermore, no one witnessed any visitor to the apartment in our absence, and we have uncovered nothing about the recent activities of our departed acquaintance, Mayerling. No, Hastings. Number 4 has covered his tracks completely, and he is well aware of it. His visit was a scouting mission.
Perhaps he wished to confirm Mayerling's death, but I believe his true purpose was to confront Hercule Poirot, to measure the one adversary he must truly fear. My friend's logic seemed, as ever, tinged with self-importance, but I chose not to debate it. "What of the inquest?" I inquired. "Will you not present the facts clearly there, and provide the police with a full description of this number 4? To what purpose? Can we offer anything to sway a coroner's jury of your practical countrymen? Is our vague description of any real value? No. We shall let them record a verdict of accidental death. Perhaps, though I hold little hope, our cunning murderer will congratulate himself for having outwitted Hercule Poirot in this opening move. Poirot was, of course, correct. We heard nothing more from the asylum official and the inquest, where I gave a brief statement, while Poirot did not bother to attend, passed without public notice. Having concluded his affairs prior to my arrival in anticipation of his South American trip, Poirot had no active cases. He spent most days sunk in an armchair at the flat, discouraging any conversation. I felt he was mistaken in brooding alone, and wished to discuss the matter, but he remained silent. Then, one morning about a week later, he abruptly asked if I would join him on a visit. I agreed, hopeful for discussion. He was, however, characteristically secretive. Even a simple question about our destination was met with evasion. After a journey involving a bus and 2 trains, we arrived in one of London's more dismal southern suburbs. Only then did he choose to explain. "We go, Hastings, to meet the one man in England with the deepest knowledge of China's underworld." Indeed, who is he? A man you do not know, a Mr. John Ingalls. Outwardly, he is a retired civil servant of average intellect, who bores his acquaintances with a house full of Chinese curios. Yet I am assured by reliable sources that he alone can provide the information I seek. Minutes later, we were ascending the steps of the Laurels, the name of Mr. Ingles's residence. I saw no laurel bushes, attributing the name to the peculiar naming conventions of such suburbs. A Chinese servant with an impassive face admitted us and led us to his master. Ingalls was a squarely built man with a sallow complexion and deep-set, strangely thoughtful eyes. He rose to greet us, setting aside an open letter he had been reading. He referenced it after our introductions. "Please, sit down. Hasley indicates you require some information and that I might be of assistance." "That is correct, monsieur. I wish to inquire if you have any knowledge of a man named Li Chang-yen." "That is curious, very curious indeed. How did you come to hear of him?" "You know him, then?" "I have met him once, and I know something of him, though not as much as I would like. It surprises me that anyone else in England should even be aware of his existence. He is a significant figure in his own sphere, of the Mandarin class and so forth, but that is not the heart of the matter. There's strong evidence to suggest he's the mastermind behind it all," the man insisted. "Behind what?" "Everything. The global instability, the labor disputes plaguing every country, the sudden revolutions. There are experts, not alarmists, who understand the situation, and they believe a hidden force is working toward the complete collapse of our society. In Russia, for instance, it was clear Lenin and Trotsky were merely puppets, their actions dictated by another mind. I lack the concrete proof you demand, but I am utterly convinced that mine belonged to Li Chang-yen. I couldn't help but object. Isn't that rather extreme? What influence could a Chinese man possibly have in Russia?" Poirot shot me an annoyed glance. "For you, Hastings," he sighed, "anything not born of your own fancy seems extreme. I, however, find this gentleman's theory compelling. Please continue. What his ultimate goal might be, I cannot state with absolute certainty, Mr. Ingalls went on, but I suspect it is the same sickness that has infected great minds from Alexander to Napoleon, an insatiable hunger for power and personal dominion. In past eras, conquest required armies. In our current century of turmoil, a man like Li Chang-yen can employ subtler tools. I have information indicating he commands vast financial resources for bribery and propaganda, and there are indications he controls a scientific capability beyond anything the world has yet imagined." Poirot listened with rapt attention. "And in China?" he pressed. "Does he operate there as well?" The other man nodded emphatically. "There, I speak from direct experience, though again, not the sort admissible in a courtroom. I am acquainted with every person of significance in China today, and I can tell you this: the figures who dominate the public stage are men of negligible character. They are marionettes, dancing to the strings pulled by a master's hand, and that hand is Li Chang-yen's. His is the controlling intellect of the modern East. We in the West will never truly comprehend it, but he is its driving force. He never steps into the spotlight himself. Oh no, he remains in his Peking palace, pulling strings from the shadows, and events unfold thousands of miles away, and no one stands against him." Poirot asked. Mr. Ingalls leaned forward, his voice dropping. "4 men have attempted to do so in the last 4 years, he said slowly. Men of integrity, intellect, and courage. Any one of them could have eventually disrupted his schemes." He paused, letting the silence hang. "Well?" I prompted. "Well, they are all dead. One published an article connecting Li Chang-yen's name to the Peking riots. He was stabbed in a crowded street 2 days later. His killer vanished. The others met similar fates after making similar public or private remarks. One died from a sudden, isolated case of cholera. No epidemic in sight. Another was poisoned. The last was discovered dead in his bed. The official cause was never determined, but a doctor who examined the body confided in me. It was, he said, burnt and withered, as if struck by a wave of electrical energy of unimaginable power. And Li Chang-yen? Poirot inquired. Naturally, nothing leads back to him, but there are indications? Mr. Ingalls gave a weary shrug. Indications? Yes, always. Once, I even found someone willing to talk, a brilliant young Chinese chemist, a protégé of Li Changyen's. He came to me one day, clearly on the edge of a complete nervous collapse. He hinted at experiments conducted under the Mandarin's direction in that Peking palace, experiments on unwilling coolies that showed a monstrous, revolting disregard for human life and suffering. His courage had utterly deserted him, leaving behind a man trembling in the most wretched fear. I settled him into a bedroom on the upper floor of my home, planning to speak with him in the morning, a decision I now recognize as profoundly foolish. How did they manage to take him? Poirot asked intently. That is something I shall never discover. I awoke that night to find my house engulfed in flames and was fortunate to escape with my life. The investigation revealed a fire of astonishing ferocity had erupted on that top floor, reducing the young chemist's remains to nothing but ash. It was clear from his intense manner that Mr. Ingalls was a man deeply possessed by his theory, and he seemed to realize he had gotten carried away, offering a self-conscious laugh. Naturally, he said, I possess no concrete evidence. You, like everyone else, will likely just say I have an obsession. On the contrary, Poirot replied calmly, we have every cause to believe your account. We ourselves have developed a considerable interest in Li Changyen. It's very strange that you know of him. I didn't think a soul in England had ever heard the name. I'd be curious to learn how you came by that information, if it's not too personal a question. Not at all. A man sought refuge in my apartment. He was severely shaken, yet he managed to tell us enough to capture our attention regarding this Li Changyen. He described a group of 4 individuals, the so-called Big Four, an organization beyond previous imagination. Number 1 is Li Changyen. Number 2, an unidentified American. Number 3, a similarly unknown Frenchwoman. And number 4 acts as the group's operative, its agent of destruction. My informant later died. Tell me, does that term mean anything to you? The Big Four? Not in relation to Li Changyen. No, but I have heard it or read it very recently, and in some odd context. Ah, I remember now. He stood and walked over to an exquisite inlaid lacquer cabinet, returning with a letter in hand. Here it is, a note from an old sailor I once encountered in Shanghai. A weathered old scoundrel, probably sentimental with drink by now, I should think. I took this to be the ramblings of a drunkard. He read it aloud. Dear sir, you may not recall me, but you showed me kindness once in Shanghai. Show me another now. I need money to leave the country. I'm well hidden here, I hope, but any day they may find me. The Big Four, I mean, it's life or death. I have funds, but I dare not access them, for fear of alerting them. Send me a couple hundred in notes. I'll repay it faithfully, I swear. Your servant, sir, Jonathan Whaley. It's sent from Granite Bungalow, Hopperton, Dartmoor. I'm afraid I dismissed it as a rather transparent attempt to part me from $200, money I can scarcely afford to lose. If it is of any use to you, he offered the letter. Poirot accepted it with a nod. I thank you, monsieur. I shall depart for Hopperton immediately. How extraordinarily interesting. What if I were to accompany you? Any objection? I would be delighted by your company, but we must leave at once. As it is, we will not reach Dartmoor until nearly nightfall. John Ingalls delayed us only briefly, and soon we were aboard a train departing Paddington, bound for the West Country. Hopperton was a tiny village, nestled in a hollow right on the edge of the moor, reached by a 9-mile drive from Moreton Hampstead. We arrived around 8 o'clock, but as it was July, the summer light still lingered. We turned into the village's narrow lane and stopped to ask directions from an elderly local. Granite Bungalow, the old man repeated thoughtfully. It be Granite Bungalow you're wanting, eh? We confirmed this was indeed our destination. The old man pointed to a small grey cottage at the lane's end. There be Pumgalow, do ye? Want to see the inspector?
What?
Inspector? Poirot asked sharply. What do you mean? Haven't he heard about ta murder, then? A shocking business 'twas, seemingly. Pools of blood, they say. The voice finished grimly. Mon Dieu, Poirot murmured under his breath. This inspector of yours, I must speak with him immediately. Within 5 minutes we were shut away with Inspector Meadows. The man was initially rather formal, but at the mention of Inspector Japp from Scotland Yard, his manner softened considerably. Yes, sir, murdered just this morning. A dreadful affair. They telephoned into Morton, and I came straight out. It seemed a proper mystery at first glance. The old fellow, about 70, I'm told, and rather fond of his drink, was found on the floor of the sitting-room. He had a nasty bruise on his temple, and his throat was slit clean across. Blood everywhere, as you might imagine. His cook, a local woman named Betsy Andrews, informed us her employer owned several small Chinese jade carvings he claimed were quite valuable, and those were missing. Naturally, that pointed toward a violent robbery, but the details made that theory rather awkward. Only 2 other people were in the house, Betsy Andrews herself and a rather coarse manservant called Robert Grant. Grant had gone to fetch the daily milk from the farm, and Betsy had slipped out for a 20-minute chat with a neighbour between 10 and 10:30 precisely. The crime must have occurred in that window. Grant returned first, entering through the unlocked back door. No one around here bothers locking up in broad daylight, placed the milk in the pantry, and went to his own room to read the paper and have a smoke. He claims he noticed nothing amiss. Then Betsy came home, walked into the sitting-room, saw the horror, and let out a scream fit to raise the dead. So far, it seems straightforward. Someone slipped in while both were out and did the poor old man in. But it struck me immediately that this intruder would have to be remarkably bold. He'd have to come right up the village lane or sneak through someone's garden. Granite Bungalow, as you can see, is surrounded by other houses. How did no one notice a stranger? The inspector paused for effect. Ah, I perceive your difficulty, said Poirot. Please continue. Well, sir, it seemed fishy, I told myself, decidedly fishy. So I began looking closer, those jade figures, for instance. Would your average tramp even know they were worth anything? And attempting such a thing in full daylight was madness. What if the old man had shouted for help? I assume, Inspector, Mr. Ingalls interjected, the head injury was inflicted prior to death. Exactly, sir. The murderer knocked him senseless first, then cut his throat. That much is clear. But how on earth did he come or go? Strangers are noticed instantly in a small place like this. Then it hit me. Perhaps nobody did come. I made a thorough examination. It had rained the previous night, and there were distinct footprints leading to and from the kitchen. In the sitting-room, however, I found only 2 sets of prints. Betsy Andrews's stopped at the threshold.
Mr.
Wally's in his carpet slippers, and another man's. This other man had stepped directly in the blood, and I followed his gruesome trail. I do beg your pardon, sir. Not at all, said Mr. Ingalls with a slight smile. The adjective is entirely apt. I traced them to the kitchen, but no further. That was point 1. On the lintel above Robert Grant's door was a faint smudge, a smudge of blood. Point 2. Point 3 came when I secured Grant's boots, which he had removed and matched them perfectly to the impressions. That settled it. It was an inside job, I cautioned Grant and took him into custody. And what do you suppose I discovered packed in his suitcase? The missing jade figures and a ticket of leave. Robert Grant was also Abraham Biggs, convicted for felony and housebreaking 5 years ago, the inspector concluded with a triumphant air. What do you make of that, gentlemen? I think, Poirot replied, his tone dry and subtly edged, that it presents a remarkably clear case, indeed, of a clarity that is almost suspiciously convenient. This Grant, or Biggs, must be a remarkably foolish and uneducated man, wouldn't you agree? Oh, absolutely. A coarse, common sort of individual. He has no conception of what a footprint might reveal. Evidently, he does not read detective stories. Well, Inspector, my congratulations. May we examine the scene of the crime? I'll take you there immediately. I want you to see those footprints for yourself. I should very much like to see them. Yes, most interesting and quite ingenious. We departed at once. Mr. Ingalls and the inspector walked ahead. I held Poirot back slightly so I could speak without the inspector overhearing. What is your true opinion, Poirot? Is there something deeper here than what appears? That is precisely the question, my friend. Wally states plainly in his letter that the Big Four are pursuing him, and we know the Big Four are not some childish fantasy. Yet all evidence points to this man Grant as the culprit. Why would he commit such an act? For those small jade figures, or is he an agent of the Big Four? I confess the latter seems far more probable. However valuable the jade, a man of his station was unlikely to recognize its true worth, certainly not to the point of murder. That, for example, should have occurred to the inspector. He could have simply stolen the jade and fled, rather than committing a brutal killing. Ah, yes, I fear our Devonshire friend has not employed his little grey cells. He has been busy measuring footprints while neglecting to arrange and reflect upon his ideas with proper order and method. The importance of a leg of mutton. The inspector produced a key and unlocked the door of Granite Bungalow. The day had been clear and dry, so our shoes were unlikely to leave marks. Nevertheless, we carefully wiped them on the mat before entering. A woman emerged from the shadows and addressed the inspector, who then turned aside. He called back over his shoulder, "Look around thoroughly. Mr. Poirot, see everything there is to see. I'll return in about 10 minutes. By the way, here is Grant's boot. I brought it for you to compare with the impressions." We entered the living room as the sound of the inspector's footsteps faded outside. Ingalls was instantly drawn to some Chinese curios on a corner table and went to examine them, showing no interest in Poirot's activities. I, however, watched Poirot with rapt attention. The floor was covered in a dark green linoleum, perfectly suited for revealing footprints. A door at the far end led into a small kitchen. From there, another door opened into the scullery, where the back door was located, and yet another into the bedroom used by Robert Grant. After surveying the area, Poirot began a quiet running commentary. Here is where the body was found. That large dark stain and the surrounding splatters mark the place. Observe the traces of carpet slippers and number 9 boots, all very muddled. Then 2 distinct sets of tracks leading to and from the kitchen. The murderer entered that way.
"You have the boot, Hastings? Hand it to me." He compared it meticulously with the prints. Yes, both were made by the same man, Robert Grant. He entered that way, killed the old man, and returned to the kitchen. He stepped in the blood. See the stains he left on his way out? The kitchen itself reveals nothing. The entire village seems to have traipsed through it. He went into his own room. No, wait. First, he went back to the scene of the crime. Was it to retrieve the jade figures? Or had he forgotten some potentially incriminating item? Perhaps he killed the old man during that second visit, I offered. But no, you do not observe carefully. One of the outgoing footprints, stained with blood, has an incoming print superimposed upon it. I wonder what he returned for. The jade figures as an afterthought. The whole affair is absurd, utterly stupid. Well, he's incriminated himself quite hopelessly. Is that not so? Though sometimes, my friend, the most obvious trail is laid precisely to be followed. A man who leaves such clumsy evidence either possesses the cunning of a simpleton or wishes us to believe he does. Consider for a moment the leg of mutton reported missing from the icebox. A trivial detail, perhaps, but why would a fleeing murderer pause to steal cold meat? It suggests a mind thinking of practicalities, of a journey, or perhaps a deliberate act of misdirection. The local constable dismissed it as petty theft, but I find it curiously significant.
I tell you, Hastings, it simply does not add up. It is an insult to my little grey cells. Let us examine his bedroom. Ah, here we are, the smear of blood on the doorframe, and just a faint trace of footprints, stained with blood. Robert Grant's footprints, and his alone near the body, Robert Grant, the only man who approached the house. The evidence seems to point in one direction. But what about the housekeeper? I interjected. She was alone inside after Grant left for the milk. She could have done it and then stepped outside. If she never went into the yard, her shoes would leave no trace. Well, reasoned Hastings, I wondered if that possibility would cross your mind. I had considered it myself and dismissed it. Betsy Andrews is a local woman known to everyone here. She cannot possibly be tied to the Big Four. Besides, by all accounts, old Whaley was a strong man. This was the work of a man, not a woman. Is it possible the Big Four rigged some infernal device in the ceiling? I pressed. Something that lowered automatically, cut the old man's throat, and retracted afterward, like some mechanical angel of death. Hastings, your imagination is, as ever, remarkably fertile, but I must beg you to restrain it. I fell silent, suitably chastened. Poirot continued to move through the rooms, peering into corners and opening cupboards with a deeply troubled air. All at once, he let out a sharp, excited cry, rather like a small dog that has discovered a treasure. I hurried over to find him standing dramatically in the pantry, brandishing a leg of lamb. "My dear Poirot," I exclaimed, "what on earth is wrong? Have you lost your senses? Observe, I beg you, this lamb. Observe it carefully." I looked as closely as I could, but it appeared perfectly ordinary, just a standard cut of frozen meat. I said so. Poirot shot me a withering look. "But do you not see this, and this, and this, with each this?" He jabbed a finger at the harmless joint, knocking loose tiny slivers of ice. Only moments before he had accused me of an overactive imagination, yet here he was behaving as though those ice crystals were fragments of some rare poison. That was the only explanation I could muster for his bizarre excitement. "It's imported frozen meat," I said patiently. "Probably from Australia or New Zealand." He stared at me for a long moment, then broke into an odd, hollow laugh. How remarkable is my friend Hastings! He knows all things, absolutely all things. What is the phrase? Inquire within, upon everything. That is my friend Hastings. He tossed the lamb back onto its dish and strode from the pantry. Glancing out the window, he remarked, "Here comes the inspector." "Good. I have seen what I needed to see." He drummed his fingers absently on the table, as though working through a complex calculation, then asked abruptly, "What day is it today, my friend?" "Monday," I replied, puzzled. "Why does that matter?" "Ah, Monday. An unlucky day to commit a murder on a Monday. That is always a mistake." Returning to the sitting-room, he tapped the barometer on the wall and glanced at the thermometer. Set fair and about 70 degrees, a perfectly ordinary English summer day. Ingalls was still quietly examining a collection of Chinese porcelain. "You do not involve yourself deeply in this investigation, monsieur?" Poirot inquired. The other man offered a slow, knowing smile. "It's not my field. I have an eye for certain artifacts, but not for this sort of thing. So I keep my distance and practice patience, a virtue I acquired in the East." The inspector bustled back in, full of apologies for his delay. He insisted on walking us through much of the scene again, but at last we made our exit. "I must thank you for your many courtesies, Inspector," said Poirot as we walked down the village lane. "There is just one more small favour to ask. You'd like to view the body, sir?" "Oh, goodness, no. I have not the slightest interest in the body."
I need to see Robert Grant. You'll have to come back with me to Morton to do that, sir.
"Very well, I will, but I must be able to speak with him privately." The inspector stroked his moustache. "That's a bit irregular, sir. I assure you, if you contact Scotland Yard, you will receive full authorization." They know me. I have assisted them on occasion, though I understand this is an unusual request. It is a necessary one, Poirot stated calmly. Necessary because Grant is not the man you want.
What then? Who is?
The killer, I should imagine, was a younger man. He arrived at Granite Bungalow in a horse-drawn trap, left it outside, went in, committed the act, and then drove off. He was without a hat, and his clothes bore traces of blood. But the entire village would have seen him. Not under specific conditions, not unless it was dark, and this happened in daylight. Poirot offered only a faint smile. And the trap, sir. How could you possibly know that? Dozens of wheels have passed that road. There's no particular mark to be seen, not with the physical eyes, perhaps, but with the eyes of the mind it is clear. The inspector tapped his own forehead with a meaningful glance in my direction. I was completely lost, yet my confidence in Poirot remained unshaken. After more discussion, we all drove back to Morton. Poirot and I were allowed to see Grant, though a constable remained in the room. Poirot wasted no time. Grant, I am convinced of your innocence. Tell me in your own words exactly what occurred. The prisoner was of average height, with coarse, unpleasant features. He looked every bit a criminal. I swear on my life, I never did it, he moaned. Someone planted those little statues in my things. It was a set-up, plain and simple. I went straight to my room when I got back, just like I said. I didn't know a thing until Betsy started screaming. So help me, I'm innocent. Poirot stood up. If you cannot tell me the truth, then this conversation is over. But, mister, you did enter the room. You did see your master dead, and you were about to run when Betsy made her unfortunate discovery. The man gaped at Poirot, his jaw slack. Speak now. I tell you solemnly, on my honor, that honesty is your only chance. Fine, I'll risk it, the man said abruptly. It happened just like you said. I came in and went straight to the master's study. There he was, on the floor, with all that blood. I panicked. They'd find out about my record, and for sure they'd pin it on me. My only thought was to get away immediately before anyone found the body and the jade figures. The man faltered. Well, you see, you took them almost on impulse, didn't you? You'd heard they were valuable and figured you might as well make the most of a bad situation. I understand that. Now, answer this. Did you take them the second time you went into the room? There was no second time. Once was more than enough. You are certain? Absolutely. Good. Now, when were you released from prison? 2 months ago. How did you get this job? Through one of those aid societies for former inmates. A fellow met me right when I got out. What did he look like? Not quite a clergyman, but he dressed like one. Soft black hat, a bit of a prissy walk. Had a broken front tooth. Wore spectacles. His name was Saunders. Said he hoped I was reformed and that he'd find me honest work. He sent me to Old Wally. Poirot rose again. Thank you. I know everything now. Be patient. He paused at the cell door and added, almost as an afterthought, Saunders gave you a pair of boots, didn't he? Grant looked utterly shocked. Why, yes, he did. But how could you know that? It is my business to know things, Poirot replied gravely after a brief exchange with the inspector. The three of us headed to the White Hart to talk over eggs, bacon, and some Devonshire cider. Any breakthroughs yet? Ingalls asked with a smile. The picture is clear enough, Poirot replied, but proving it will be another matter. Whaley was killed on the orders of the Big Four, though not by Grant. A very clever man secured Grant that job and carefully set him up to take the blame, which was simple given Grant's prison record. He gave him 1 pair of boots from 2 identical sets, keeping the other for himself. The plan was straightforward. While Grant was away from the house and Betsy was off chatting in the village, something she likely did every single day, this man drove up wearing the duplicate boots. He walked into the kitchen, moved to the living room, struck the old man down, and then cut his throat. After that he returned to the kitchen, changed out of the boots, put on a different pair, carried the first set out to his cart, and drove away. Ingalls stared steadily at Poirot. "There's still a catch. Why didn't anyone see him?" "Ah, that is where the genius of number 4 reveals itself. Everyone saw him, and yet in a way no one truly noticed. You see, he arrived in a butcher's cart." I couldn't help but exclaim. "The leg of mutton? Precisely, Hastings, the leg of mutton. Everyone insisted no one had visited Granite Bungalow that morning, yet I found a frozen leg of mutton in the pantry. It was Monday, so the meat must have been delivered that day. If it had come on Saturday, it wouldn't have stayed frozen through Sunday in such warm weather. Therefore, someone had been to the bungalow, a man on whom a spot of blood here or there would raise no suspicion at all." "Brilliant!" Ingalls cried in approval. "Yes, he's clever, this number 4, as clever as Hercule Poirot," I murmured. My friend shot me a look of dignified reproach.
"There are certain jokes, Hastings, that one should not permit oneself," he said gravely. "Have I not just saved an innocent man from the gallows? That is accomplishment enough for one day. 5, the scientist, who vanished, even after the jury acquitted Robert Grant, alias Biggs, of Jonathan Whalley's murder. I don't believe Inspector Meadows was fully convinced of his innocence."
To his practical mind, the case he'd built, the man's criminal record, the stolen jade, the boots that matched the footprints perfectly, was too solid to be easily dismantled. But Poirot, though he disliked having to testify, managed to persuade the jury. 2 witnesses came forward who had seen a butcher's cart pull up to the bungalow that Monday morning, and the local butcher confirmed his cart only delivered there on Wednesdays and Fridays. They even found a woman who recalled seeing the butcher's man leave the bungalow, though she couldn't give a useful description. The only impression he left was that he was clean-shaven, of average height, and looked exactly like what you'd expect a butcher's man to look like. Poirot merely shrugged philosophically at this. "It is as I told you, Hastings," he said to me after the trial. "This one is an artist. He doesn't rely on false beards or coloured spectacles. He changes his features, yes, but that is the least of it. For the time he is playing the part, he becomes that man. He lives inside the role." I had to admit the man who visited us from Hanwell had matched perfectly my idea of an asylum attendant. I would never have dreamed of doubting he was genuine. It was all rather discouraging. Our experience on Dartmoor didn't seem to have moved us forward. When I said as much to Poirot, he refused to accept we'd gained nothing. "We are progressing," he insisted. "We progress. With every encounter we learn a little more about this man's mind and his methods. He knows nothing about us or our intentions," Poirot concluded. I couldn't help but object, and on that point, Poirot, he and I appear to be in the same situation. I don't see any plan from you at all. You just sit here waiting for him to make a move. My old friend gave a familiar smile. "My dear Hastings, you never change. Always the same impulsive fellow, ready to charge headlong into the fray." A knock at the door interrupted us. "Perhaps," he added with a twinkle in his eye, "your opportunity has arrived. It may be our adversary now." He chuckled at my obvious disappointment when the door opened to reveal Inspector Japp, accompanied by a stranger. "Good evening, monsieur," said Japp. "Let me introduce Captain Kent from the United States Secret Service." Captain Kent was a tall, lean American whose face held the rigid, expressionless quality of carved wood. "A pleasure," he stated flatly, offering a brisk handshake. Poirot stoked the fire with another log and arranged more comfortable chairs, while I fetched glasses and the whisky. The captain took a long drink and nodded in approval. "Your country's laws regarding spirits remain sensible," he remarked. "Now to business," Japp announced. Monsieur Poirot had asked me to inform him if I ever came across mention of an organization called the Big Four in my official work. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I remembered when the captain here arrived with a rather unusual story, I said immediately, "We're going to see Monsieur Poirot." Poirot turned his gaze to the American who began his account. You may recall M. Poirot reading about several U.S. torpedo boats and destroyers that were wrecked upon the rocks off our coast. This was right after the Japanese earthquake, and the official explanation blamed a tidal wave. Recently, however, we rounded up a network of criminals and gunmen. Among their captured papers was information that casts the incident in a new light. The documents referenced an entity named the Big Four and included fragmented details about a powerful, unprecedented wireless installation, a device capable of concentrating wireless energy into an intense beam directed at a specific location. The claims seemed ludicrous, but I submitted them to headquarters. One of our top scientists examined the material and noted that a British researcher named Halliday had presented a similar paper to the British Association. His colleagues dismissed it as far-fetched, but Halliday insisted he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his own experiments. Eh bien? Poirot prompted with keen interest. My orders were to come to England and interview this Halliday. He's the leading expert. I needed to determine if the described technology was even remotely feasible. And is it? I asked impatiently. That's just it. I don't know. I haven't seen Mr. Halliday, and from what I hear, I'm not likely to. The plain fact is, Japp cut in bluntly, Halliday has vanished. When, 2 months ago, was it reported? Of course. His wife was distraught. We did what we could, but I knew it was pointless from the start. Why? It always is with these kinds of disappearances. Japp gave a knowing look. What kind? The Paris kind? He disappeared in Paris. Yes. Went over on supposed scientific business. Had to say something, of course. But you know what it means when a man vanishes there. Either it's underworld trouble, and that's that, or it's a voluntary disappearance. And let me tell you, the second option is far more common. The allure of Paris, the escape from domestic routine. It happens. Halliday and his wife had argued just before he left, which only adds to the mystery of his disappearance. Poirot considered this thoughtfully. The American studied him with curiosity. So what's this Big Four business all about? He asked, his tone casual. The Big Four, Poirot explained, is a secret international organization. Its leader, number 1, is a Chinese man. Number 2 is an American. Number 3 is a Frenchwoman. Number 4, known as the Destroyer, is an Englishman. A Frenchwoman, you say? The American let out a low whistle. And Halliday vanished in France. Could be a connection. What's her name? That I do not know. I have no further details about her. But it's a serious operation, right? The other man pressed. Poirot gave a slight nod as he meticulously straightened the glasses on the tray, his fondness for order unchanged. What was the point of sinking those ships? Is the Big Four some German scheme? The Big Four work for no nation but their own, Captain. Their objective is nothing less than global control. The American laughed, but the sound died in his throat when he saw Poirot's grave expression. You find it amusing, monsieur, Poirot said, wagging a finger. You do not employ the little grey cells? Who are these individuals who would casually destroy a part of your navy merely to demonstrate their capability? That was the sole purpose, a test of this new magnetic force they command. Come now, sir, said Japp in a friendly manner. I've read about master criminals in stories, but I've never actually met one. Well, you've heard Captain Kent's account. Is there anything else I can do for you? Indeed, my friend. You can provide me with Mrs. Halliday's address, and perhaps a brief letter of introduction, if you would be so kind. Consequently, the next day found us travelling to Chetwynd Lodge, near the village of Chobham in Surrey. Mrs. Halliday, a tall, fair-haired woman with a nervous, earnest demeanour, received us immediately. Her young daughter, a lovely child of about 5, was with her. Poirot outlined the reason for our visit. "Oh, M. Poirot, I am so relieved. I have, of course, heard of you. You will not be like those Scotland Yard inspectors who refuse to listen or understand. And the French police are just as bad, perhaps worse. They are all certain my husband ran off with another woman. But he wasn't like that. His work was his entire life. It was the cause of many of our disagreements. He cared for it more than he cared for me. Englishmen are often like that," Poirot said soothingly. "If it is not their profession, it is their sports and games. They take such things very seriously. Now, madame, please recount for me, as precisely and methodically as you can, the exact circumstances of your husband's disappearance." "My husband travelled to Paris on Thursday, July 20th. He had appointments with several people connected to his research, including Madame Olivier." Poirot nodded at the mention of the renowned French chemist, whose brilliance had at times overshadowed even Madame Curie. Decorated by the French government, she was one of the most celebrated figures of the time. He arrived in the evening and went directly to the Hotel Castiglione on the Rue de Castiglione. The next morning he kept an appointment with Professor Bourguenot. His behaviour was completely normal and agreeable. The two men had a fascinating discussion, and it was arranged for him to observe some experiments in the professor's laboratory the following day. He lunched alone at the Café Royal, took a walk in the Bois de Boulogne, and then visited Madame Olivier at her home in Passy. There, too, his manner was perfectly ordinary. He left around 6 o'clock, where he dined is unknown, likely alone at a restaurant. He returned to the hotel about 11, inquired at the desk about any letters, and went straight up to his room. The next morning he left the hotel and simply vanished. What time did he depart? Was it his usual hour for the appointment at Professor Bourguenot's laboratory? We cannot be certain. No one observed him leaving. However, he did not order breakfast, which suggests an early start. Or perhaps he went out again after returning the previous night. I doubt that. His bed had been slept in, and the night porter would have recalled anyone exiting at such a late hour. A very sound point, madame. We may therefore assume he left early the following morning, which is somewhat reassuring. The streets are less perilous at that time. What of his luggage? Was it all left behind? Mrs. Halliday hesitated before replying. Not entirely. It appears he took one small suitcase with him. Interesting, Poirot murmured thoughtfully. I wonder where he spent that evening. If we knew that, the mystery would be half solved. Whom did he meet? That is the essential question. Madame, I do not automatically share the police's perspective. For them it is always look for the woman. Yet clearly something happened that night to change your husband's plans. You mentioned he asked for letters upon returning to the hotel. Did he receive any? Only one, which must have been the letter I posted the day he left England. Poirot fell silent for a full minute, then rose briskly. Well, madame, the answer lies in Paris, and to find it I must go there at once. But it was so long ago, monsieur. True, true. Nevertheless, that is where we must look. He turned to leave, but paused at the door. One more thing, madame. Do you ever recall your husband mentioning the phrase, the Big Four? The Big Four, she repeated, considering. No, I cannot say that I do. That concluded all we could learn from Mrs. Halliday. We hastened back to London, and the following day found us bound for the continent. With a wry smile, Poirot remarked, This Big Four, they force me to bestir myself, my friend. I rush here and there, scouring the ground, much like our old acquaintance the human bloodhound. Perhaps you'll encounter him in Paris, I suggested, knowing he referred to a certain detective Giraud of the Sûreté. Poirot made a face. I devoutly hope not. He cherished no affection for me. But won't it be exceedingly difficult, I pressed, to trace the movements of an unknown Englishman on a single evening 2 months past? Exceedingly difficult, my friend. Yet, as you well know, difficulties delight the heart of Hercule Poirot. You believe the Big Four took him, Poirot gave a solemn nod. Our inquiries in Paris inevitably retraced old steps, yielding little beyond what Mrs. Halliday had already shared. Poirot had a lengthy interview with Professor Bourguenot, attempting to discover whether Holiday had mentioned any personal plans for that fateful evening, but we drew a complete blank. Our next hope was the illustrious Madame Olivier. I felt a thrill of anticipation as we ascended the steps of her villa in Passy. It always struck me as remarkable that a woman could ascend so high in the scientific world. I had imagined such work required a purely masculine intellect. The door was opened by a youth of about 17, whose solemn, almost ritualistic manner put me in mind of an acolyte. Poirot had arranged our appointment beforehand, as Madame Olivier was deeply immersed in research and never received visitors without one. We were shown into a small sitting room, and shortly thereafter the mistress of the house joined us. Madame Olivier was an exceptionally tall woman, a stature made even more pronounced by the long white laboratory coat she wore and the severe, nun-like coif that framed her face. Her features were long and pale, dominated by remarkable dark eyes that held an almost fanatical intensity. She seemed less a contemporary Frenchwoman and more like an ancient priestess. A noticeable scar marred one cheek, a permanent reminder of the laboratory explosion 3 years prior that had claimed her husband and collaborator and left her terribly burned. Since that tragedy, she had withdrawn from society, channeling a fierce, relentless energy into her scientific pursuits. She greeted us with a frosty courtesy. "Gentlemen, the police have questioned me extensively. I doubt I can assist you, as I was unable to assist them." "Madame, my inquiries may differ from theirs," Poirot began. "To start, what was the nature of your conversation with Mr. Halliday?" She appeared slightly taken aback. "His work, of course, and my own. Did he discuss the theories from his recent paper before the British Association?" "Naturally. That was our primary topic. His ideas were considered rather fanciful by some, were they not?" Poirot inquired with deliberate casualness. "Some have thought so. I do not share that view." "You believe them workable, entirely practicable?" "My own research has followed a parallel, though not identical, path. I have been studying the gamma radiation from radium-C, and in doing so, I've observed fascinating magnetic phenomena. I have developed a theory regarding the fundamental nature of magnetism itself, but it is not yet time to reveal these findings. Mr. Halliday's experiments and perspectives were profoundly interesting to me." Poirot nodded. Then he posed a question that surprised me. "Madame, where did these discussions take place? Here in this room?" "No, monsieur." "In the laboratory?" "Might I see it?" "Certainly." She led us through the door by which she had entered, down a short passage, and into a large laboratory filled with an array of beakers, crucibles, and equipment, whose purposes I could not guess. 2 individuals were occupied with an experiment. Madame Olivier presented them. "Mademoiselle Claude, one of my assistants." A tall, serious young woman nodded to us. "And Monsieur Henri, a trusted friend of long standing." The short, dark young man offered a jerky bow. Poirot's gaze swept the room, noting 2 other doors. One, Madame explained, led to the garden, the other to a smaller research chamber. After absorbing the layout, Poirot indicated he was ready to return to the salon. "Madame, were you and Mr. Halliday alone during your talk?" "Yes. My assistants were in the adjoining room." "Could your conversation have been overheard by them, or anyone else?" Madame considered, then shook her head. "I think not. The doors were closed. Could someone have been concealed in the room? There is a large cupboard in the corner, but the idea is preposterous." "Not entirely, madame." "One final point. Did Mr. Halliday mention his plans for the evening?" "He said nothing at all on the subject, monsieur." "I thank you, and I apologize for the intrusion. Please, do not trouble yourself. We can see ourselves out." As we stepped into the hall, A woman was just entering the front door. She moved quickly up the stairs, leaving me with a fleeting impression of the deep, sombre black worn by a French widow. A most unusual type of woman, that, Poirot remarked as we walked away, thinking he meant Madame Olivier. I began to agree, but he cut me off. But no, not Madame Olivier. That goes without saying. Women of her genius are rare in any era. I refer to the other one, the widow on the stairs. There was a haste about her, a tension in her shoulders that spoke of more than mere grief. It is curious, is it not, how the echoes of one tragedy so often hum in the halls of another? No, I meant the other woman, the one on the staircase. I didn't see her face, I replied, looking at him in confusion, and I can't imagine how you could have either. She never glanced our way.
Precisely why I called her an unusual sort, Poirot answered calmly. A woman who enters her own home, I assume it is hers, since she used a key and goes directly upstairs, without so much as a look toward two strangers standing in her hall, is behaving in a most unnatural manner. 1,000 thunders! What was that? He yanked me backward just in time. A tree had toppled onto the sidewalk, missing us by inches. Poirot stared at it, his face pale and troubled. That was far too close.
And yet it was a clumsy attempt, for I had almost no suspicion. Yes, if not for my quick eyes, the eyes of a cat, Hercule Poirot might now be crushed into nothingness, a dreadful loss for the world. And you as well, my friend, though that would not be quite such a public tragedy. Thank you, I said stiffly. So what do we do now? Do? Poirot exclaimed. We think, right here, right now, we put our little grey cells to work. Consider this, Mr. Halliday. Was he truly in Paris? Yes, because Professor Bourgognot, who knows him, both saw and spoke to him. What are you getting at? I demanded. That was Friday morning. He was last seen at 11 on Friday night. But was it really him then? The night porter, a night porter who had never met Halliday before. A man arrives, looking enough like Halliday, we can trust number 4 for that, asks for his mail, goes upstairs, packs a small bag, and slips away the next morning. Nobody actually saw Halliday that entire evening. No, because by then he was already in the hands of his enemies. Was it Halliday whom Madame Olivier met? Yes, for while she did not know his face, an impostor could hardly fool her on her own area of expertise. He came here, had his meeting, and left. What happened after that? Grabbing my arm, Poirot practically pulled me back toward the villa. Now, my friend, picture the day after the disappearance. We are following footprints. You enjoy footprints, do you not? Look, here they are, a man's, Mr. Halliday's. He turns right as we did, walking briskly. Other footsteps behind him now, moving quickly. Small steps, a woman's. See, she catches up to him, a slender young woman in a widow's veil. Pardon me, sir, Madame Olivier asks that I bring you back. He stops. He turns. Now, where would she take him? Is it mere chance she reaches him just where a narrow alley opens between two gardens? She guides him down it. It is quicker this way, sir. On the right is the garden of Madame Olivier's villa, on the left the garden of another, and from that garden, mind you, the tree fell so nearly upon us. Garden doors from both open onto the alley. The ambush is set there. Men rush out, overpower him, and carry him into the neighbouring villa. Good heavens, Poirot, I cried, are you claiming to see all this? I see it with the eyes of the mind, my friend. It could have happened in no other way. Come. We return to the house. You wish to speak with Madame Olivier again? Poirot offered a peculiar smile. No, Hastings, I wish to see the face of the lady on the stairs. Who do you suppose she is? A relative of Madame Olivier's? More likely a secretary, and one hired not very long ago. The same mild young man answered the door. Could you tell me, Poirot asked, the name of the lady, the widow, who entered a short while ago? Madame Verneau, Madame's secretary?
That is the one!
would you be so good as to request she speak with us for a moment?" The young man left and soon returned. "I am sorry. Madame Veronneau must have gone out again." "I think not," said Poirot quietly. "Please give her my name, Monsieur Hercule Poirot, and say it is important I see her immediately, as I am on my way to the police headquarters." Our messenger departed once more. This time the lady came down. She entered the salon. We trailed after her. She pivoted and lifted her veil. To my complete surprise, I saw the face of our old adversary, the Russian Countess Rossakoff, the very woman who had masterminded that spectacular jewel heist in London. "The moment I spotted you in the hall, I knew my luck had run out," she said with a sigh. "My dear Countess Rossakoff." She gave a slight shake of her head. "I am Inez Veronneau now," she whispered. "A Spaniard wed to a Frenchman. What do you want from me, Monsieur Poirot? You are a relentless man. You chased me from London. Now I suppose you will inform the marvellous Madame Olivier about my past and chase me from Paris as well? We Russians in exile must find a way to survive, you understand? This is more grave than that, Madame," Poirot replied, his eyes fixed on her. "I intend to enter the neighbouring villa and free Mr. Halliday, assuming he is still alive. I am aware of the entire situation, you see." I noticed the sudden loss of colour in her face. She pressed her lips together, then spoke with her characteristic resolve. "He is alive, but he is no longer at the villa. Listen, monsieur, I will strike a deal with you, my freedom, and you receive Mr. Halliday, alive and unharmed." "I accept," said Poirot. "I was, in fact, preparing to suggest the very same arrangement. Incidentally, are the Big Four your employers, madame?" That deathly pallor washed over her features once more, but she offered no reply. Instead, she asked, "Do you permit me to use the telephone?" Crossing to the instrument, she dialed a number. "The number for the villa," she explained, "where our friend is currently being held. You may give it to the police. The place will be empty by the time they arrive." "Ah, I am connected. Is that you, André? It is Inez. The little Belgian knows everything. Have Halliday delivered to the hotel immediately, and then clear out." She hung up the receiver and walked back toward us with a faint smile. "You will accompany us to the hotel, madame?" "Naturally." I anticipated that. I hailed a taxi, and we rode together. I could tell by Poirot's expression that he was deeply puzzled. The entire resolution felt suspiciously straightforward. We arrived at our hotel. The porter approached us. "A gentleman has arrived for you. He is upstairs in your rooms. He appears quite unwell. A nurse brought him, but she has already departed." "That is perfectly fine," Poirot assured him. "He is a friend." We went up together. Slumped in a chair by the window was a gaunt, exhausted young man who looked utterly spent. Poirot approached him. "Are you John Halliday?" The man gave a weary nod. "Show me your left arm." John Halliday has a small mole just below the left elbow. The man extended his arm. The mole was there. Poirot gave a courteous bow to the Countess. Without a word, she turned and exited the room. A glass of brandy brought some life back into Halliday. "My God," he muttered hoarsely, "I have been through an absolute nightmare, a living hell. Those creatures are demons in human form. My wife, where is she? What must she think they kept telling me she would believe the worst? She does not," Poirot stated firmly. "Her faith in you has never faltered. She is waiting for you, she and your child. Thank God for that. I can scarcely believe I'm free again." He took another shaky sip, his hands trembling slightly as he recalled the endless windowless room where he'd been held. "Now that you are somewhat recovered, monsieur, I would like to hear the entire story from the beginning." Halliday looked at him with an expression of pure dread. "I remember nothing," he said flatly. "Nothing?" Poirot pressed. "Have you ever heard of the Big Four?" "I am acquainted with their reputation," Poirot replied dryly. "You do not know what I know. Their reach is limitless. If I remain silent, I may be safe. If I utter a single word, not only I, but everyone I care for will endure unimaginable horrors. It is pointless to argue with me. I know the truth. I remember nothing. And with that, he stood and walked unsteadily from the room. Poirot's face was a mask of frustrated defeat. "So that is how it is," he muttered to himself. "The Big Four triumph once more. What is that paper you are holding, Hastings?" I passed it to him. "The Countess scribbled it just before she left," I explained. He read the note. "Au revoir, I.V., signed with her initials, I.V. Merely a coincidence, perhaps, that they also represent the numeral 4. I wonder, Hastings, I truly wonder. 7. The Radium Thieves. The night Halliday was freed, he occupied the room adjoining ours at the hotel. All through the dark hours, I listened to his restless moans and muttered protests from behind the wall. His ordeal at the villa had shattered his nerves completely. Come morning, our attempts to gather any useful information from him were utterly futile. He would only reiterate his warnings about the vast power wielded by the Big Four and his terror of the swift retribution that would follow if he spoke. After a late lunch, he departed to reunite with his wife back in England, leaving Poirot and me in Paris. I was all for launching into some form of vigorous action, and Poirot's calm inactivity grated on me. "For pity's sake, Poirot," I pressed him. "We must be up and doing. Let's take the fight to them." A splendid sentiment, my friend, truly splendid. But up to where, and doing to whom, I beg you, be specific. To the Big Four, naturally, that goes without saying, yet how precisely would you begin? The police, I suggested, though without much conviction. Poirot offered a thin smile. They would accuse us of spinning fairy tales. We have no evidence, nothing tangible whatsoever. We are compelled to wait. "Wait for what?" I demanded, frustrated. "Wait for them to make a move. Consider your English boxing. If one combatant refuses to advance, the other must, and by allowing the opponent to strike first, one learns his style. That is our role, to let the other side initiate the attack. Do you truly believe they will?" I asked, skeptical. "I have not a shred of doubt. First, they attempted to remove me from England. That failed. Then, in the Dartmoor affair, we intervened and snatched their intended victim from the gallows, and just yesterday we thwarted their plans once more. They will not, I assure you. Let the matter rest. I was still turning this over in my mind when a sharp rap sounded at the door. Without awaiting a reply, a man entered and shut the door firmly behind him. He was tall and lean, with a sallow complexion, and a nose that curved slightly like a hawk's beak. He wore an overcoat fastened to his throat and a soft hat pulled low over his eyes. "Forgive my rather abrupt entrance, gentlemen," he said in a voice as smooth as silk, "but my business is of a somewhat unconventional nature." Smiling faintly, he moved to the table and took a seat. I started to rise, but a slight gesture from Poirot held me back.
"As you observe, monsieur, your entrance is indeed abrupt," Poirot said coolly. "Kindly state your business. It is quite simple, my dear M. Poirot. You have been causing a great deal of annoyance to my associates. In what manner? Now, M. Poirot, you cannot seriously ask that. You understand the situation as well as I do." "That depends, monsieur, entirely upon who these associates of yours might be." Wordlessly, the man drew a cigarette case from his pocket.
He opened it, extracted 4 cigarettes, and tossed them casually onto the tabletop. Then, with deliberate slowness, he gathered them up and slotted them back into the case before returning it to his coat. "Aha!" Poirot murmured. "So it is like that, is it? And what is the proposal from your friends? They propose, monsieur, that you should redirect your considerable talents, your very great talents, toward the detection of legitimate crime. Return to your former pursuits. Solve the petty mysteries of London society matrons. Lead a quiet life. A most peaceful program, Poirot remarked, his tone deceptively light. And if I should decline? The man made a fluid, expressive gesture with his hands. We would regret that development, of course, most exceedingly, he purred. So too would all the admirers of the great Hercule Poirot, but regrets, however profound, are insufficient to restore a man to life. A delicately phrased threat, Poirot said, nodding thoughtfully, and if I were to accept, in that event, I am authorized to offer you compensation. He produced a pocketbook and laid 10 banknotes upon the table. Each was for 10,000 francs. This is merely a token of our sincere intent, he explained. 10 times this sum will be delivered to you. Good God, I cried, leaping to my feet. You have the audacity to believe. Sit down, Hastings, Poirot commanded, his voice brooking no argument. Master your wonderfully honest and indignant nature, and be seated to you, monsieur. I have this to say. What's stopping me from calling the police and handing you over, while my friend here blocks your escape? Please, feel free to do so if you believe it wise, our visitor replied, his composure unshaken. For heaven's sake, Poirot, I burst out. My patience gone. I've had enough of this. Just call the police and be done with it. I sprang to my feet and moved swiftly to the door, planting myself firmly with my back against it. It does appear the most logical step, Poirot murmured, as if weighing the options aloud. But you have a famous distrust for the logical, do you not? The man said with a faint smile. Go on, Poirot, I insisted. The responsibility will be yours, my friend. The instant Poirot's hand touched the telephone receiver, the man launched himself at me with a sudden, feline agility. I was prepared. We grappled immediately, stumbling and spinning across the room in a chaotic dance. I felt his balance waver for a split second and pressed my advantage, driving him down to the floor. Yet in the very moment of my triumph, something utterly unexpected occurred. A sharp, twisting motion sent me hurtling forward. I crashed headfirst into the wall, collapsing in a tangled heap. Scrambling up moments later, I saw the door swinging shut behind my opponent. I lunged for it and rattled the handle. It was locked from the outside. Snatching the telephone from Poirot, I barked into it. Front desk. Stop a man leaving immediately, tall, in a fastened overcoat and a soft hat. The police want him. A very short time later, we heard commotion in the hallway. The key turned, and the door was thrown open to reveal the hotel manager himself. "The man! You have him?" I demanded. "No, sir. No one has come down." "You must have passed him on your way." "We passed no one, sir. It seems impossible that he could have gotten away." "I believe you did pass someone," Poirot said softly. "A member of the hotel staff, perhaps." "Only a waiter with a service tray, sir." "Ah," said Poirot, and that single syllable seemed to contain a universe of meaning. After we had finally managed to usher out the agitated hotel staff, Poirot mused aloud. "So that explains why he wore his overcoat buttoned so tightly to his throat." Feeling rather deflated, I muttered, "I'm terribly sorry, Poirot. I was certain I had him properly subdued. No matter, that was a judo throw, I suspect. Do not trouble yourself, my friend. Everything proceeded exactly according to plan, his plan. That is precisely what I desired." "What's this?" I exclaimed, spotting a brown leather object on the floor. I snatched it up. A slim pocketbook, evidently dislodged from our visitor's coat during our scuffle. Inside were 2 receipted bills made out to a Mr. Felix Laon and a folded slip of paper that quickened my pulse. It was a half-sheet of notepaper with a few words hastily scribbled in pencil, words of critical importance. The next council meeting is set for Friday at 34 Rue des Echelles at 11 a.m. It was signed with a large, bold numeral 4. Today was Friday, and the mantel clock read 10:30. "Incredible luck," I cried. "Fate is handing us the solution. We must leave immediately. What a phenomenal piece of fortune! So that was the purpose of his visit, Poirot said quietly. Now I comprehend the entire scheme. Comprehend what? Come along, Poirot. Stop standing there in a daze. Poirot looked at me and slowly shook his head, a knowing smile on his lips. Will you walk into my parlour? Said the spider to the fly. That is your English children's verse, is it not? No, no, they are clever, but they are not so clever as Hercule Poirot. What in the world are you talking about, Poirot? My friend, I have been pondering the true motive for this morning's performance. Did our visitor genuinely believe he could either bribe me or intimidate me into giving up my work? It seemed highly improbable. Why then did he come? Now I perceive the entire, rather elegant, little plot. The apparent reason was to bribe or frighten. The inevitable struggle, which he made no effort to avoid, was meant to make the dropped pocketbook appear natural and believable. And finally, the trap. Rue d'Echelle at 11? I think not, my friend. One does not ensnare Hercule Poirot quite so simply. Good heavens, I gasped. Poirot was already deep in thought, his brow furrowed. There's still one detail that doesn't add up for me, I said. What's that? The timing, Hastings, the timing. If their goal was to lure me away, wouldn't the cover of night be more effective? Why choose this early hour? Could it be that something is scheduled for this very morning, something they are desperate to keep Hercule Poirot from discovering? He gave a thoughtful shake of his head. We shall see here. I remain, my friend. We do not venture out this morning. We will let events come to us. The summons arrived with punctual precision at 11:30. It was a telegram. Poirot slit it open, his eyes scanning the message before passing it to me. It was from Madame Olivier, the renowned scientist we had consulted the previous day regarding the holiday affair. It urgently requested our immediate presence at her home in Passy. We departed without a moment's hesitation. Madame Olivier greeted us once more in her modest sitting-room. I was again struck by the formidable presence of this woman, with her austere, intelligent face and intensely focused eyes, a brilliant successor to the likes of Becquerel and the Curies. She wasted no time. Gentlemen, you questioned me yesterday concerning Mr. Holliday's disappearance. I have since learned that you returned to the villa and requested to see my secretary, Inez Verano. She departed with you and has not been seen here since. Is that the entirety of the matter, madame? No, monsieur, it is not. Last night my laboratory was burglarized. Several important documents and research notes were taken. The intruders also made an attempt on something far more valuable, but fortunately they were unable to open the large safe. These are the facts, madame. Your former secretary, Madame Verano, was in reality the Countess Rossakoff, a skilled criminal, and she was directly responsible for Mr. Holliday's vanishing act. How long was she in your employ? 5 months, monsieur. This is astonishing. It is nevertheless the truth. Regarding these papers, were they in an obvious location, or does their theft suggest insider knowledge? It is peculiar that the thieves knew precisely where to look. You believe Inez. Undoubtedly they acted on her information. But tell me, what is this more precious item they failed to acquire? Jewellery? Madame Olivier offered a faint, knowing smile and shook her head. Something of infinitely greater value, monsieur. She glanced around and leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. Radium, monsieur. Radium? Indeed, my current experiments have reached a critical phase. I possess a small quantity of my own, and a further amount has been lent to me for this specific work. While the physical quantity is minute, it represents a significant portion of the world's available supply, with a value amounting to millions of francs, and its location, secured within its lead container inside the large safe. The safe is deliberately made to appear old and inferior, but it is, in fact, a masterpiece of security. That is likely why the thieves were thwarted. For how long will the radium remain in your possession? Only 2 more days, monsieur. Then my work will be complete. A gleam appeared in Poirot's eyes, and Inez Veronneau was aware of this timetable. Excellent. Then our adversaries will certainly return. You must speak of this to no one, madame. But be assured, I will ensure the safety of your radium. Do you have a key to the door connecting the laboratory to the garden? Yes, monsieur. Here it is. I have a copy for myself. And here is the key to the garden gate that opens onto the lane between this villa and the next. I thank you, madame. Tonight, retire as you normally would. Have no fear, and leave everything to me. But not a word to anyone, not to your assistants. Mademoiselle Claude and Monsieur Henri, most particularly, not a word to them. We left the villa, and Poirot rubbed his hands together with immense satisfaction. What is our plan now? I asked. Now, Hastings, we prepare to depart Paris for England. What? We shall pack our belongings, enjoy a leisurely lunch, and take a car to the Gare du Nord. But the radium, I sputtered, utterly confused. I said we were going to leave for England, he replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I did not say we were going to arrive there. Engage the little grey cells, Hastings, and think it through. It was clear we were under surveillance, being tracked by our adversaries. They must be convinced we are returning to England, and they will only accept that if they witness us boarding the train and departing. Are you suggesting we slip away at the final moment? No, my friend. Our foes will only be satisfied by a genuine departure, but the express doesn't halt before Calais. It will stop if properly incentivized. Really, Poirot? You can't simply pay an express train to stop. They would refuse. Have you never noticed the small handle, the emergency signal? The penalty for misuse is 100 francs, I believe. You intend to pull it. Not personally. An associate of mine, Pierre Combeau, will handle that. While he creates a dramatic scene with the conductor, drawing everyone's attention, you and I will discreetly exit the train. We executed Poirot's scheme precisely. Pierre Combeau, an old acquaintance familiar with Poirot's methods, played his part perfectly. As the train reached the outskirts of Paris, the emergency cord was pulled. Combeau staged a spectacular argument in true French fashion, providing the perfect distraction. Amid the commotion, Poirot and I slipped away unnoticed. Our first action was a complete alteration of our appearance. Poirot had prepared a small case with everything needed. Soon we were transformed into 2 scruffy labourers in worn blue shirts. After a quiet meal at a nondescript tavern, we made our way back to Paris. It was nearly 11 when we approached Madame Olivier's villa again. We scanned the deserted street before slipping into the narrow alley. Confident we weren't followed, we proceeded cautiously. I do not expect them here yet, Poirot whispered. They may arrive tomorrow night, but they are well aware the radium is only accessible for 2 nights. Carefully we turned the key in the garden gate. It opened silently, and we stepped inside. Then, with shocking suddenness, we were ambushed. At least 10 men surrounded us. Before we could react, we were gagged and bound, rendered completely helpless. To my surprise, instead of taking us away, they carried us toward the house. Using a key, they opened the laboratory door and brought us inside. One man knelt before a large safe, swinging the door open. A chill ran down my spine. Were they planning to seal us inside? But then I saw steps leading downward from within the safe. We were forced down a narrow passage, emerging into a vast underground chamber. There, a tall, commanding figure in a black velvet mask awaited us. Her authoritative gestures made it clear she was in charge. The men dumped us on the floor and left us alone with this mysterious woman. I had no doubt of her identity, the elusive French operative, number 3 of the Big Four. She knelt, removed our gags, but left us bound, then rose and faced us. With a swift, dramatic motion, she tore off her mask. It was Madame Olivier. Monsieur Poirot, she said, her voice low and mocking.
The great, the brilliant, the unparalleled Monsieur Poirot. I sent you a warning yesterday.
You chose to ignore it. You believed you could outsmart us. And now, here you are. Her cold malice was terrifying, intensified by the fiery madness in her eyes. She was unhinged, driven by a dangerous genius. Poirot remained silent, his jaw slack with astonishment as he stared at her. "Well," she continued softly, "this is the conclusion. We cannot allow our plans to be disrupted." "Do you have any final wish?" she asked. "I have never felt death so close before or since." Poirot was magnificent. He did not flinch or turn pale, but simply regarded her with undiminished curiosity. "Your psychology fascinates me, madame," he said calmly. "It is a shame I have so little time to study it. Yes, I do have a request. A condemned man is traditionally granted a last cigarette, I believe. My case is here, if you would allow." He glanced meaningfully at his bound wrists. "Oh, yes," she laughed. "You would like me to free your hands, wouldn't you?" "You are clever, Monsieur Poirot, I know that. I will not untie your hands, but I will give you a cigarette." She knelt beside him, took his cigarette case, selected a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. "Now for a match," she said, standing up. "That will not be necessary, madame." Something in his tone made me start. She too froze. "Please do not move, madame. You would regret it. Are you familiar with the properties of curare? South American tribes use it as arrow poison. A mere scratch brings death. Some employ a small blowpipe. I too possess a blowpipe, crafted to look exactly like a cigarette. I have only to blow. Ah, you react. Do not move. The mechanism is most ingenious. One blows, and a tiny dart, like a fishbone, flies to its target. You do not wish to die. Therefore, I beg you to release my friend Hastings. I cannot use my hands, but I can turn my head. So you remain covered. Make no mistake, I implore you." Slowly, her hands trembling with rage and hatred, contorting her features, she bent and obeyed. "I was free," Poirot directed me. "Use those bonds for the lady now, Hastings?" "Good. Is she secure? Then release me, please. It is fortunate she dismissed her assistants. With luck, our exit may be unobstructed." Moments later, Poirot stood beside me. He bowed to the woman. "Hercule Poirot is not so easily killed, madame. I bid you good evening." The gag stifled her reply, but the murderous fury in her eyes chilled me. I fervently hoped we would never be in her power again. Within minutes we were outside the villa, hurrying through the garden. The street was empty, and we soon left the area behind. Then Poirot erupted. "I deserve every word she said. I am a triple imbecile, a wretched fool, an idiot 36 times over. I was so proud of myself for avoiding their trap. And it was not even meant as a trap, except in the very way I fell into it. They knew I would see through it. They counted on my seeing through it. This explains everything, their easy surrender, the Halliday situation, all of it. Madame Olivier was the mastermind, Vera Rossakoff merely her lieutenant. Madame needed Halliday's concepts. She herself possessed the scientific genius to fill the gaps that baffled him. Yes, Hastings, we now know number 3's identity, the woman who may be the greatest scientist alive. Consider it. The intellect of the East, the methodology of the West, and 2 others we have yet to identify. But we must discover them. Tomorrow we return to London and begin. You will not denounce Madame Olivier to the police. I would not be believed. The woman is a national icon in France, and we can prove nothing. We are fortunate if she does not denounce us. What? Consider the scene. We are found at night on her property with keys she will swear she never gave us. She catches us at the safe, and we gag and bind her before fleeing. Harbour no illusions. Hastings, the shoe, as you say, is on the other foot. 8. In the house of the enemy, following our ordeal at the villa in Passy, we hasten back to London. Several letters awaited Poirot. He read one of the letters with a peculiar grin before passing it over to me. "Take a look at this, my friend." My eyes went straight to the signature. Ibe Ryland. I remembered Poirot's earlier description of him as the wealthiest man alive. The letter itself was blunt and to the point, expressing deep dissatisfaction with Poirot's last-minute withdrawal from a South American venture. "This makes one think very hard, does it not?" Poirot observed. I shrugged, suggesting it was only natural for the man to be irritated. "You misunderstand," he said sharply. "Recall the words of Meerling, the man who sought refuge here only to be killed. He said number 2 was symbolized by an S crossed with 2 lines, the $sign, and by 2 stripes and a star. This suggests an American who wields the power of immense wealth. Combine that with Ryland's enormous offer to lure me out of England. What do you make of it, Hastings? You can't mean," I said, stunned, "that you suspect Abe Ryland, the famous multi-millionaire, is actually number 2 of the Big Four. Your keen mind has seized the notion, Hastings. Precisely your tone when saying multi-millionaire was revealing. But consider this. This organization is led by men at the very pinnacle of influence. Mr. Ryland is notorious for his ruthless business tactics. He is a brilliant, unscrupulous man who already possesses vast fortune and now hungers for limitless power. There was certainly logic in Poirot's theory. I asked him when he had become certain. Ah, that is the trouble. I am not certain. I cannot be, my friend. I would give anything to know. If I could definitively identify Abe Ryland as number 2, we would be a significant step closer to our goal. I tapped the letter. It says here he's just arrived in London. Will you go and apologize in person? Perhaps. 2 days later, Poirot burst into our rooms in a state of extraordinary agitation. He seized both my hands. "My friend, a monumental, unprecedented opportunity has arisen, but it carries grave danger. I should not even consider asking you to undertake it." If his aim was to scare me, he was going about it all wrong, and I told him so. Calming slightly, he laid out his scheme. Ryland, it seemed, was seeking an English secretary with polished social graces. Poirot proposed that I should apply for the position. "I would do it myself," he explained, almost sheepishly, "but you see, the necessary disguise is nearly impossible for me. I speak English well, except perhaps when excited, but not well enough to deceive a native ear. Even if I sacrificed my moustaches, I fear I would still be recognized as Hercule Poirot." I had to agree. I declared myself ready to take on the role and infiltrate Ryland's inner circle. "He probably won't hire me anyway," I remarked. "Oh, he will. I will arrange for you such glowing references that he will be delighted. The Home Secretary himself shall recommend you." This seemed to be stretching credibility, but Poirot dismissed my concerns with a wave. "He will do it." I discreetly resolved a small matter for him that could have caused a terrible scandal. Now, as you might say, he eats from my hand. Our first move was to enlist a makeup artist, a small man with a bird-like, attentive manner not unlike Poirot's own. He studied me in silence before setting to work. Half an hour later, gazing into the mirror, I was astonished. Special shoes added over 2 inches to my height, and my coat was expertly cut to give me a tall, slender, almost scholarly appearance. The transformation was so complete I barely recognized myself, a strange and unsettling feeling that set my nerves on edge for the task ahead. My appearance had been cleverly transformed, giving my face an entirely new character. Subtle padding in my cheeks altered its shape, while the deep tan I once sported was gone. My moustache had vanished, replaced by a noticeable gold tooth on one side of my mouth. Poirot had instructed, "You are now Arthur Neville. May fortune protect you, my friend, for I believe you are stepping into dangerous territory." With a nervous pulse, I arrived at the Savoy at the appointed time and requested to see Mr. Ryland. After a brief wait, I was escorted upstairs to his suite. The millionaire sat at a desk, a letter bearing the Home Secretary's handwriting spread before him. This was my first glimpse of the man, and despite my reservations, I felt a distinct impression. He was tall and lean, with a prominent chin and a slightly hooked nose. His cold grey eyes gleamed beneath heavy brows, and thick, grizzled hair framed his face. A long black cigar, a fixture I later learned angled from the corner of his mouth. "Take a seat," he grunted. I complied. He tapped the letter. "This says you're qualified, so I won't waste time. Tell me, are you knowledgeable about society affairs?" I assured him I could meet his expectations. "I mean, if I have a bunch of dukes and earls and viscounts down at the country house I've rented, you'll be able to sort them out and seat them properly at dinner." "Quite easily," I replied with a smile. After a few more formalities, I was hired. Mr. Ryland needed a secretary familiar with English society, as he already employed an American secretary and a stenographer. 2 days later, I travelled to Hatton Chase, the Duke of Loamshire's estate, which the American had leased for 6 months. The duties posed no challenge. Having once served as private secretary to a busy member of Parliament, I was on familiar ground. Weekends saw large gatherings, but the weekdays were generally quiet. I had little interaction with Mr. Appleby, the American secretary, though he seemed a pleasant and efficient young man. I saw more of Miss Martin, the stenographer, a pretty woman in her early 20s with auburn hair and brown eyes that could sparkle mischievously, though they often remained modestly lowered. I sensed she held a quiet dislike and distrust for her employer, though she never voiced it. That changed one afternoon during an unexpected stroll in the gardens, when she confided her unease about Ryland's late-night secretive phone calls, a detail that sharpened my own watchfulness. Naturally, I observed everyone in the household. Several servants were newly hired, including a footman and some housemaids. The butler, housekeeper, and chef were the Duke's retained staff. The housemaid seemed insignificant. I studied James, the second footman, carefully, but he was clearly just that. More suspicious was Deeves, Ryland's valet, brought from New York. Though English-born and impeccably mannered, he stirred vague doubts in me. 3 weeks passed at Hatton Chase without a single incident to support our theory. There was no sign of the Big Four's activities. Mr. Ryland was undoubtedly a forceful and dominant personality, but I began to wonder if Poirot had erred in linking him to that feared organization. During dinner one evening, I overheard him casually bring up Poirot. "They call him a brilliant little fellow, but he's unreliable. How do I know? I hired him for a job, and he backed out at the final hour. I want nothing more to do with your Monsieur Hercule Poirot." It was in moments like these that I found my cheek prosthetics particularly tiresome. Later, Miss Martin shared a rather strange incident with me. Ryland had travelled to London for the day, taking Appleby along. After tea, Miss Martin and I were walking together in the garden. I had grown quite fond of her straightforward and genuine manner. Sensing something was troubling her, I waited until she finally confessed. "You know Major Neville?" she began. "I am seriously considering leaving my position here." I must have looked surprised, because she quickly continued. "Oh, I realize it's a marvelous opportunity in many respects. Most people would think me foolish to walk away. But I cannot tolerate being verbally abused. Major Neville, being cursed at like a common sailor, is more than I can endure. No true gentleman would ever behave that way. Has Ryland been cursing at you?" She nodded. "Naturally, he's often irritable and short-tempered. One comes to expect that. It's part of the job. But to explode into such a blind fury over absolutely nothing. He genuinely looked as though he could have killed me, and, as I said, it was over nothing at all. Tell me what happened," I urged. My interest thoroughly piqued. "As you're aware, I handle all of Mr. Ryland's correspondence. Some letters I pass to Mr. Appleby, others I manage myself, but I do the initial sorting. Now, there are specific letters that arrive written on blue paper, each marked with a small numeral 4 in the corner. I'm sorry, did you say something? I had failed to suppress a slight, startled sound, but I quickly shook my head and motioned for her to go on. Well, as I was saying, these letters come with strict instructions never to be opened. They are to be given directly to Mr. Ryland, and I always follow that rule. However, yesterday morning's mail was unusually heavy, and I was opening letters in a great rush. By accident, I opened one of these special letters. The instant I realized my error, I took it to Mr. Ryland and explained. To my complete shock, he flew into a terrifying rage. Honestly, I was quite frightened. I wonder what was in the letter to upset him so. Absolutely nothing. That's just the odd part. I had read it before noticing my mistake. It was very brief. I can still recall every word, and there was nothing in it that could possibly upset anyone.
You can repeat it?
I prompted. Yes, she said. After a brief pause, she recited slowly while I discreetly noted the words. Dear Sir, the priority now, in my opinion, is to view the property. If you insist the quarry be part of the deal, then 17,000 seems fair. An 11% commission is excessive, 4% is more than sufficient. Yours truly, Arthur Leversham. Miss Martin continued. It was clearly about some property Mr. Ryland was considering purchasing. But truly I feel a man who can rage over such a trivial matter is, well, unhinged. What do you think I should do, Major Neville? You have more worldly experience than I do. I calmed the young woman, suggesting that Mr. Ryland had likely been suffering from that common affliction of his type, indigestion. In the end, I sent her away feeling somewhat reassured. Yet I myself was far from satisfied. Once she had left and I was alone, I retrieved my notebook and reviewed the letter I had copied. What was the meaning of this seemingly harmless message? Did it relate to some confidential business transaction Ryland was conducting, one he wished to keep secret until it was finalized? That was one plausible explanation. But I remembered the small figure 4 marked on the envelopes, and I felt a surge of conviction. I was finally nearing the truth we had been searching for. I spent the entire evening and most of the following day turning that letter over in my mind. Then, in a flash, the answer struck me, and it was absurdly simple. The number 4 was the key. By reading every fourth word, a hidden instruction was revealed. Essential should see you, Quarry 1711-4. The meaning of the numbers was clear. 17 meant the 17th of October, which was tomorrow. 11 was the hour, and the 4 was the signature, either pointing directly to the infamous number 4 or serving as the calling card of the entire Big Four organization. The quarry reference was also obvious. There was an old, abandoned stone pit on the estate, about half a mile from the house. It was a secluded spot, perfect for a clandestine meeting. For a brief, glorious moment, I was tempted to handle this alone. Imagine the satisfaction of presenting a solved case to Poirot for once. But I quickly dismissed the notion. This was too important. We finally had the advantage over our adversaries, and I had no right to risk it all on a solo venture. Let's be honest, Poirot's mind was the sharper instrument. I wrote to him immediately, detailing everything and stressing the urgency of eavesdropping on that meeting. I offered to manage the affair myself if he preferred, but included precise directions from the station to the quarry, should he decide to come. I took the letter to the village post office myself to ensure it was sent. Throughout my assignment, I had been able to send messages to Poirot, but we had agreed he would not write back to avoid any intercepted mail. The next evening, I was practically buzzing with anticipation. With no other guests in the house, I was occupied with Mr. Ryland in his study all night. I had expected this, which meant I couldn't possibly meet Poirot's train. I was confident, however, that I'd be free well before 11. Right on cue, Just after 10:30, Ryland glanced at the clock and declared he was finished. I took the hint and made my exit. I went upstairs as if retiring for the night, then quietly slipped down a servant's staircase and out into the garden. I'd had the foresight to throw on a dark overcoat to conceal my evening clothes. I was some distance down the path when I happened to glance back. There was Ryland himself, stepping out from his study French doors into the night. He was on his way to the appointment. I quickened my pace, wanting a good head start. I reached the quarry a little winded. The place appeared deserted. I hid myself in a dense thicket of bushes and waited. 10 minutes later, precisely at 11, Ryland strode into view, his hat pulled low and the usual cigar clamped between his teeth. He cast a swift look around and then descended into the depths of the quarry. Soon I heard the low murmur of conversation. The other party had evidently arrived first. Cautiously, I crept from the bushes. Moving with painstaking slowness to avoid any sound, I inched my way down the steep path. A large boulder was now all that stood between me and the voices. Concealed by the deep shadow, I peered around its edge and found myself staring directly into the barrel of a sinister black automatic pistol. "Hands up," said Mr. Ryland. His tone clipped and cold. "I've been expecting you." He was seated in the shadow of the rock, his face obscured, but the threat in his voice was palpable. Then I felt the icy circle of a gun-barrel press against the back of my neck, and Ryland lowered his own weapon. "Well done, George," he drawled. "Bring him over here." Seething with fury, I was marched to a shadowy recess where the unseen George, whom I strongly suspected was the ever-proper Deeves, efficiently gagged me and tied my hands and feet. Ryland's voice cut through the darkness, colder and more menacing than I had ever heard it. "This is the end for both of you. You've interfered with the Big Four once too often. Remember the landslide that happened near here 2 years ago. There's going to be another one tonight, and I've arranged every detail." "By the way, your friend isn't very punctual, is he?" A chill of pure dread washed over me. Poirot, at any moment, he would walk directly into their trap, and I was utterly helpless to stop him. I could only hope he had decided to leave the matter in my hands and had stayed safely in London. If he were coming, he should have been here by now. With each passing second, my hope grew until it was brutally shattered by the sound of careful footsteps on the gravel path. I strained against my bonds in silent agony. The steps paused, and then Poirot himself emerged, his head tilted slightly as he peered into the shadows. Ryland gave a low, satisfied growl, raising a heavy automatic pistol. "Hands up!" he barked. At the same moment, Deeves moved from behind and seized Poirot, completing the ambush. "Pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Hercule Poirot," the American said grimly. Poirot's composure was astonishing. He didn't even flinch, though I saw his eyes quickly scanning the darkness. "My friend? He is here. You're both in the trap now, the trap of the Big Four," Ryland declared with a laugh. "A trap?" Poirot inquired mildly. "Have you not yet realized the situation?" "I comprehend that a trap exists." "Yes," Poirot replied gently. "But you are mistaken, monsieur. It is you who are caught in it, not I and my friend." "What?" Ryland's grip on the pistol wavered, his confidence faltering.
"If you fire, you commit murder under the watchful eyes of 10 witnesses, and you will hang for it," Poirot stated calmly. "This place has been surrounded for the past hour by Scotland Yard. It is checkmate, Mr. Abe Ryland." With a sharp whistle from Poirot, the quarry seemed to come alive with men emerging from every shadow. They swiftly disarmed Ryland and his valet. After a brief word with the officer in charge, Poirot took my arm and led me away.
Once we were clear of the site, he embraced me with surprising vigor. "You are alive, unharmed. It is magnificent. I have often blamed myself for allowing you to go." "I'm perfectly fine," I said, extracting myself, though my mind was reeling, but I'm completely in the dark. You saw through their plan. But of course I was expecting it. Why else do you think I permitted you to go? Your false name, your disguise. It was never intended to deceive them for a moment. What? I exclaimed. You never told me that. As I have often said, Hastings, you possess a nature so splendidly honest that if you are not yourself deceived, you cannot hope to deceive others. Therefore, you were identified from the start. And they did exactly what I had calculated, a mathematical certainty for one who employs the little grey cells. They used you as bait. They set the young woman on you. Speaking of which, as a point of psychological interest, did she have red hair? If you are referring to Miss Martin, I said stiffly, her hair is a distinct auburn, but these people are brilliant. They have even studied your psychology. Oh yes, my friend, Miss Martin was deeply involved in the plot. She recited the letter to you, along with her story of Mr. Ryland's anger. You wrote it down. You puzzled over it. The cipher was cleverly designed, challenging, but not impossible. You solved it, and you sent for me. What they did not know was that I was waiting for precisely this to occur. I went immediately to Inspector Japp and arranged everything. And so, you see, all ends in triumph. I was not particularly amused by Poirot's revelations, and told him so plainly. Our journey back to London on an early morning milk train was profoundly uncomfortable. I had just finished bathing and was looking forward to breakfast when I heard Japp's voice in our sitting room. Throwing on a robe, I hurried in to join them. Japp was shaking his head, a wry smile on his face. "You've really landed us in a fine mess this time," he told Poirot. "I have to say it's a first. I've never seen you taken in like this before." Poirot's expression was a masterpiece of wounded pride. Japp continued, "Here we were, chasing shadows about some international Black Hand conspiracy, and the whole time it was just the footman playing a prank. James, or whatever he calls himself, apparently made a bet in the servants' quarters. He wagered he could fool you, Captain Hastings, into believing he was the old man himself, feeding you a wild story about a secret criminal syndicate." "Preposterous!" I exclaimed. I escorted the man directly to Hatton Chase. The genuine Abe Ryland was sound asleep in his bed, and the entire household staff was ready to swear to the wager. It was nothing but an elaborate, foolish joke, and the valet was in on it from the start. "So that explains his preference for the shadows?" Poirot murmured thoughtfully. After Japp's departure, we were left in a heavy silence. "We understand the truth now, Hastings," Poirot finally stated. "Abe Ryland is number 2 of the Big Four. The footman's charade was a carefully planned exit strategy, a smokescreen for retreat, and that footman himself." I felt a chill. "Yes," I whispered.
Was undoubtedly number 4, Poirot concluded with grave certainty. The Yellow Jasmine Mystery. It was one thing for Poirot to philosophize about gathering intelligence and understanding our opponent's psychology. Personally, I was craving a more concrete victory. Since tangling with the Big Four, they had managed 2 murders, kidnapped Halliday, and nearly succeeded in killing both Poirot and me. Our side of the scoreboard, in contrast, was painfully blank.
Poirot dismissed my frustrations with his usual airy confidence. "For the moment, Hastings, they are the ones who laugh." "This is true, but you have an excellent proverb, do you not? He who laughs last laughs best. And at the end, my friend, you will see," he added. "You must also remember we are not contending with common thieves. We face the second greatest criminal intellect on the planet." I resisted the urge to ask who he considered the greatest, knowing full well what his answer would be. Instead, I tried, and failed, to pry any details from him about his actual methods for tracking our enemies. As always, he kept his movements shrouded in mystery, though I gathered he was in communication with confidential agents across India, China, and Russia. From his occasional triumphant remarks, he believed he was making progress in his favourite pastime, deducing the workings of his adversary's mind. He had largely set aside his private consultancy, turning down several exceptionally lucrative offers during this period. He would occasionally take a case that piqued his curiosity, but he'd drop it the instant he determined it had no link to the Big Four's machinations. This peculiar focus of his turned out to be remarkably advantageous for our friend Inspector Japp. There's no denying Japp earned considerable acclaim for solving several puzzles, where his success was actually due to a barely veiled hint from a bored Poirot. In return, Japp made sure to send full reports on any investigation he thought might interest the little Belgian. So when Japp was put in charge of the case, the papers dubbed the Yellow Jasmine Mystery, he promptly wired Poirot, inviting him to come down and have a look. It was in answer to this summons that roughly a month after my misadventure at Abe Ryland's estate, we found ourselves in a quiet railway compartment, speeding away from London's grime toward the small Worcestershire town of Market Handford, the scene of the peculiar affair. Poirot settled back into his seat. "And so, Hastings," he inquired, "what is your preliminary assessment of this situation?" I hesitated, choosing my words with care. "It all appears rather convoluted," I offered cautiously. "Does it not?" Poirot replied, his eyes sparkling with delight. "So, our sudden departure is a fairly obvious indication that you view Mr. Painter's death as murder, not suicide or a tragic accident." "Not at all, my friend. You are mistaken. Even if we accept that Mr. Painter met his end through a dreadful mishap, there remain several puzzling elements that demand an explanation. That's precisely what I was getting at when I said the whole affair was so tangled. Let us review the principal facts calmly and systematically, recount them for me in a clear and logical manner. I began immediately, striving for clarity. We begin with Mr. Painter himself, a man of 55, wealthy, refined, and something of a world traveller. For over a decade he was seldom in England, but growing weary of constant journeys, he purchased a modest estate in Worcestershire near Market Handford, intending to settle. His first act was to contact his sole relative, a nephew named Gerald Painter, the son of his youngest brother, and propose that the young man come live with him at the property called Croftlands. Gerald, a struggling artist, was only too happy to agree and had been residing there for about 7 months when the tragedy unfolded. "Your storytelling is positively literary," Poirot murmured. "I tell myself it is a narrator who speaks, not my dear Hastings," ignoring him. I continued, becoming more engaged. Mr. Painter maintained a reasonable household staff at Croftlands, 6 servants in addition to his personal Chinese valet, Ah Ling.
His Chinese valet, Ah Ling? Poirot echoed softly. On Tuesday evening, Mr. Painter complained of feeling ill after dinner, and a servant was sent for the doctor. Mr. Painter insisted on receiving Dr. Quentin in his study, refusing to retire to bed. The details of their conversation were unknown at the time, but before departing, the doctor asked to speak with the housekeeper. He mentioned he had administered a hypodermic injection due to his patient's dangerously weak heart, advised that Mr. Painter not be disturbed, and then posed some rather odd questions regarding the servants, their tenure, their previous positions, and so forth. The housekeeper answered as best she could, though she was perplexed by the line of inquiry. The horrifying discovery came the next morning. A housemaid, coming downstairs, was met by a nauseating smell of burned flesh emanating from the study. The door was locked from within. With the help of Gerald Painter and the valet, it was forced open to reveal a gruesome sight. Mr. Painter had collapsed forward into the gas fireplace, his face and head burned beyond recognition. Naturally, the initial assumption was that this was nothing more than a horrific accident. If anyone was to blame, it was Dr. Quentin for sedating his patient and leaving him in such a perilous situation.
But then a rather strange detail emerged. A newspaper lay on the floor where it had slipped from the old man's lap. When turned over, 2 words were found feebly scrawled across it in ink. A writing desk stood near the chair, and the forefinger of the victim's right hand was stained with ink up to the second joint. Clearly too feeble to hold a pen, Mr. Painter had dipped his finger in the inkwell and managed to trace these words on the newspaper he held. Yet the message itself seemed utterly bizarre. Yellow jasmine, nothing more. Croftlands is covered with a considerable growth of yellow jasmine on its walls, so it was assumed this dying message referred to them, a sign the poor man's mind was wandering in his final moments. A peculiar footnote, however, was that the doctor had been seen earlier that week examining that very same jasmine with unusual intensity, a detail the gardener mentioned in passing, but nobody thought significant at the time. Of course, the newspapers, always hungry for an unusual story, seized upon it with great enthusiasm. They dubbed it The Mystery of the Yellow Jasmine, though I was convinced the phrase itself held no real significance. "You believe the words are unimportant?" Poirot asked.
Well, if you say so, it must be true. I studied him, searching for a hint of sarcasm, but found none in his expression. Then, I went on, came the drama of the inquest. "Ah, I see you are savouring this part," he observed. Public sentiment at the inquest turned sharply against Dr. Quentin. For one, he wasn't the family's usual physician, merely a temporary replacement while Dr. Bolitho was on a much-deserved vacation. Many felt his negligence had directly led to the tragedy. Yet his testimony proved startling. He revealed that Mr. Painter's health had been declining since his arrival at Croftlands. While Dr. Bolitho had been treating him, Dr. Quentin found some of the symptoms puzzling when he first examined the man. He had only seen him once, prior to being summoned after dinner on that fateful night. Once alone with his patient, Mr. Painter shared an astonishing account. He insisted he wasn't actually feeling unwell, but the taste of his curry at dinner had struck him as odd, creating an excuse to dismiss his servant, Ah Ling. For a few moments he had discreetly emptied his plate into a bowl. He then handed it to the doctor, urging him to determine if the food had been tampered with. Despite his claims of feeling fine, I continued, the doctor noted the shock of his suspicion had visibly affected him, straining his heart. Accordingly, Dr. Quentin administered an injection, not a sedative, but of strychnine. That essentially wraps up the medical testimony, save for the pivotal fact the uneaten curry, upon analysis, was found to contain enough powdered opium to kill 2 men. I paused for effect. "And your conclusions, Hastings?" Poirot inquired softly. "It's hard to be certain," I admitted. "It could have been a dreadful accident. The attempt to poison him that same night might simply be a bizarre coincidence."
"But you do not truly think so. You lean toward believing it was murder, don't you? My friend, you and I do not follow the same path of logic. I am not yet choosing between 2 opposing solutions, murder or accident. That answer will reveal itself once we solve the other puzzle, the mystery of the yellow jasmine. Incidentally, you omitted a detail there." "You mean the 2 faint lines at right angles beneath the words?" "I didn't consider them of any possible importance." "What you consider important is always so definitive, Hastings. But let us move from the mystery of the yellow jasmine to the mystery of the curry. Precisely. Who poisoned it? And why? The questions are endless. Ah Ling, of course, prepared the dish. But what motive would he have to kill his employer? Is he part of some secret society, a tong, perhaps? One reads of such things. The tong of the yellow jasmine, maybe then, of course, there is Gerald Painter. I stopped abruptly. "Yes," said Poirot, nodding slowly. "There is Gerald Painter, as you say. He is his uncle's heir. He was, however, dining elsewhere that evening. He could have tampered with the curry ingredients beforehand, I suggested. feeling rather clever, and he would naturally ensure he was absent, so as not to have to eat the poisoned dish myself. My deduction seemed to impress Poirot. He regarded me with a newfound respect. He returns home late, I mused, building the hypothetical case. Sees the light in his uncle's study, enters, and finding his initial plan has failed, forces the old man into the fireplace. Mr. Painter, a reasonably robust man of 55, would not allow himself to be burned to death without a significant struggle. Hastings, such a scenario is not feasible.
Well, Poirot,
I cried, a surge of confidence washing over me. I fancy we're getting close to the truth now. The frustration of the case was giving way to a strange, almost giddy sense of clarity. Perhaps all the tangled threads were finally beginning to make a dreadful kind of sense. "Let's hear your thoughts," I prompted. Poirot offered a small smile, adjusted his posture, and launched into an explanation with his usual theatrical flair. If we proceed on the assumption of murder, the immediate question is the choice of method. To my mind, it points to a singular motive, the deliberate obscuring of the victim's identity by rendering the face unrecognizable. "You believe it's not Mr. Painter?" I exclaimed. "Patience, Hastings. I considered that theory thoroughly. I asked myself two questions. Is there reason to doubt the body is Painter's? Could it conceivably be someone else? After examination, I answered both in the negative. I felt a pang of disappointment. What then? His eyes gleamed. Then I acknowledged there is an element here I do not comprehend. Therefore, investigation is required. I must not allow myself to be consumed entirely by the affair of the Big Four. He glanced out the window. "Ah, we arrive. My clothes brush. Where has it wandered? Here, be so good as to tidy me up, my friend, and I shall return the favour." As he put the brush away, he mused, "One must guard against a single obsession. I have been perilously close. Consider, even in this matter, I nearly fell into the trap. Those marks, you noted, a downward stroke and a perpendicular line. Are they not suggestive of the numeral 4? I couldn't help but laugh. Poirot, that's fantastic. You see the shadow of the Big Four in everything. It will do us good to apply our minds to an entirely different setting. Look, there's Japp on the platform. We investigate at Croftlands." The Scotland Yard inspector was indeed waiting for us, his greeting enthusiastic. "Monsieur Poirot, good to see you. Thought you'd want in on this. Quite a puzzle, isn't it?" I understood this to mean Japp was thoroughly stumped and hoping for a lead from my friend. A police car was waiting, and we were soon driving up to Croftlands. The house was a modest, square structure of white stone, nearly shrouded in climbing vines, including a spray of fragrant yellow jasmine. Japp followed our gaze upward. "Must have been out of his mind to write that. Poor fellow," he commented. Maybe he was hallucinating, thought he was already outside. Poirot smiled at him. "Which is it, my good Japp? Accident or murder?" The inspector shifted uncomfortably. "Well, if not for the business with the curry, I'd say accident every time. It makes no sense to hold a living man's head in a fire." He did the chairs. Poirot's attention went immediately to the window overlooking a gravelled terrace. "The window?" he asked. "Was it latched?" This is, of course, the crucial point. When the doctor departed, he simply pulled the door shut. By morning, it was found locked. Who turned the key? Mr. Painter? Ah! Ling insists the window was both closed and bolted. Dr. Quentin, however, has a vague recollection it was shut, but not secured, though he will not swear to it. Certainty on this point would change everything. If this was murder, someone gained entry either by the door or the window. The door suggests an insider, the window, anyone. When they forced the door, the first act was to fling the window open. The housemaid who did it believes it wasn't fastened, but she is a notoriously unreliable witness. She'll remember whatever you suggest she should. "And the key?" I asked. "There you have it again. Jap sighed, his frustration evident. The object lay on the floor amidst the splintered wood of the door. It could have tumbled from the keyhole, been accidentally dropped by someone entering, or perhaps been slid under the door from the hallway outside. "So everything is a matter of could have?" Poirot observed. "You've got it exactly, Monsieur Poirot. That's the situation in a nutshell." Poirot surveyed the room, his expression troubled. "I cannot see the light," he murmured. "For a moment, yes, I had a glimmer, but now it is darkness again. I lack the essential thread, the driving motive." "Gerald Painter had a rather strong motive, I'd say," Jap remarked grimly. "He's been known to live wildly, and he's always short of funds. You know how these artistic types can be, utterly without principle." Poirot largely ignored Jap's broad critique of the artistic temperament. A knowing smile touched his lips. "My good Jap, is it possible you are throwing the mud into my eyes? I am well aware it is the Chinese servant you truly suspect, but you are being artful. You wish for my assistance, yet you drag the red herring across the path." Jap let out a hearty laugh. "That's you to the core, Mr. Poirot. Yes, I'll admit it now. My money's on the Chinaman. It stands to reason he was the one who tampered with the curry. If he tried once that evening to remove his master, he'd likely tried twice." "I wonder if he would," Poirot said softly. "But it is the motive that defeats me, some form of heathen revenge, I suppose." "Perhaps," Poirot mused again.
There has been no theft. Nothing is missing. No jewelry, money, or important papers? Not exactly, no. Both Poirot and I leaned in with interest. There's been no robbery, to be clear, Jap explained. But the old gentleman was writing a book of some kind. We only learned of it this morning when a letter arrived from his publishers inquiring about the manuscript. It seems he had just finished it.
"Young Painter and I have turned the place upside down, but we can't find a single page of it. He must have hidden it away somewhere." Poirot's eyes began to gleam with that familiar, intense light. "What was the title of this book?" he asked. "The Hidden Hand in China, I believe it was called." "Aha!" Poirot exclaimed, nearly gasping. Then he said swiftly, "Let me see the servant, Ah Ling, at once." The Chinese man was summoned. He entered with a shuffling gait, eyes downcast, his long braids swaying. His face was a mask of complete impassivity. "Ah Ling," Poirot began, "are you sorry your master is dead?" "I welly sorry." "He good master. Do you know who killed him?" "I not know. I tell policeman if I know." The questioning continued. With the same unreadable expression, Ah Ling described preparing the curry. He insisted the cook had no part in it, no hand but his own had touched the dish. I wondered if he realized how damning this admission was. He also maintained that the garden window had been bolted that evening. If it was found open in the morning, his master must have opened it himself. Finally, Poirot dismissed him. "That will do, Ah Ling." Just as the man reached the door, Poirot called him back. "And you know nothing, you say, of the yellow jasmine?" "No. What should I know? Nor of the symbol that was written beneath it." As he spoke, Poirot leaned forward and swiftly traced a shape in the dust atop a small table. I was close enough to see it before he wiped it away. A vertical stroke, a line at a right angle, and then a second downstroke, completing a large numeral 4. The effect on Ah Ling was electric. For a single fleeting moment, his face contorted into a mask of pure terror. Then, just as suddenly, it was blank and impassive once more. Repeating his grave denial, he withdrew. Jap left to find Gerald Painter, leaving Poirot and me alone. "The Big Four, Hastings!" Poirot cried. Once again the Big Four. Painter was a great traveller. His book undoubtedly contained vital information concerning the activities of Number 1 Li Chang-yen, the head and the brains of that organization. But who, how? Quiet, they are coming. Gerald Painter entered, an amiable but somewhat weak-chinned young man who seemed genuinely bewildered by the entire affair, his hands nervously fiddling with the cuff of his shirt. The man had a neatly trimmed brown beard and wore an unusual flowing necktie. He responded to Poirot's inquiries without hesitation. "I was dining with neighbours. The Wycherley family," he stated. "I returned around 11, using my own key. The house was quiet. The staff retired, and I assumed my uncle had also gone to bed. I might have glimpsed that silent servant, Ling, slipping around the hall corner, but it was likely just a trick of the light. When was your last encounter with Mr. Painter before coming to reside here?" Poirot pressed. "Not since I was a boy of 10, the nephew replied. "There was a long-standing rift between him and my father. Yet he located you with apparent ease after so many years? Pure chance, really." "I happened to see the solicitor's notice." Poirot concluded the interview, and we proceeded to call upon Dr. Quentin. His account matched his inquest testimony closely, offering little new. He greeted us in his surgery after his final appointment. The doctor appeared competent, his formal manner accentuated by his pince-nez. Yet I suspected his medical approach was quite contemporary. "I truly wish I could recall the state of the window," he admitted candidly. "But memory is treacherous. One can become convinced of details that never occurred. That's basic psychology, isn't it? Mais Poirot, I've followed your methods and consider myself an admirer. While it seems probable the Chinese cook introduced the opium into the curry, he'll never confess, and the motive may remain obscure. However, forcibly holding a man in a fire seems entirely out of character for him, in my opinion." As we strolled down Market Handford's main street, I mentioned this to Poirot. Could he have admitted an accomplice, I wondered? Is Inspector Japp ensuring he's watched? Japp had stepped into the police station on some errand. Agents of the Big Four are notoriously swift. Japp has both individuals under close surveillance, Poirot said sharply. They have been shadowed continuously since the discovery. Well, at least we can be certain Gerald Painter is not involved. You consistently perceive clarity where I see only fog, Hastings. It is a most exhausting trait. I chuckled. You old fox. You never wish to reveal your hand. To be frank, the outline of this case is now apparent to me save for the phrase yellow jasmine. I am beginning to share your view that it may be irrelevant. In such matters, one must decide who is being deceptive. I have reached my conclusion. And yet, he abruptly veered away and ducked into a nearby bookstore, emerging minutes later clutching a small parcel. Japp rejoined us shortly after, and we secured rooms at the local inn. The next morning, I awoke late. Descending to our private sitting room, I found Poirot in a state of visible distress, pacing the floor. "Do not speak to me," he exclaimed with a frantic wave. "Not until I am certain all is resolved, that the arrest is made. My psychological reasoning has been flawed. Hastings, when a man leaves a dying message, it is because the content is vital. Everyone dismissed it. Yellow jasmine? It grows on the house. It signifies nothing. How foolish! Then what does it signify? Precisely what it says." He brandished a small volume. "It occurred to me that research was warranted. What, in fact, is yellow jasmine? This book provides the answer. Listen," he read aloud. "Gelsmini radix. Yellow jasmine. Composition, alkaloids including gelseminin, a potent poison similar to conin, gelsemin, which acts like strychnine, gelsemic acid, and others. Gelsemium is a powerful depressant of the central nervous system." A sudden, grim realization settled over his features. The quaint botanical detail was not a floral note, but a deadly clue, shifting the entire investigation toward a more calculated domestic malice. At a certain point in its progression, the substance immobilizes the motor nerve endings, and in significant quantities it induces dizziness and a failure of muscular control. The ultimate cause of death is the cessation of the respiratory centre's function. You understand now, Hastings. Early on, I had a glimmer of understanding when Inspector Japp commented about a living man being pushed into the flames. In that moment, it became clear to me that the victim was already deceased before the fire. But what was the purpose? What could possibly be gained? Consider this, my friend. If you were to shoot a man, or stab him, or even strike his head after death, the nature of those injuries would clearly indicate they occurred post-mortem. However, with the head utterly destroyed by fire, no one would think to search for more subtle causes. A man who seemingly just avoided being poisoned at dinner would not be suspected of being poisoned again immediately after. The central question is always, who is being deceptive? I chose to place my trust in Ah Ling. You are astonished, Hastings. It was obvious that Ah Ling was aware of the Big Four's existence, so obvious, in fact, that it proved he had no prior knowledge of their connection to this crime. Had he been the killer, he would have maintained his perfectly composed demeanor without fail. Therefore, I decided to believe Ah Ling and turned my suspicions toward Gerald Painter. It appeared to me that Number 4 would find it quite simple to impersonate a long-lost relative. "Number 4," I exclaimed. "No, Hastings, not Number 4. Once I had researched the properties of yellow jasmine, the truth became apparent. In fact, it was staring me in the face. As usual, I remarked with some irritation, it is not staring at mine. That is because you refuse to employ your little grey cells. Who had the opportunity to interfere with the curry? Ah Ling. No one else. No one else. What about the doctor? But that occurred afterward. Precisely. There was no trace of powdered opium in the curry served to Mr. Painter. However, acting on the suspicions Dr. Quentin had deliberately planted, the old man consumed none of it and preserved the dish to give to his physician, whom he summoned as planned. Dr. Quentin arrives, takes possession of the curry, and administers an injection, purportedly strychnine, but in reality a lethal dose of yellow jasmine. Once the drug begins to take effect, he departs, having first unlatched the window. Later that night, he returns through the window, locates the manuscript, and forces Mr. Painter's body into the fire. He fails to notice the newspaper that slips to the floor, concealed by the old man's form. Painter, realizing what he had been given, made a final effort to accuse the Big Four of his murder. It is a simple matter for Quentin to mix powdered opium into the curry before submitting it for analysis. He provides his fabricated account of the conversation with the old man and casually mentions the strychnine injection, just in case the hypodermic mark is discovered. Suspicion is thus neatly divided between a tragic accident and the potential guilt of Ah Ling over the tainted curry. But Dr. Quentin cannot be Number 4. I rather think he can. There is undoubtedly a genuine Dr. Quentin, likely practicing abroad. Number 4 has merely been impersonating him for a short period. All the arrangements with Dr. Bolitho were conducted via correspondence, the original locum having fallen ill at the last moment, a most convenient coincidence. At that instant, Japp burst into the room, his face flushed. "Have you apprehended him?" Poirot asked urgently. Japp, quite out of breath, shook his head. Bolitho returned from his holiday this morning, recalled by a telegram. No one knows who sent it. The other man vanished last night. We will catch him, though. Poirot shook his head gently. "I think not," he said, and absent-mindedly traced a large numeral 4 on the table with his fork. A Kess problem. Poirot and I frequently dined at a modest restaurant in Soho. We were there one evening when we noticed a familiar face at a nearby table. It was Inspector Japp, and as there was space at ours, he came to join us. It had been some time since either of us had seen him. "These days you never seem to find the time to visit," Poirot remarked with a note of reproach. "Not since the Yellow Jasmine affair, which was nearly a month ago now. I've been away up north. That's the reason. How are you keeping? Still chasing that big four of yours, I suppose? Poirot wagged a finger at him. Ah, you may joke, but the big four, they are very real. I don't doubt they exist, but they aren't the center of the universe, as you sometimes make them out to be. My friend, you are quite mistaken. This big four represents the most formidable force for evil in the modern world. Their ultimate aim remains a mystery, but there has never been a criminal organization to match it. At its head is the finest mind in China, joined by an American millionaire and a French woman scientist. As for the fourth, Jap cut him off. Yes, I know all about it. It's become a real fixation for you. Let's talk about something else for a change. Do you follow chess at all? I have played on occasion. Did you catch that strange business from yesterday? A match between two world-famous players, and one of them died right at the board? I read a brief account. Dr. Savaronov, the Russian champion, was one, and the other, who suffered a fatal heart failure, was the brilliant young American Gilmore Wilson. That's right. Savaronov defeated Rubinstein years back to become the Russian champion. Wilson was being called a second Capablanca, a most peculiar event, Poirot mused. Unless I'm mistaken, you have a special interest in this case. Jap gave an awkward chuckle. You've got me, Monsieur Poirot. I'm stumped. Wilson was fit as a fiddle. No history of heart trouble. His death makes no sense at all. You suspect Dr. Savaronov of eliminating him? I exclaimed. Hardly that, Jap said dryly. I don't think even a Russian would commit murder just to avoid losing a chess match. Besides, from what I gather, Savaronov was likely to win anyway. They say he's a phenomenal player, second only to Lasker. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. Then what is your theory? Why would Wilson be poisoned? For I assume poison is what you suspect. Naturally. Heart failure just means the heart stops. That's the official line for now. But the doctor privately hinted he isn't satisfied. When is the autopsy scheduled? Tonight? Wilson's death was shockingly sudden. He seemed perfectly normal and was in the middle of moving a piece when he just pitched forward, dead. Very few poisons act with such speed, Poirot observed. I'm aware the autopsy should clarify things, but why would anyone want Gilmore Wilson out of the picture? That's what I'd like to know. He was a harmless, modest young man. He'd just arrived from the States and didn't seem to have an enemy in the world. It seems unbelievable, I said. Not at all, said Poirot with a slight smile. I can see that Jap has a theory. I do, Monsieur Poirot. I don't believe the poison was intended for Wilson at all. It was meant for the other man, for Savaronov. Exactly. Savaronov made enemies of the Bolsheviks when the revolution began. He was even reported killed. In truth, he escaped and spent 3 years surviving incredible hardships in the Siberian wilderness. The ordeal changed him completely. Old friends say they'd barely recognize him now. His hair is white, and he looks decades older. He lives as a semi-invalid, rarely going out in a Westminster flat with his niece, Sonia Daviloff, and a Russian manservant. It's possible he still believes himself a target. He was very reluctant to agree to this chess match. He refused outright several times, and only gave in when the newspapers got involved and started criticizing his unsportsmanlike refusal. Gilmore Wilson had persisted with a truly American tenacity, finally getting his way. So I ask you, Monsieur Poirot, why was he so reluctant? Because he didn't want any extra attention. He was afraid someone might pick up his trail. That's my theory. Gilmore Wilson was the wrong target. Is there anyone who stood to gain personally from Savaronov's death? His niece, presumably. He recently inherited a vast fortune from a Madame Gospoja. Her husband made his money in sugar speculation under the old government. I understand she and Savaronov were once involved, and she never accepted the news of his supposed death. Where was the chess match held? In Savaronov's own apartment. As I mentioned, his health is poor. Were there many spectators? A dozen at least, probably more. Poirot made a face. My poor Jap, your task is far from simple. Once I confirm Wilson was poisoned, I can make progress. Has it crossed your mind that, if your theory about Savaranoff being the target is correct, the killer might make another attempt? Naturally, I have 2 men watching his building. That will be most helpful should someone arrive carrying a bomb, Poirot remarked dryly. You're getting invested, Monsieur Poirot, Jap said with a grin. Care to visit the morgue and see Wilson's body before the autopsy? Who knows? Perhaps his tie is crooked. That might give you the brilliant clue that cracks the case wide open. My dear Jap, all through dinner my fingers have been twitching to adjust your own tie pin. You allow it, yes? There, that is far more pleasing to the eye. Yes, by all means, let us proceed to the morgue. It was clear this new puzzle had fully engaged Poirot's mind. Seeing him so animated again, after such a long period of disinterest in outside affairs, heartened me greatly. For my part, I felt a profound sorrow looking at the still form and contorted features of the unfortunate young American who had met his end so mysteriously. Poirot examined the body meticulously. There were no marks save for a small scar on the left hand. The doctor confirms it's an old burn, not a cut, Jap explained. Poirot's focus then shifted to the items from the dead man's pockets, which an officer laid out for us. There was little of note, a handkerchief, keys, a wallet full of bills, and some insignificant letters, but one isolated object captured Poirot's complete attention. A chess piece, he exclaimed. A white bishop. Was this in his pocket? No, it was clenched in his hand. We had quite a time prying it from his fingers. It needs to be returned to Dr. Savaranoff eventually. It belongs to a very fine carved ivory set. Allow me to return it. It will provide a pretext for my visit. Aha! Cried Jap. So you want in on this case. I confess you have skillfully piqued my curiosity. Excellent. It's pulled you out of your brooding. I can see Captain Hastings is pleased as well. Quite right, I said, laughing. Poirot turned back to the body. No other small detail you can share about him? He asked. I don't think so. Not even that he was left-handed? You're a magician, Monsieur Poirot. How did you know that? He was left-handed? Not that it matters here. Nothing whatsoever. Poirot agreed quickly, noting Jap's slight irritation. A minor joke, that is all. I enjoy playing a little trick on you. We parted on good terms. The next morning found us making our way to Dr. Savaranoff's Westminster apartment. During the ride, I found myself contemplating the niece. Sonia Daviloff, I mused aloud. It's a rather charming name. Poirot halted and cast me a look of utter despair, always searching for romance. You are hopeless. It would serve you right if this Sonia Daviloff turned out to be our old adversary, the Countess Vera Rossakoff, at the mention of the Countess. My expression darkened. The memory of that particular entanglement, with its blend of danger and fascination, was still uncomfortably fresh. Poirot cut me off with a wave of his hand. My friend, you give the Big Four too much credit. It was merely an observation. Jap may accuse me of an obsession, but I assure you my mind is quite clear. The door was answered by a servant whose face was so utterly expressionless it might have been carved from wood. I doubted such a man could ever show feeling. Jap's scribbled note on Poirot's card gained us entry, and we were ushered into a long, low-ceilinged room. It was a space of quiet opulence, filled with rich draperies and curious artifacts. Wonderful religious icons adorned the walls, and the floor was covered with exquisite Persian carpets. A samovar gleamed on a central table. My attention was caught by one particularly fine icon, and when I turned, I found Poirot not admiring it, but lying flat on the floor, scrutinizing one of the rugs. Is the weave so fascinating it requires such intimate study? I asked. The rug? Ah, it is beautiful, yes, he said, not looking up. Too beautiful, in fact, to have had a large nail brutally driven through its centre. Do not bother searching, Hastings. The nail is gone, but its mark remains. A movement behind us made me start. Poirot was on his feet in an instant. A young woman stood in the doorway, her dark eyes fixed on us with unmistakable suspicion. She was of average height, strikingly handsome, with a somewhat sullen beauty, piercing blue eyes, and a short, severe cut of jet-black hair. Her voice, when she spoke, was a rich, resonant contralto that held no trace of an English accent. My uncle cannot receive visitors. His health is very poor. A great pity, Poirot replied smoothly. Perhaps you can assist us instead. You are Miss Sonia Daviloff. I am. What is it you wish to know? We are looking into the tragic events of 2 nights ago, the death of Mr. Gilmore Wilson. What can you tell us? Her eyes widened. The doctor said his heart failed. He died at the chessboard. The police are not entirely convinced it was his heart, mademoiselle. A look of pure fear crossed her face. Then Ivan was correct, she whispered, almost to herself. Who is Ivan, and why would he be right? He let you in. He said to me he believed Gilmore Wilson did not die naturally, that he was poisoned, but by accident. She was leaning forward now, her initial distrust forgotten in her eagerness. The poison was intended for my uncle. Why do you say this? Who would wish to harm Dr. Savaronoff? She shook her head in frustration. I do not know. It is all shadows. My uncle does not confide in me. We are almost strangers. He had not seen me since I was a child until I came to London, but I know he lives in fear. Once I overheard a conversation. We have many such secret societies in Russia, and I believe it is from one of these he hides. She took a step closer, her voice dropping to a hushed, urgent tone. Tell me, monsieur, have you ever heard of an organization called the Big Four? Poirot started so violently he nearly upset a small side table. His eyes seemed to double in size. What do you know of them? He demanded. So it is real. I mentioned the name to my uncle once. He became a ghost, white and trembling. He is terrified of them, I am certain, and they killed the American by error. The Big Four, Poirot murmured, a strange, almost grim smile touching his lips. Always it is the Big Four. What an inconvenient coincidence. Your uncle remains in peril, mademoiselle, and I must prevent a second tragedy. Now, you must be my guide. Show me everything. The chess table, how the men were seated, every detail of that evening. She moved to the side of the room and returned with a small, elegant table. Its surface was a masterful inlay of silver and ebony, forming a perfect chessboard. This package arrived for my uncle a few weeks back, a gift accompanied by a note asking him to use it in his next match. It was positioned right in the center of the room, just like this. Poirot studied the table with what struck me as excessive care. His method of inquiry was nothing like my own approach. Many of his questions appeared trivial, while he seemed to ignore the most critical points entirely. I was convinced the sudden reference to the Big Four had thoroughly unsettled him. After a meticulous inspection of the table and its precise placement, he asked to examine the chess pieces. Sonia Daviloff brought them to him in a wooden box. He gave a few of the pieces a cursory glance. A truly exquisite set, he murmured, his mind clearly elsewhere. Still, he asked nothing about the refreshments served or the guests who had been present. I cleared my throat pointedly. Poirot, don't you believe? He cut me off sharply. Do not believe, my friend. Leave the thinking to me. Mademoiselle, is there any possibility I might speak with your uncle directly? A faint smile touched her lips. He will see you, you must understand. It is my role to speak with all visitors first. She left the room. I heard the low murmur of voices from next door, and a moment later she returned, gesturing for us to enter the adjoining chamber. The man reclining on the couch was an imposing figure, tall and gaunt, with a great white beard and bushy eyebrows. Dr. Savaronoff's face was worn from hardship and deprivation, marking him as a distinct personality. I noted the remarkable shape of his skull, its unusual height. A Grand Master must possess a formidable intellect, I knew. It was easy to believe this was the world's second greatest chess player. Poirot bowed. "Doctor, might I speak with you privately?" Savaronoff turned to his niece. "Leave us, Sonia." She obeyed without a word. "Now, sir, what is this about?" "Dr. Savaronoff, you have recently come into a significant fortune. If you were to die unexpectedly, who would inherit it? I have drafted a will leaving everything to my niece, Sonia Daviloff. You are not suggesting, I suggest nothing, but you had not seen your niece since she was a child. It would have been a simple matter for an impostor to take her place." Savaronoff looked utterly stunned by the idea. Poirot continued smoothly. "Enough on that subject. I offer the warning. That is all. What I require from you now is a description of the chess game from the other evening." "Describe it." "In what way?" "I do not play chess myself, but I understand there are standard opening sequences. The gambit, is it not called?" Dr. Savaronoff allowed himself a slight smile. "Ah, I see now. Wilson opened with the Ruy Lopez, one of the soundest openings frequently used in tournaments and formal matches. And how long had you been playing when the tragedy occurred?" "We were likely on the third or fourth move when Wilson suddenly pitched forward across the table, stone dead." Poirot rose to leave. He tossed out his final question as if it were of no consequence, but I knew better. "Did he have anything to eat or drink?" "A whisky and soda, I believe." "Thank you, Doctor. I will trouble you no further." Ivan was in the hall to see us out. Poirot paused at the threshold. "The apartment directly below this one. Do you know who resides there?" "That belongs to Sir Charles Kingwell, a Member of Parliament, sir, although it has been let furnished recently." "Thank you." We stepped out into the crisp winter sunlight. "Well, Poirot," I exclaimed, unable to contain myself, "I must say you did not exactly cover yourself in glory this time. Your questions were profoundly inadequate. You believe so, Hastings?" Poirot looked at me with an almost pleading expression. I was, as you say, thrown off balance. "What would you have asked?" I considered the matter carefully, and then laid out my entire plan of inquiry for him. He listened with what appeared to be keen interest. My detailed explanation lasted nearly the entire walk home. "Very astute, Hastings, and quite thorough," Poirot remarked, fitting his key into the lock and leading the way upstairs, "yet entirely superfluous." "Superfluous?" I exclaimed, bewildered. "But if the man was poisoned—" "Aha!" Poirot cried, snatching up a note from the table. "From Jap—" "Precisely as I anticipated." He tossed it to me. The message was brief and clear. No poison had been detected, and there was no evidence to determine the cause of death. "You observe," said Poirot, "our inquiries would have been entirely redundant. You anticipated this result. Predict the likely outcome of the play." Poirot quoted from a recent laborious bridge problem of mine. "My friend, when one accomplishes that successfully, it is not termed guessing." "Let's not argue semantics," I said, my impatience growing. "You foresaw this?" "Indeed. But how?" Poirot reached into his pocket and produced a white bishop. "Why?" I cried. "You neglected to return it to Dr. Savaronoff. You are mistaken. That bishop remains in my left-hand pocket. I acquired its counterpart from the chess set Mademoiselle Daviloff so kindly allowed me to inspect. 1 bishop plus another equals 2 bishops." He emphasized the final U's with a sharp hiss. I was utterly perplexed. "But why take it, Pablo? I wished to ascertain if they were identical." Poirot examined them, his head tilted. "They appear so, I concede, yet one must never assume a fact without proof. Fetch me, I pray, my little scales." With meticulous care, he weighed the 2 chess pieces, then turned to me, his face radiant with triumph. I was correct, you see. Impossible to deceive Hercule Poirot. He hurried to the telephone, waiting impatiently. Jap! Ah, Jap! It is I, Hercule Poirot. Place the manservant Ivan under surveillance. On no account allow him to escape. Yes, yes, it is as I tell you. He slammed the receiver down and faced me. You do not yet perceive it, Hastings. Allow me to elucidate. Wilson was not poisoned. He was electrocuted. A slender metal rod runs through the core of one of those chessmen. The table was prepared in advance and positioned on a specific section of the floor. When the bishop was placed upon a particular silver square, a current passed through Wilson's body, killing him instantly. The sole mark was an electric burn on his hand, his left hand, for he was left-handed. The special table was an exceedingly cunning mechanism. The table I examined was a duplicate, perfectly harmless. It was substituted for the lethal one immediately after the murder. The apparatus was operated from the furnished flat below. But at least one accomplice was within Saveronoff's apartment. The young woman is an agent of the Big Four, positioned to inherit Saveronoff's fortune. And Ivan. I strongly suspect Ivan is none other than the notorious Number 4 himself. What? Indeed. The man is a master of disguise, a character actor of the highest order. He can assume any role he chooses. I reflected on our past encounters, the asylum director, the butcher's assistant, the polished physician, all the same man, yet each portrayal utterly distinct. It's astonishing, I said finally. Everything aligns. Saveronoff must have sensed the plot, which explains his reluctance to proceed with the match. Poirot regarded me silently for a moment, then turned abruptly and began to pace. By chance, do you possess a book on chess, my friend? He inquired suddenly. I believe I have one somewhere. It took me some time to locate it, but I eventually found the volume and handed it to Poirot, who settled into a chair and began to read with intense concentration. Roughly 15 minutes later, the telephone rang. I answered. It was Jap. Ivan had departed the flat, carrying a large bundle. He had leapt into a waiting taxi, initiating a pursuit. He was evidently attempting to shake his followers, and apparently believing he had succeeded, had driven to a sizable vacant house in Hampstead. The house was now surrounded. I relayed all this to Poirot. He simply stared at me, as if my words were barely registering. He extended the chess manual toward me. Hear this, my friend. The Ruy Lopez opening. 1. PK4, PK4, 2 KT GB3, KT GB3, 3 BKT5. Then, black faces a decision for his best third move, selecting from several defenses. It was White's third move that ended Gilmore Wilson 3 BKT5. Merely the third move. Does that not speak to you? I confessed I had no clue what he was implying. Imagine, Hastings, you are sitting right here, and you hear the front door open and close. What would you assume? I'd assume someone left, I suppose. Precisely. Yet there are always 2 perspectives. Someone departed or someone arrived, 2 entirely different events. But if you cling to the wrong assumption, sooner or later a small inconsistency will appear and reveal your error. What are you driving at, Poirot? With a burst of energy, Poirot leapt to his feet. It means I have been a 3-fold fool. Quickly, to the Westminster flat. We may still be in time. We dashed out and hailed a taxi. Poirot offered no reply to my frantic questions. Racing up the stairs, we pounded on the door. No answer came, but when I listened closely, a faint, muffled groan was audible from inside. The hall porter, after some persuasion, produced a master key the moment the door swung open. A sharp scent of chloroform hit us. In the inner room, Sonia Davaloff lay on the floor, bound and gagged, a thick pad of soaked cotton wool pressed over her nose and mouth. Poirot ripped it away and began urgent efforts to revive her. Soon a doctor arrived, and Poirot, after handing her over, drew me aside. There was no trace of Dr. Saveronoff. "What is the meaning of all this?" I asked, utterly confused. "It means that when presented with two equally logical deductions, I selected the incorrect one. You recall I said it would be simple for anyone to impersonate Sonia because her uncle had not seen her in years? Yes. Well, the exact opposite was equally true. It was just as simple for someone to impersonate the uncle." "What?" "Saveronoff died during the revolution's outbreak. The man who claimed to have escaped with such horrific suffering, the man so altered his own friends, scarcely recognized him, the man who successfully claimed a vast fortune. Yes." "Who was he?" "Number 4. No wonder he panicked when Sonia mentioned overhearing one of his private discussions concerning the Big Four. Once again, he has slipped through my grasp. He anticipated I would find the correct trail, so he dispatched the loyal Ivan on a convoluted wild goose chase, chloroformed the young woman, and fled, having by now undoubtedly converted most of the securities left by Madame Gosposia. But then, who tried to kill him? No one tried to kill him. Wilson was the intended target from the very beginning. But why? My friend Saveronoff was the world's second greatest chess player. In all likelihood, number 4 did not even know the basic rules. He certainly could not maintain the pretense of an actual match. He tried everything to avoid the contest. When that failed, Wilson's fate was sealed. At any cost, he had to be prevented from discovering that the great Saveronoff had no idea how to play chess. Wilson favored the Ruy Lopez opening and was certain to employ it. Number 4 arranged for death to arrive on the third move before any defensive complications could arise. "But Poirot," I insisted, "are we dealing with a madman? I follow your logic and admit you must be right. But to murder a man just to uphold a charade? Surely there were simpler solutions. He could have claimed his doctor forbade the strain of a match." Poirot furrowed his brow. "Certainly, Hastings," he said. "There were other options, but none so convincingly final. Furthermore, you seem to operate under the assumption that killing a man is something to be avoided. Number 4's mind does not function that way. I place myself in his position, something you cannot do, and I imagine his thoughts. He relished his role as the professor during that match. I have no doubt he attended chess tournaments to perfect his performance. He sits there, brow furrowed, giving every impression of deep strategic thought, while inwardly he is laughing. He knows perfectly well that he only understands 2 moves, and that is all he requires. It would also appeal to his vanity to anticipate the precise moment that suits number 4. Yes, Hastings, I am starting to truly comprehend our adversary and his psychology." I gave a dismissive shrug. "I suppose you're right, but I'll never understand why someone would willingly take a risk that's so easily avoided." "Risk?" Poirot scoffed. "What risk? Would Inspector Japp have ever solved it? No. Had number 4 not committed one small error, he would have faced no danger at all." "And what was that error?" I asked, though I already guessed. "My friend," he said, tapping his temple, "he underestimated the little grey cells of Hercule Poirot. Modesty, as ever, was not among my friend's virtues. The baited trap. It was a bleak mid-January afternoon in London, the kind where the damp chill seeps into your bones. Poirot and I were settled in our armchairs, pulled close to the fire. I became aware of him studying me with that familiar teasing smile, its meaning just beyond my grasp. "A penny for your thoughts," I offered lightly. "I was thinking, mon ami, that when you first arrived last summer, you declared your intention to stay in England for merely 2 months. Did I say that?" I replied, somewhat awkwardly. "I don't recall." Poirot's smile widened. "You did, and yet your plans have changed, have they not?" "Well, yes, they have. And why is that?" Good heavens, Poirot, you don't imagine I'd abandon you when you're facing a menace like the Big Four, do you? Poirot gave a gentle nod. Just as I suspected, you are a steadfast friend, Hastings. You remain here for my sake, and your wife, your Cinderella, what does she say of this extended absence? I haven't burdened her with all the details, naturally, but she understands she would be the last person to want me to desert a friend. Indeed, she too possesses a loyal heart. But this may prove to be a lengthy campaign. I nodded, feeling a wave of discouragement. It's been 6 months already, I reflected. And what do we have to show for it? We really ought to be doing something more active, Poirot. Always so vigorous, Hastings, and what precisely would you have me do? It was a difficult question, but I held my ground. We need to go on the offensive. What have we actually accomplished all this time? More than you realize. We have confirmed the identities of number 2 and number 3, and we have learned a great deal about the tactics of number 4. I felt a slight lift in my spirits. Put that way, it didn't sound entirely hopeless. Oh yes, Hastings, we have achieved much. It is true I cannot publicly accuse Ryland or Madame Olivier, who would believe me. You recall when I believed I had Ryland cornered? Nevertheless, I have made my suspicions known in the highest quarters. Lord Aldington, who enlisted my aid with the stolen submarine plans, is fully apprised of all my intelligence regarding the Big Four. While others may doubt, he believes, Ryland, Madame Olivier, and even Li Chang-yen himself may continue their schemes, but a very bright light is now shining on all their activities. And number 4 I pressed. As I mentioned earlier, I am beginning to know his methods. You may smile, but to penetrate a man's character, to predict exactly what he will do under any given circumstance, that is the foundation of success. This is a duel between us, he constantly revealing his mentality to me, I striving to remain an enigma in the shadows. I tell you, Hastings, each day my deliberate inaction makes them more uneasy. They grow increasingly fearful of what I might be planning. At least they've left us alone, I noted.
There have been no further attacks on you, no ambushes of any sort. True, Poirot replied thoughtfully, and that in itself is somewhat surprising. There are 1 or 2 rather straightforward methods to reach us, which I would have expected to cross their minds. Do you follow my meaning? Some sort of explosive device, I guessed. Poirot clicked his tongue in clear annoyance. But no, I ask for your imagination, and you offer me nothing more inventive than a bomb in the grate.
Very well, I require matches. I shall take a walk despite this dismal weather. Forgive me, my friend, but is it your habit to study the future of the Argentine mirror of society, cattle breeding, the clue of crimson, and sport in the Rockies simultaneously? I laughed and confessed that only the clue of crimson held my interest. Poirot shook his head with sorrow. Then restore the others to their proper places on the shelf. Never shall I witness you embrace order and method. Mon Dieu, what is a bookshelf for, if not for this? After my humble apology, Poirot meticulously returned each volume to its designated spot before departing, leaving me to enjoy my book in peace. I must admit, I was nearly dozing when Mrs. Pearson's knock startled me. A telegram for you, Captain. I opened the orange envelope with little expectation. What I read turned me to stone. It was a cable from Bronson, my manager at the South American ranch, and its words were chilling. Mrs. Hastings disappeared yesterday, feared kidnapped by gang calling itself Big Four. Cable instructions have notified police, no clue, Bronson. I dismissed Mrs. Pearson and sat stunned, reading the message again and again. Cinderella taken? In the clutches of the infamous Big Four? My God, what could I do, Poirot? I needed Poirot immediately. He would know what to do. He would outmaneuver them. He would return soon, and I had to wait. But the thought of Cinderella in their hands was agony. Another knock came. Mrs. Pearson appeared again. "A note for you, Captain, delivered by a heathen Chinaman. He's waiting downstairs." I snatched it from her. The message was brief and direct. "If you ever wish to see your wife again, go with the bearer of this note immediately. Leave no message for your friend, or she will suffer." It was signed with a large numeral 4.
What would you have done in my place?
I had no time to think rationally. I saw only one thing: Cinderella in the power of those monsters. I had to obey. I dared not risk a single hair on her head. I must go with this Chinaman wherever he led. It was a trap. Certainly it meant my own capture and likely death, but it was baited with the person dearest to me in all the world. I could not hesitate. What tormented me most was leaving no word for Poirot. If I could only set him on the trail, all might not be lost. But did I dare? I seemed unwatched, yet I hesitated. It would have been simple for the Chinaman to come up and verify my compliance. Why didn't he? His very absence made me more wary. I had seen enough of the Big Four's reach to credit them with near superhuman awareness. For all I knew, even the weary-looking maid downstairs could be their agent. No, I dared not risk it, but I could leave the telegram. He would find it, and know Cinderella was gone, and who was responsible. All this raced through my mind in seconds. I clapped my hat on and was descending the stairs to meet my guide in little over a minute. The messenger was a tall, impassive Chinaman, dressed neatly but in clothes that had seen better days. I gave a slight bow in return as he addressed me. His English was flawless, though it carried a gentle, melodic lilt. "You are Captain Hastings?" "I am," I confirmed. He extended a hand, palm up. "You will give me the note, please." I had anticipated this demand and silently handed over the crumpled slip of paper. But he wasn't finished. "You received a telegram today?" "Yes, it arrived very recently, from South America, correct?" Once again, I was struck by the frightening efficiency of their intelligence network, or perhaps it was simply a very educated guess. Bronson was certain to have cabled me. They would have waited for its delivery before making their move. Denying the obvious truth would be pointless. "Yes," I admitted, "a telegram did arrive. You will fetch it. Fetch it now." I clenched my jaw, but what choice did I have? I turned and hurried back upstairs. As I climbed, I considered confiding in Mrs. Pearson, at least regarding Cinderella's vanishing. I saw her on the landing, but the young housemaid hovered just behind her, and I held my tongue. If that girl was a spy, the chilling words from the note flashed in my mind. She will suffer. I entered the sitting room without a word. Snatching up the telegram from the table, I was about to leave when a desperate idea struck me. Could I leave a signal that would be meaningless to my captors, but scream a warning to Poirot? I rushed to the bookcase and deliberately pulled 4 volumes onto the floor. Poirot would notice that immediately. Such disorder would offend his very soul, especially after his recent lecture on neatness. Surely he would find it profoundly odd. Next I added coal to the fire and carefully knocked 4 lumps into the grate. It was all I could manage. I prayed Poirot would interpret the signs correctly. I hurried back downstairs. The Chinaman took the telegram, read it swiftly, and tucked it into his pocket. With a curt nod, he indicated I should follow. What followed was a long, disorienting trek. We boarded a bus for a stretch, then later rode a considerable distance on a tram, our path winding ever eastward. We passed through districts whose existence I had never imagined, a labyrinth of narrow streets that eventually told me we were near the docks. I understood then I was being led into the very heart of Chinatown. An involuntary shiver ran through me. My guide pressed on, turning through a maze of grimy alleys until he finally halted before a decaying house and rapped 4 times on the door. It was opened instantly by another Chinaman who stepped aside to let us enter. The door clanging shut behind me felt like the ceiling of my own tomb. I was well and truly in the enemy's grasp. I was transferred to the second man. He led me down a shaky flight of stairs into a cellar crammed with bales and casks, the air thick with the pungent scent of exotic spices. I felt completely enveloped by the east, a sensation that was intricate, shrewd, and deeply menacing. Abruptly, my guide shifted 2 large casks aside, revealing a low, tunnel-like opening in the wall. He gestured for me to go first. The tunnel was lengthy and so low I had to crouch. Finally, it widened into a proper passage, and soon we emerged into another cellar. My escort stepped forward and rapped 4 times on a section of the wall. To my amazement, a whole panel swung inward, creating a narrow doorway. I stepped through and found myself in a scene straight from a fable, a subterranean palace from the Arabian Nights. The long, low chamber was hung with lavish oriental silks, brilliantly lit and fragrant with incense and spice. Several divans draped in silk were arranged about the room, and the floor was covered with exquisite Chinese carpets. At the far end was a curtained alcove. A voice emanated from behind the curtains. "You have brought our esteemed guest." "Excellency, he is here," my guide replied. "Let our guest approach," the voice commanded. At that moment the curtains were drawn aside by an unseen hand. Before me, on a large cushioned divan, sat a tall, slender Oriental man, dressed in magnificently embroidered robes. The extraordinary length of his fingernails marked him unmistakably as a person of immense importance. "Please, have a seat, Captain Hastings," he said, gesturing with a wave of his hand. "I'm pleased you agreed to come so promptly." "Who are you?" I demanded. "Li Chang-yen." "Not at all. I am merely the most humble of the master's servants. I carry out his instructions, nothing more, just as his other servants do in other nations, in South America, for example." I took a step forward. "Where is she? What have you done with her? She is in a secure location where no one will find her. For now she remains unharmed. Notice I said for now." A chill ran through me as I faced this grinning fiend. "What do you want?" I shouted. "Money. My dear Captain Hastings, we have no interest in your modest savings, I assure you." That was not, forgive me, a particularly clever guess. Your associate would not have suggested it, I imagine. "I suppose," I said grimly. "You aimed to trap me. Well, you've succeeded. I came here knowing the risk. Do whatever you want with me, but let her go. She knows nothing and is no use to you. You used her to capture me. You have me now, so that should end it." The smiling Easterner stroked his smooth chin, watching me sideways from his slitted eyes.
"You are moving too quickly," he murmured. "That does not quite end it. In truth, capturing you, as you put it, is not our true goal, but through you we hope to reach your friend, Mr. Hercule Poirot." "I doubt you'll manage that," I said with a bitter laugh. "What I propose is this," he continued, as if he hadn't heard me. "You will write a letter to Mr. Hercule Poirot, a letter that will persuade him to hurry here and join you." "I will do nothing of the sort," I replied angrily.
"The consequences of refusal will be most unpleasant. To hell with your consequences. The alternative could be death." A nasty tremor shot down my spine, but I tried to appear defiant. "Your threats don't frighten me. Save them for cowards." "My threats are entirely real, Captain Hastings. I ask you once more, will you write this letter?" "I will not, and furthermore you wouldn't dare kill me. The police would be on you in an instant." My interrogator clapped his hands sharply. 2 Chinese attendants seemed to materialize from the shadows, seizing me by both arms. Their master spoke to them rapidly in Chinese, and they dragged me across the room to a corner of the large chamber. One of them bent down, and suddenly, without any warning, the floor gave way beneath my feet. Had it not been for the other man's grip, I would have plunged into the gaping darkness below. It was pitch black, and I could hear the sound of rushing water. "The river?" stated my questioner from his place on the divan. "Consider carefully, Captain Hastings. If you refuse again, you will fall headlong into eternity, to meet your death in the dark waters below. For the final time, will you write that letter? I'm no braver than the next man. I'll admit openly that I was terrified, absolutely petrified. That Chinese devil was serious. I was certain of it. It was goodbye to the world I knew. Despite my efforts, my voice shook a little as I answered.
For the last time, no. Damn your letter.
Then I closed my eyes involuntarily and uttered a brief, silent prayer. I was sure those were my final words on earth. I braced for the impact of the cold, rushing water and the horror of that suffocating drop. But to my astonishment, a soft laugh reached my ears. I opened my eyes. At a signal from the man on the divan, my 2 guards brought me back to face him. "You are a brave man, Captain Hastings," he said. "We in the East value courage. I must say, I anticipated you would act exactly as you have. This brings us to the second act of your little play. You have faced death for yourself. Are you prepared to face it for someone else?" "What are you talking about?" I rasped, a dreadful chill seizing me. "Surely you have not forgotten the woman in our custody," he said smoothly. The rose of the garden I could only stare, a silent scream trapped in my throat. "I believe, Captain Hastings, you will write this letter. Look, I have the form right here. The message I send depends entirely on you, and it will mean life or a very slow, unpleasant death for your wife." Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. My captor went on, his smile pleasant, his tone utterly calm. "There you are, Captain. The pen is waiting. You merely have to write if you refuse." "If I refuse," I whispered, "if you refuse, the lady you adore dies, and she will not die quickly." My employer, Li Chang-yen, finds a certain creative relaxation in designing new and particularly imaginative forms of suffering. "My God!" I shouted. "You monster! You couldn't! Shall I describe a few of his favorite techniques to you?" He paid no attention to my choked protest. His voice continued steady and almost peaceful, describing horrors until I finally clapped my hands over my ears with a strangled cry. "Stop! Enough! I understand. Then pick up the pen and write." "You wouldn't dare carry it out. That is a childish thing to say. And you know it. Pick up the pen. And if I do, your wife goes free. The cable will be sent at once. How can I trust you to keep your word? I swear it on the sacred graves of my forefathers. Besides, use your head. What purpose would harming her serve once our goal is achieved? Her role in this will be over. What about Poirot? We will keep him comfortably detained until our business is concluded. Then he will be released. Will you swear to that as well, on those same graves? I have given you one oath. That should be enough. My spirit crumbled. I was about to betray my dearest friend. To what fate? For a moment I wavered, but then the horrific alternative rose before me like a waking dream. Cinderella in the clutches of these merciless men, subjected to unspeakable agony. The image was so vivid, I could almost hear her cries, a sound that would haunt me forever. A low moan escaped me. I grabbed the pen. Perhaps, I thought desperately, I could word the letter carefully, slip in some hidden warning. Maybe Poirot would see through it and avoid the snare. It was a thin, desperate hope, and it was dashed immediately. The Chinaman's voice cut through my thoughts, polite and firm. "Allow me to dictate the text." He paused, glancing at some notes beside him, and then began. "Dear Poirot, I believe I'm finally on the trail of number 4. A Chinese fellow came by this afternoon with a fake message trying to draw me out. Fortunately, I spotted his game in time and gave him the slip. I even managed to turn the tables and do a bit of shadowing myself, rather neatly, if I do say so. I'm sending this note with a sharp local boy. Give him £0.50, would you? That's what I promised for safe delivery. I'm watching the house now and can't leave my post. I'll wait for you until 6 o'clock. If you haven't arrived by then, I may attempt to get inside on my own. It's too good an opportunity to pass up, especially since the boy might not find you. But if he does, have him bring you here immediately. And for heaven's sake, do something about those famous moustaches of yours in case someone's watching from a window and might recognize you, yours, in haste. A.H. Each word I scrawled dragged me deeper into despair. The scheme was fiendishly clever. They knew the intimate details of our lives. This was exactly the sort of rushed, enthusiastic note I would write. By admitting the afternoon visitor had tried to lure me away, it completely invalidated any warning I might have tried to leave with my arrangement of 4 books. Poirot would think it had all been a trap I had cleverly avoided. The timing was perfect, too. Receiving the note, he would have just enough time to rush off with the innocent-looking messenger, and rush off he would. I was certain of it. My stated intention to enter the house alone would guarantee he came running. He never had any faith in my abilities, always treating me like I was stumbling into trouble without the sense to handle it. He'd swoop in to take over, convinced I couldn't manage on my own. But there was no arguing now. I wrote the message as instructed. The man across from me took the note, read it with a satisfied nod, and passed it to one of his quiet attendants, who slipped behind a silk curtain covering a hidden door. Smiling, my captor picked up a telegraph form, scribbled a few words, and handed it to me. It said, "Release the white bird immediately." A wave of relief washed over me. "You'll send it right away," I pressed. He only smiled and shook his head. "Once Hercule Poirot is in my custody, it will be sent, not a moment sooner."
But you gave your word. If this plan fails, I may still need our white bird to encourage your further cooperation. Anger turned my face pale. Good God, if you... He raised a slender, pale hand. "Do not worry. I do not expect it to fail. The instant Monsieur Poirot is captured, I will honor my promise. If you betray me, I have sworn it by my honored ancestors. Have no fear. Wait here. My servants will attend to you while I am gone." I was left alone in that bizarre, luxurious hideout underground. The second attendant reappeared, and one brought food and drink, but I pushed it away. My heart was sick with dread. Then suddenly the master returned, tall and imposing in his silk robes. He took charge, directing his men to hurry me back through the tunnel and cellar into the original house. They led me to a room on the ground floor. The windows were shuttered, but through the cracks I could see the street outside. An old, ragged man shuffled along the opposite sidewalk, and when he made a subtle signal toward the window, I knew he was one of their lookouts. "Good," said my Chinese companion. "Hercule Poirot has taken the bait. He is approaching now, alone, except for the boy guiding him. Now, Captain Hastings, you have one final role to play. Unless you show yourself, he will not come inside. When he reaches the front of the house, you must step outside and beckon him in." "What?" I cried, horrified. "You play that part alone. Remember the cost of failure. If Hercule Poirot suspects anything and refuses to enter, your wife will face the 70 lingering deaths." Ah, here he comes now. My heart pounded with a sickening dread as I peered through the shutters. I recognized my friend at once, even with his coat collar turned up and a large yellow scarf covering the lower part of his face. There was no mistaking that walk or the shape of his egg-shaped head. It was Poirot coming to help me in good faith, completely unaware of the danger. Beside him ran a typical London street urchin, face smudged and clothes in tatters. Poirot paused, looking across at the house, while the boy pointed eagerly. It was time for me to act. I walked into the hallway. At a signal from the tall Chinaman, a servant unlatched the door. "Remember the price of failure," my enemy whispered sharply. I stepped out onto the front steps and waved Poirot over. He hurried across. "Aha! So you're safe, my friend. I was growing concerned.
You managed to get inside? Is the house empty then? Yes, I said, forcing my voice to sound calm. There must be a hidden exit somewhere. Come in and help me search. I moved back across the threshold. Poirot, utterly unsuspecting, began to follow. And then something inside me snapped. I saw with terrible clarity the part I was playing, the role of a traitor. "Back, Poirot," I shouted. "Get back! It's a trap! Don't worry about me!"
Run now. Even as I yelled the warning, strong hands seized me like a vice. One of the attendants lunged past me toward Poirot. I watched as he leaped back, his arm raised, and then a thick, acrid smoke billowed around us, filling my lungs and clouding my vision. I was choking, gasping. This was the end. I felt myself collapsing, consciousness slipping away into darkness. I awoke gradually, my mind foggy and every sense dulled.
The first thing I saw was Poirot's concerned face peering at me from across the room. He let out a happy exclamation as my eyes focused. "Ah, you are back with us. All is well, my friend, my poor brave friend. Where are we?" I managed to ask, my voice strained. "Where? Why, in your own apartment, of course." I looked around slowly. It was true, I was surrounded by the familiar worn furniture of my sitting room. Even the 4 lumps of coal I had earlier knocked into the grate remained exactly as I'd left them. Poirot followed my gaze. "Ah, that was a brilliant inspiration of yours, the coal and the books. If anyone ever suggests to me that you, Hastings, lack cleverness, I shall correct them most firmly. It was a magnificent idea, truly superb. So you understood my signal. Do you take me for a fool? Naturally, I understood. It provided the precise warning I required, along with the necessary time to finalize my arrangements. Clearly, the organization had abducted you, but why not for your handsome face? Certainly, and not because they viewed you as a genuine threat. No, their aim was transparent. You were the bait to lure the great Hercule Poirot into a trap. I have been anticipating such a move. I made my preparations, and soon enough the messenger arrived, a seemingly innocent street child. I played along perfectly and hurried off with him. Fortunately, they allowed you to step outside, which was my one worry, that I might have to neutralize them before locating you, leaving you hidden and possibly lost." "Neutralize them?" I asked weakly. "By yourself?" "Oh, it was not so difficult. With proper preparation, everything becomes simple, much like the motto of the Boy Scouts, is it not? And an excellent motto it is. I was prepared. Not long ago, I assisted a distinguished chemist who worked extensively with wartime gases. He designed for me a compact device, easy to carry, simple to use. One merely throws it and poof. The smoke induces immediate unconsciousness. I then blew a small whistle, and several of Inspector Japp's men, who had been surveilling this house long before the boy arrived, and who followed us discreetly to Limehouse, rushed in to take control. But how did you avoid being overcome as well?" "Another fortunate circumstance. Our friend, the one you call number 4, could not resist mocking my moustache. That little jest made it quite easy for me to adjust my respirator under the pretense of arranging a yellow scarf." "I remember," I said eagerly. Then, with that word, the full ghastly memory I had pushed aside came crashing back. Cinderella, I groaned and fell back, darkness threatening to swallow me once more. I must have fainted again briefly. When I came to, Poirot was gently tipping brandy between my lips. "What is it, my friend? Tell me what troubles you so deeply." Haltingly, shuddering with the recollection, I recounted everything. Poirot cried out in sympathy. "My dear friend, what torment you have endured, and I knew nothing of it. But you must reassure yourself. All is well. You mean you will find her?" "But she is in South America. By the time we could reach her, she would surely be dead after horrors I cannot bear to imagine." No, you misunderstand. She is safe. She has never been in their clutches, not even for an instant. But I received a cable from Bronson. You received a cable from South America, signed with that name. That is an entirely different matter. Tell me, has it ever crossed your mind that a network this vast, with tendrils reaching across the globe, could easily target us through the little girl you adore? Cinderella? Never once, I answered. Well, it crossed mine. I kept it from you to spare you needless worry, but I took my own precautions. While your wife's letters appeared to come from the ranch, she has actually been in a secure location of my own devising for more than 3 months now. I studied him for a long moment. You're certain of that? Absolutely. I know it for a fact. They tormented you with a fabrication. I turned away. Poirot placed a hand on my shoulder. His voice held a tone I had never heard from him before. I am aware you do not care for embraces or overt displays of feeling. I shall be very British. I shall say nothing, nothing at all. Only this, in this final endeavour of ours, all the credit belongs to you, and fortunate indeed is the man who possesses a friend such as I have. 14. The Peroxide Blonde. The outcome of Poirot's gas bomb assault on the Chinatown location left me deeply unsatisfied. For starters, the gang's leader had gotten away. When Inspector Japp's men stormed in after Poirot's whistle, they found 4 Chinese men unconscious in the hallway. But the man who had threatened my life was not among them. I later recalled that when I was shoved onto the doorstep as a decoy, that particular individual had stayed well back in the shadows. He was likely outside the bomb's effective range and managed to flee through one of the numerous hidden exits we later found. The 4 men we captured revealed nothing. Despite the police's most thorough investigation, no evidence surfaced to link them to the Big Four. They were simply ordinary, low-level inhabitants of the area who claimed utter ignorance of the name Li Chang-yen. A Chinese gentleman had hired them to work in the riverside house, and they knew nothing of his private dealings. By the following day, aside from a mild headache, I had fully recovered from the effects of Poirot's device. We returned together to Chinatown to comb through the house from which I'd been rescued. The property consisted of 2 dilapidated buildings connected by an underground tunnel. The ground floors and upper stories of each were empty and abandoned, their broken windows hidden behind rotting shutters. Japp had already been poking around the cellars and had uncovered the entrance to the subterranean room where I'd endured such a dreadful half-hour. A closer examination only reinforced the impression it made on me that night. The silk wall hangings, the divan, and the floor carpets were all of exquisite craftsmanship. Though my knowledge of Chinese art is limited, I could appreciate that every item in that room was a perfect example of its kind. With Japp and some of his officers, we conducted an exhaustive search of the apartment. I had held high hopes of finding important documents, perhaps a list of the Big Four's key agents, or encrypted notes detailing their plans, but we discovered nothing of the sort. The only papers we found in the entire place were the notes the Chinaman had consulted while dictating the letter to Poirot. These contained a remarkably thorough record of each of our backgrounds, an assessment of our characters, and suggestions about the personal weaknesses through which we might best be approached. Poirot was absurdly, almost childishly, pleased with this find. Personally, I couldn't see any real value in it, especially since whoever compiled the notes was hilariously wrong in several of his judgments. I pointed this out to my friend once we were back in our rooms.
"My dear Poirot," I said, "now you know exactly what our enemies think of us. It's almost flattering in a twisted way how much effort they put into being so spectacularly mistaken. He seems to have a wildly inflated opinion of your intellect and a laughably low one of mine, though I fail to see how this knowledge benefits us in the slightest." Poirot gave a rather irritating chuckle. "You do not perceive it, my friend? Yet now we are forewarned of certain weaknesses. We know, for example, that you must learn to engage your brain before your feet, and should you encounter a distressed young lady with particularly vibrant hair, you must regard her, how do you say, with a healthy suspicion?"
No. Their notes had included some ridiculous insinuations about my hastiness and a supposed vulnerability to ladies of a certain hair colour. I found Poirot's remark in poor taste, but saw an opening for a counter. "And what of you?" I retorted.
Do you plan to address your overbearing conceit or your obsessive neatness?
I was quoting directly, and my barb clearly struck a nerve. "Ah, but in some matters they are quite mistaken, so much the better. They will discover their error. For now we have gained valuable intelligence. To be forewarned is to be forearmed." That last phrase had become a tiresome mantra of his lately. "We have learned something, Hastings," he went on. "Yes, we have learned, and that is progress, but it is not nearly sufficient. We must learn more. In what regard?" Poirot settled back, meticulously realigning a box of matches I had tossed onto the table, and adopted his familiar lecturing posture. I braced for a lengthy discourse. Consider, we face 4 distinct adversaries, 4 separate personalities. With the first, number 1, we have never personally crossed paths. We know him only by the imprint of his intellect. And I confess, Hastings, I am beginning to comprehend that mind exceedingly well, a most subtle and Eastern mind. Every scheme we have encountered originates from the brain of Li Chang Yen. Numbers 2 and 3 are so powerful, so elevated, they remain for now beyond our direct reach. Ironically, their very prominence which shields them also constrains them. Their movements must be calculated and discreet. This brings us to the final operative, the individual known as number 4. His tone shifted perceptibly whenever he spoke of this man. Numbers 2 and 3 operate from a position of notoriety and influence. Number 4 succeeds for the opposite reason. He thrives in obscurity. Who is he? No one knows. What does he look like? Again, a mystery. How many times have we seen him, you and I? 5, I believe. Could either of us honestly claim we would recognize him with certainty? I shook my head, mentally reviewing those 5 disparate identities. The burly asylum attendant, the buttoned-up man in Paris, the footman James, the unassuming doctor from the Yellow Jasmine affair, and the Russian academic. They shared not a single common trait. No, I admitted gloomily, we have absolutely nothing to go on. Poirot's smile was infuriatingly patient. Do not surrender to such dramatic gloom. We know a thing or two. What, precisely? I asked, my skepticism plain. We know he is of average height and has fair to medium colouring. A tall, dark man could not possibly have impersonated the stocky, fair-haired physician. It is elementary, of course, to add an inch or 2 for the roles of James or the Professor. Similarly, he must possess a short, straight nose. His true eyes are likely a neutral shade, easily concealed, but his ears... The ears are often a tell. He cannot alter their basic shape. He paused, his expression turning sharp and almost sarcastic. So you see, Hastings, we are not entirely in the dark. We are merely groping in a very dimly lit room, which is, admittedly, only marginally better than total blackness. A skilled makeup artist can build up a nose, but a large one can't be convincingly shrunk on short notice. Furthermore, he must be a relatively young man, certainly not past 35. You see, we are narrowing it down. A man in his early 30s, of average height and colouring, a master of disguise, and possessing very few, if any, of his original teeth. What? Surely, Hastings. As the caretaker, his teeth were broken and stained in Paris. They were even and white. As the doctor they protruded slightly, and as Savarinov they featured unusually long canines. Nothing transforms a face so completely as a different dental set. Do you see where this is leading us? Not precisely, I said cautiously. They say a man's profession is written on his face. He's a criminal, I exclaimed. He is an expert in the art of disguise. That is essentially the same thing. A rather broad generalization, Hastings, and one unlikely to be appreciated by the theatrical profession. Do you not perceive that the man is or was an actor? an actor. But of course, he has the entire technique at his command. Now there are two types of actors, those who lose themselves completely in a role, and those who manage to stamp their own personality upon it. It is typically from the latter group that actor-managers emerge. They take a part and shape it to fit themselves. The former class is more likely to spend a career impersonating.
My friend, no more time has been lost than was absolutely necessary.
For several months now, my associates have been engaged in precisely this task. Joseph Aarons is one of them, you recall him. They have compiled for me a list of men meeting the necessary qualifications, young men around 30 of more or less unremarkable appearance, with a gift for character roles, men, moreover, who have definitively left the stage within the last 3 years. Well, I asked, deeply intrigued. The list was necessarily rather extensive. For some time we have been engaged in the process of elimination, and finally we have distilled the whole matter down to 4 names. Here they are, my friend. He passed me a sheet of paper. I read its contents aloud. Ernest Luttrell, son of a clergyman from the north of England, always exhibited some peculiar twist in his moral character. Expelled from his public school, took to the stage at 23. A list of his roles with dates and venues followed. Addicted to narcotics. Believed to have departed for Australia 4 years ago. Cannot be traced after leaving England. Age 32. Height 5 feet 10.5 inches. Clean shaven, brown hair, straight nose, fair complexion, grey eyes. John St. Maur, assumed name. True name unknown. Thought to be of Cockney origin. On stage since childhood. Specialized in music hall impersonations. Not heard from in 3 years. Age approximately 33. Height 5 feet 10 inches. Slim build, blue eyes, fair colouring. Austin Lee. Assumed name. Real name, Austin Foley. Comes from a good family. Always had a flair for acting and distinguished himself in theatricals at Oxford. Brilliant war record. Performed in. The customary list followed, including numerous repertory productions. An enthusiast for criminology. Suffered a severe nervous breakdown following a motor car accident 3.5 years ago and has not appeared on stage since. No clue to his present whereabouts. Age 35. Height 5 feet 9.5 inches, fair complexion, blue eyes, brown hair. Claude Darrell, presumed to be his real name. Some mystery surrounds his origins. The notice detailed a performer who had worked in music halls and repertory theatre, a man seemingly without close companions. He had been in China in 1919, returning through America and taking a few roles in New York. Then, one evening, he failed to appear for a performance and vanished completely. A disappearance the New York police labelled deeply mysterious. He was approximately 33, with brown hair, a fair complexion, grey eyes, and stood 5 feet 10.5 inches tall. Fascinating, I remarked, setting the paper aside. And this is the culmination of months of inquiry. Just these 4 names. Which one draws your suspicion? Poirot gestured expressively. My friend, it remains an open question. I will merely observe that Claude Darrell's travels took him to China and America, a point of possible significance, yet we must guard against letting it prejudice us unduly. It could be mere coincidence. What comes next? I asked, my eagerness returning. Arrangements are already in motion. Carefully phrased advertisements will appear daily. Friends or relatives of these individuals are being asked to contact my solicitor. Even now we might. The telephone, it is likely as usual a wrong number, and they will apologize for the disturbance. But it could be, yes, it could be, that something has developed. I crossed to answer the call. Hello. Yes, M. Poirot's residence. Captain Hastings speaking. Oh, Mr. McNeil. McNeil and Hodgson were Poirot's legal representatives. I'll inform him, yes, will come immediately. Replacing the receiver, I turned to Poirot, my eyes alight. Poirot, there's a woman at the office. A friend of Claude Darrell's. A Miss Flossie Monroe. McNeil requests you come at once. Instantly, cried Poirot, vanishing into his bedroom and reappearing with his hat. A taxi soon delivered us to the solicitor's private office. Seated in the armchair was a lady of somewhat theatrical appearance, well past her youth. Her hair was an improbable yellow, arranged in abundant curls over each ear. Her eyelids were heavily darkened, and she had applied rouge and lip salve with a liberal hand.
"Ah, here is Poirot," said Mr. McNeil. "Poirot, this is Miss Monroe, who has kindly come to provide some information." "Ah, but this is most gracious," Poirot exclaimed, advancing with great ceremony to shake the lady's hand warmly. "Mademoiselle blooms like a rare flower in this dry-as-dust old office," he added, utterly indifferent to Mr. McNeil's sensibilities. This outrageous flattery had its intended effect. Miss Monroe blushed and gave a simpering laugh.
"Oh, get along with you, Mr. Poirot," she said. "I know what you continental gentlemen are like, mademoiselle. We are not as silent as Englishmen in the presence of beauty. Though I am not French, you understand, I am Belgian." "I've been to Ostend myself," Miss Monroe replied. The entire interview, as Poirot might have said, was proceeding splendidly. "And so you can tell us something of Mr. Claude Darrell?" Poirot continued. "I knew Mr. Darrell quite well at one time," the lady explained. "I saw your advertisement, and as I'm between positions at the moment, with my time being my own, I thought to myself, there, they want news about poor old Claudie, and its lawyers asking. Perhaps it's a fortune in search of the rightful heir. I'd best go round straight away." Mr. McNeil rose. "Well, Monsieur Poirot, shall I leave you to converse with Miss Monroe for a time? You are most considerate. But wait, a little idea occurs to me. The hour for luncheon approaches. Perhaps mademoiselle would honour me by joining me for a meal." Miss Monroe's eyes gleamed. It occurred to me she was in rather strained circumstances, and the prospect of a substantial meal was not to be dismissed. Minutes later, we were in a taxi bound for one of London's most costly restaurants. Upon arrival, Poirot ordered a delectable lunch and then turned to his guest. "And for wine, mademoiselle, what do you say to champagne?" Miss Monroe's expression said everything. The meal commenced on a most agreeable note. The atmosphere lightened considerably from the office's formality. As the champagne was poured, she even shared an unexpected anecdote about Darrell impulsively buying her a ridiculous feathered hat after a particularly good performance, a detail that painted him in a more whimsical human light. Poirot thoughtfully refilled the lady's glass, his attentiveness a smooth prelude to steering the conversation toward his true interest. Poor Mr. Darrell. It is a great shame he cannot be here with us now. Indeed it is, Miss Monroe sighed. That poor boy. I often wonder what could have happened to him. Has it been a very long time since you last saw him? Oh, simply ages, not since the war. Claudie was a peculiar boy, very secretive about his affairs, never breathed a word about himself. But then, I suppose that all makes sense if he's some missing heir, doesn't it? Is it a title, Mr. Poirot? Alas, only a financial inheritance, Poirot stated without a hint of shame. But you understand, identification becomes the crucial issue. That is why we must locate someone who knew him intimately. You were very close to him, were you not? I don't mind telling you, Mr. Poirot, you're a true gentleman. You know how to properly order a luncheon for a lady, something these modern young upstarts seem to have forgotten. Downright stingy, I call it. As I was saying, you being French, you won't be scandalized. Oh, you Frenchmen, so very wicked. She wagged a finger at him with exaggerated playfulness. Well, there we were, two young people. What else could anyone expect? And I've still a soft spot for him, I admit. Though, let me be clear, he didn't treat me well. No, he certainly did not. Not as a lady deserves. They're all the same when money enters the picture. Please, mademoiselle, do not say such things, Poirot protested, topping up her glass again. Might you describe this Mr. Darrell for me? He wasn't particularly remarkable to look at. Flossie Monroe said dreamily. Neither especially tall nor short, but quite nicely built. Trim appearance. His eyes were a sort of blue-grey, more or less fair-haired, I should say. But oh, what an artist! I never saw anyone in the profession to match him. He'd have been famous by now, if not for pure jealousy. Ah, Mr. Poirot, the jealousy in our world, you simply wouldn't believe the things we artists suffer. Why? I remember once in Pittsburgh, we mustered what patience we could to endure a long, tangled tale concerning a musical review and the disgraceful behavior of the lead tenor. Eventually, Poirot guided her gently back to Claude Darrell. This is all most illuminating, mademoiselle. Women are such superb observers. They see everything. They notice the tiny details that escape a mere man. I once saw a woman pick one man from a dozen, and how do you suppose she had noticed he had a habit of rubbing his chin when he was nervous? Would a man ever think to observe such a thing? "Would you believe it?" cried Miss Monroe. "I suppose we do notice things now. That I think of it, I remember Claudie always fidgeting with his bread at the table. He'd pinch off a little piece and use it to dab up crumbs. I saw him do it 100 times. Why? I'd know him anywhere by that one silly habit. Is that not precisely what I mean? The marvellous observation of a woman. Did you ever mention this little mannerism to him?" "No, I never did, Mr. Poirot. You know how men are. They dislike being noticed, especially if it seems you're correcting them. I never said a word, but many's the time I smiled to myself. Goodness, he never even realized he was doing it." Poirot nodded gently. I noticed his own hand trembled slightly as he reached for his glass. "Then there is always handwriting to help establish identity," he remarked. "Without doubt you have kept a letter from Mr. Darrell." Flossie Monroe shook her head with regret. "He was never one for writing, never sent me a single line in his life." "That is unfortunate," said Poirot. "I'll tell you what, though," Miss Monroe said suddenly. "I've got a photograph. Would that be of any use?" "You have a photograph?" Poirot nearly leaped from his chair. "That photograph is rather old, at least 8 years," I remarked. "Ça ne fait rien. Its age does not matter in the slightest. Ah, ma foi, what extraordinary fortune! Mademoiselle, would you allow me to examine it?" "By all means. Perhaps you might even permit a copy to be made. It would not take very long. Of course, if you wish." Miss Monroe stood up.
"Well, I really must be going," she said, with a playful tone. "It was a pleasure to meet you and your companion, Mr. Poirot. And the photograph? When might I expect it?" "I shall locate it this evening. I believe I know exactly where it is. I'll have it sent over to you immediately." "A thousand thanks, mademoiselle. You are exceedingly kind. I trust we may arrange another small luncheon very soon." "Whenever you like," Miss Monroe replied. "I am quite available."
"Let me see. I don't believe I have your address." With a flourish, Miss Monroe produced a card from her handbag. It was a little soiled, the original address crossed out and a new one written in pencil. After a series of elaborate bows and gestures from Poirot, we said our goodbyes and departed. "Do you truly consider that photograph so vital?" I asked him once we were outside. "Indeed, my friend. The camera does not lie. One can enlarge an image, isolate details that might otherwise escape notice. Consider the shape of the ears, for instance, something no verbal description could ever capture accurately. This is a remarkable opportunity that has fallen into our laps, which is precisely why I intend to take certain precautions." He crossed to the telephone and dialed a number I recognized as belonging to a private detective agency he occasionally used. His instructions were precise. 2 operatives were to proceed to the address he provided and ensure Miss Monroe's safety, following her discreetly wherever she went. Hanging up the receiver, he returned to me. "Is all that truly necessary, Poirot?" I inquired. "It may be. We are undoubtedly under observation, you and I, given that they will soon learn with whom we lunched today. It is possible that number 4 will sense the threat." Roughly 20 minutes later, the telephone rang, I answered. A brusque voice came through the line. "Mr. Poirot? This is St. James's Hospital. A young woman was admitted 10 minutes ago, a street accident, Miss Flossie Monroe. She is asking urgently for Mr. Poirot. He must come at once. She will not last long." I relayed the message. Poirot's face paled. "Quick, Hastings. We must go with the speed of the wind. A taxi got us to the hospital in under 10 minutes. We asked for Miss Monroe and were directed straight to the accident ward. But a nurse in a white cap met us at the entrance. Poirot understood from her expression. "It is over, yes? She passed away 6 minutes ago." Poirot stood motionless, as if stunned. Mistaking his silence for grief, the nurse spoke softly. "She did not suffer, and she was unconscious at the end. A motor car struck her. The driver didn't even stop. Appalling, isn't it? I hope someone noted the license number." "The stars are fighting against us," Poirot murmured. Then, his voice hardening with a sudden, bitter edge, he added, "Or perhaps it is not the stars at all. Perhaps it is merely human wickedness dressed up as fate." "Would you like to see her?" the nurse asked. She led the way, and we followed. Poor Flossie Monroe, with her rouged cheeks and dyed hair, lay peacefully, a faint smile on her lips. "Yes," Poirot whispered, "the stars fight against us. But is it the stars?" He lifted his head sharply, as if struck by a thought. "Is it the stars, Hastings, if it is not? If it is not?" He turned to the nurse, his manner suddenly urgent. "I must see a list of the items found in her handbag. Immediately, please." After a brief delay, the list was provided. Poirot scanned it and let out a sharp, suppressed exclamation. "You see, Hastings? Do you see? See what? There is no mention of a latchkey, but she must have carried a key." No, this was a cold-blooded murder, and whoever found her first took that key from her purse. Yet we might still be ahead of him. He may not have located what he was after immediately. We hailed another cab to the address Flossie Monroe had provided, a grim tenement building in a disreputable part of the city. Gaining entry to her apartment took considerable time, but we had the small comfort of knowing no one could slip out while we watched the door. When we finally got inside, it was clear someone had been there before us. The place was ransacked. Drawers and cabinets had been emptied, their contents scattered across the floor. Locks were broken, and even small tables were overturned in the searcher's frantic haste. Poirot began sifting through the chaos. Suddenly, he straightened up with a sharp cry, holding something aloft. It was an old-fashioned photograph frame, empty. He turned it over slowly. On the back was a small, round sticker, a price tag. "It cost 4 shillings, I remarked. "Mon Dieu, Hastings, open your eyes. That label is fresh and clean. It was placed there by the man who removed the photograph, the man who was here before us. He knew we would come, and so he left this for us. Claude Darrell, also known as number 4, 15, the terrible catastrophe. The tragic death of Miss Flossie Monroe marked a turning point, and I began to notice a distinct change in Poirot. Until now, his unshakable self-assurance had never faltered. But it appeared the prolonged strain was finally taking its toll. His manner grew sombre and preoccupied, his nerves stretched taut. In those days, he was as skittish as a startled cat. He avoided any discussion of the Big Four whenever possible, throwing himself into his routine cases with a semblance of his former zeal. Yet I knew he was secretly at work on the larger threat. A steady stream of extraordinary-looking Slavs came to see him, and though he offered no explanation for these mysterious meetings, I understood he was constructing some new defense or weapon with the help of these rather unsavory foreigners. Once, by chance, I saw the entries in his bank book. He had asked me to check a minor detail, and I noted the disbursement of an enormous sum, even for Poirot, who was amassing considerable wealth, to some Russian with a name that seemed to contain every letter of the alphabet. Still, he gave no hint of his intended strategy. He only repeated one phrase over and over. "It is a mistake to underestimate your adversary. Remember that, mon ami." I realized that was the very pitfall he was determined to avoid at all costs. Matters continued this way until late March. Then one morning, Poirot made a remark that took me quite by surprise. "Today, my friend, I recommend your best suit. We are going to call upon the Home Secretary." "Really, that is exciting. Has he consulted you on a case?" "Not precisely. The interview is at my request. You may recall I once rendered him a small service. He has, perhaps foolishly, formed a rather enthusiastic opinion of my abilities as a result, and I intend to trade upon that goodwill. As you know, the French Premier, Monsieur Desjardins, is visiting London. At my suggestion, the Home Secretary has arranged for him to join our little conference this morning. The Right Honourable Sidney Crowther, His Majesty's Secretary of State for Home Affairs, was a well-known and popular figure. A man of about 50, with a quizzical expression and shrewd grey eyes, he received us with the delightful easy charm that was one of his greatest assets. Standing with his back to the fireplace was a tall, thin man with a pointed black beard and a sensitive, intelligent face. "Monsieur Desjardins," said Crowther. "May I introduce M. Hercule Poirot, of whom you have doubtless heard?" The Frenchman bowed and shook hands. "I am, of course, familiar with the name Hercule Poirot," the man said with a cordial smile. "Who isn't?" "You are most kind, sir," Poirot replied, giving a slight bow, though a flush of gratification coloured his cheeks. A calm voice then spoke from a shadowed corner near a towering bookshelf. "No greeting for an old friend?" It was our acquaintance, Mr. Ingalls, stepping forward. Poirot shook his hand with genuine warmth. "Now, Mem Poirot," said Crowther, "we are listening. I believe you indicated you have a matter of the highest importance to discuss." "Indeed, monsieur, there exists in the world today a formidable criminal syndicate, directed by 4 principal figures known collectively as the Big Four. The first is a Chinese mastermind, Li Chang-yen. The second is the American industrialist Abe Ryland. Number 3 is a Frenchwoman of considerable standing. As for number 4, I am increasingly convinced he is an English actor of minor repute named Claude Darrell. Their alliance aims to dismantle the established order, replacing it with a chaos they would then command as absolute rulers." "Preposterous," the Frenchman murmured. "Ryland involved in such a scheme, the notion is utterly fantastical. Allow me, monsieur, to recount some of this group's activities," Poirot insisted. What followed was a gripping account. Though I knew every twist, hearing our perilous escapades laid out so starkly sent a fresh chill down my spine. When Poirot concluded, Eminence Desjardins cast a silent, questioning look at Mr. Crowther. The Home Secretary met his gaze. "I fear we must acknowledge the reality of this Big Four, M. Desjardins. Initial scepticism at Scotland Yard has given way to a reluctant admission that Mem Poirot's information has proven correct on numerous points, though I must confess I sometimes wonder if M. Poirot might embellish certain aspects. In response, Poirot meticulously outlined 10 critical pieces of evidence. I am still bound to secrecy regarding the specifics, but they encompassed a shocking series of submarine disasters in a particular month, alongside a spate of inexplicable airplane malfunctions and emergency landings. Poirot attributed all these events to the Big Four, arguing they demonstrated the syndicate's access to advanced scientific knowledge far beyond public understanding. This led directly to the question I had been anticipating from the French statesman. You state the third member is a Frenchwoman. Do you know her identity? It is a name held in great esteem, monsieur. Number 3 is none other than the celebrated scientist, Madame Olivier. At the mention of the world-renowned researcher, successor to the Curies, M. Desjardins sprang from his chair, his face darkening with outrage. Madame Olivier! Impossible! This is an absurd insult! Poirot merely gave a gentle, sorrowful shake of his head, offering no verbal defence. Desjardins stared at him in bewildered silence for a long moment. Then his expression shifted to one of patronizing comprehension, and he glanced meaningfully at the Home Secretary, tapping his own temple.
Poirot is a brilliant man, he declared. But even geniuses, they can develop their little fixations, no? Seeing grand conspiracies in high places where none exist. It is a known phenomenon. You see my point, Mr. Crother? The Home Secretary was quiet for a time. Upon my word, I simply don't know, he finally said, his voice heavy. My faith in Poirot has always been, and remains, considerable. But this strains credulity.
And this Li Chang Yen, Desjardins continued dismissively. Who has ever heard of him? I have, came the unexpected placid voice of Mr. Ingalls. The Frenchman stared, and Ingalls stared placidly back, his expression more inscrutable than ever. Mr. Ingalls, Crowther explained, is our foremost authority on the internal affairs of China. And you have heard of this Li Chang Yen? Until Mer Poirot consulted me, I believed I was the only man in England who had. Make no mistake, monsieur. Desjardins, there is only one power in China today that truly matters, and that power is Li Chang Yen. He may, I dare say, perhaps, possess the most brilliant mind in the world today. Menjadeurs Desjardins sat as if struck. After a moment he collected himself. There might be some truth in your words, Mensch Poirot, he replied stiffly. Concerning Madame Olivier, however, you are entirely mistaken. She is a loyal daughter of France, dedicated only to the pursuit of science. Poirot offered a shrug and remained silent. A brief pause followed before my small friend stood, an air of solemnity settling over his peculiar figure. That is all I have come to say, gentlemen. A warning. I anticipated not being believed, yet you will now be watchful. My words will take root, and each new development will strengthen your doubt. It was essential I speak now, later, I might have been prevented. You imply, asked Crowther, his scepticism giving way to the weight of Poirot's tone. I mean, monsieur, that having uncovered the identity of number 4, my life is measured in hours. He will stop at nothing to eliminate me, and he is called the Destroyer for good reason. Gentlemen, I bid you farewell. To you, M. Crowther, I entrust this key and this sealed envelope. I have compiled all my notes on the matter, along with my strategies to counter the threat looming over the world, and place them in a secure location. Should I die, M. Crowther, you are authorized to retrieve those documents and utilize them as you see fit. And now, gentlemen, I wish you good day. Desjardins offered only a cold nod, but Crowther rose and extended his hand. You have convinced me, M. Poirot, however fantastic it seems. I now believe completely in what you have told us. Ingalls departed with us. I am not displeased with the meeting, Poirot remarked as we walked. I did not expect to win over Desjardins, but I have ensured that if I perish, my knowledge does not, and I have gained an ally or two not so bad. You know I stand with you, said Ingalls. Incidentally, I'm leaving for China as soon as arrangements can be made. Is that prudent? Hardly, Ingalls said dryly, but it is necessary. One must do what one can. Ah, you are a courageous man, Poirot exclaimed with feeling. Were we not in public, I would embrace you. I suspected Ingalls was somewhat relieved. I doubt I'll be in greater peril in China than you are here in London, he muttered. That is possibly quite true, Poirot conceded. I only hope they do not manage to massacre Hastings as well. That would irritate me exceedingly. I cut into this grim exchange to state firmly that I had no intention of being massacred, and soon after, Ingalls went his own way. We walked in silence for a while before Poirot broke it with a wholly unexpected statement. I truly believe, I may need to involve my brother in this affair. Your brother, I cried, amazed. I never knew you had a brother. You astonish me, Hastings. Are you unaware that all celebrated detectives have brothers who would outshine them, if not for a profound natural laziness? Poirot sometimes adopts a manner that makes it nearly impossible to discern whether he is joking or serious. That manner was very much in evidence now. What is your brother's name? I asked, adjusting to this new notion. Hercule Poirot, he answered gravely. He resides near Spa, in Belgium. What is his occupation? I inquired, curious, setting aside a half-formed wonder about the late Madame Poirot's character and her classical taste in names. He has no occupation. He is, as I said, of a remarkably indolent disposition. Yet his capabilities are scarcely inferior to my own, which is saying a great deal. Does he resemble you in appearance? Not unalike, but not nearly so handsome. He was clean-shaven, with no moustache at all. Is he older or younger than you, strangely enough? We share the same birthday. A twin, I exclaimed. Precisely, Hastings. Your deductions are, as ever, unerring. But here we are, back at our lodgings. We must now turn our attention to the small matter of the Duchess's missing jewels. Yet the Duchess's necklace was destined to be postponed. A case of an entirely different nature awaited us. Our landlady, Mrs. Pearson, met us to say a hospital nurse had called and was waiting to see Poirot. We discovered her seated in the large armchair by the window, a respectable middle-aged woman in a dark blue uniform. She seemed hesitant to state her business, but Poirot, with his usual tact, soon eased her mind, and she began her tale. You must understand, Mem Poirot, I've never encountered a situation like this. I was assigned by the Lark Sisterhood to a case in Hertfordshire. The patient is an elderly gentleman, a Mr. Templeton. The house is agreeable, and the family seems pleasant enough. His wife, Mrs. Templeton, is considerably younger, and there is a son from the first marriage living at home. The young man and his stepmother don't always see eye to eye, I gather. He's not what you'd call sharp, not deficient exactly, but decidedly slow. From the start, Mr. Templeton's illness struck me as peculiar. At times he seemed perfectly well, and then he'd be struck by these violent gastric episodes with terrible pain and sickness. The doctor, however, appeared entirely satisfied, and it wasn't my place to comment. Still, I couldn't shake my unease. She paused, her cheeks colouring slightly. Then something occurred to heighten your suspicions, Poirot prompted. Yes, she admitted, though she still struggled to continue. I began to overhear the servants talking. About Mr. Templeton's condition? Oh, no, about another matter entirely. Concerning Mrs. Templeton? Mrs. Templeton and the doctor, perhaps? Poirot suggested, with that uncanny intuition of his. The nurse gave him a grateful look. Exactly, they were whispering. And then, one afternoon, I happened to observe them myself, out in the garden. She left it there, her sense of propriety so offended that it felt intrusive to press for details. Whatever she had witnessed was clearly enough to form a firm opinion. The attacks grew more severe. Dr. Treves insisted it was all part of the natural progression, that Mr. Templeton couldn't possibly last much longer, but in all my years of nursing I've never seen anything quite like it. To me it bore a much stronger resemblance to a form of— She hesitated. Arsenical poisoning, Poirot offered helpfully. She nodded in grave agreement, and then the patient himself said something very odd in the midst of his pain. Hardly conscious, he muttered, "They'll do for me, the four of them. They'll do for me yet." Ah, said Poirot, leaning forward. Those were his exact words, his very words, Poirot. He was in agony, of course, and not fully aware. They'll do for me, the 4 of them, Poirot repeated thoughtfully. What do you suppose he meant by the 4 of them? I really couldn't say, sir. I wondered if he meant his wife, his son, the doctor, and perhaps Miss Clark, Mrs. Templeton's companion. That would make 4. He might believe they were all conspiring against him. Quite possible, murmured Poirot, his mind elsewhere. And the food? Could you take no precautions? I do what I can, but Mrs. Templeton often insists on preparing his tray herself, and there are my off-duty hours to consider. Precisely. And you feel insufficiently certain to approach the police. The nurse's expression showed pure horror at the suggestion. What I have done, Mere Poirot, is this following a particularly violent attack, which came on after he consumed a bowl of soup. I acted on a sudden impulse. I managed to secrete a small sample of the broth in a clean medicine vial I had in my bag. It seemed the only tangible thing I could do. This was a new detail, a small act of defiance she had not mentioned before. The situation is wearing on me terribly, she confessed, her professional composure finally cracking into a tone of sarcastic exasperation. 1 minute I'm playing nurse, the next an amateur detective in a household that feels more like a poorly staged theatre production. Honestly, if I wanted this much drama, I would have taken up a position in the theatre district. Afterwards, I took a small sample from the bottom of the bowl and brought it with me. I was given the day to visit my sick mother, as Mr. Templeton was well enough to be left alone. She produced a small bottle of dark liquid and passed it to Poirot. Excellent, mademoiselle. We will have this analyzed at once. If you return here in, say, an hour, I believe, we can settle your suspicions one way or another. After first obtaining our visitor's name and credentials, he showed her out. He then wrote a note and dispatched it along with the bottle of soup. While we waited for the results, Poirot occupied himself by checking the nurse's background, a move that surprised me a little. No, no, my friend, he insisted. It is wise to be cautious. Remember, the big 4 are still pursuing us. He quickly confirmed that a nurse named Mabel Palmer was indeed a member of the Lark Institute and had been assigned to the case. So far so good, he remarked with a twinkle. Just then, Nurse Palmer returned, and the analyst's report arrived as well. Is there arsenic in it? She asked breathlessly. Poirot shook his head as he refolded the paper. No, we were both utterly taken aback. There is no arsenic present, Poirot continued, but there is antimony. Given that, we must leave for Hertfordshire at once. Let us pray we are not too late. We decided the simplest approach was for Poirot to present himself honestly as a detective, though the stated reason for his visit would be to question Mrs. Templeton about a former maid, a name he got from Nurse Palmer, whom he could claim was linked to a jewel theft. We arrived late at the house, called Elmstead. We had let Nurse Palmer go ahead of us by about 20 minutes to avoid arriving altogether. Mrs. Templeton, a tall, dark woman with sinuous movements and uneasy eyes, received us. I noticed that when Poirot stated his profession, she drew in her breath sharply, as if startled, but she answered his questions about the maid readily enough. Then, to test her, Poirot launched into a lengthy account of a poisoning case involving a guilty wife. His eyes never left her face as he spoke, and despite her efforts, she could hardly hide her growing agitation. Abruptly, muttering a vague excuse, she hurried from the room. We were not alone for long. A squarely built man with a small red moustache and pince-nez entered. Dr. Treves, he introduced himself. Mrs. Templeton asked me to apologize. She's in a poor state, you understand. Nervous strain, worry over her husband and so on. I've prescribed bed rest and bromide, but she hopes you'll stay for dinner, and I'm to play host. We've heard of you down here, ma'am. Poirot? And we intend to make the most of you. Ah, here's Mickey. A shambling young man came into the room. He had a very round face and foolish-looking eyebrows raised as if in permanent surprise. He grinned awkwardly as he shook hands. This was clearly the simple son. Soon we all went in to dinner. Dr. Treves left the room to fetch more wine, I assumed. And suddenly the boy's expression changed dramatically. He leaned forward, staring at Poirot. "You've come about, father," he said, nodding. "I know lots of things, but nobody thinks I do. Mother will be glad when father's dead and she can marry Dr. Treves. She isn't my real mother, you know. I don't like her. She wants father to die." It was all rather chilling. Luckily, before Poirot could reply, the doctor returned, and we had to resume a strained conversation. Then, suddenly, Poirot leaned back in his chair with a low groan. His face twisted in pain. "My dear sir, what's the matter?" cried the doctor. A sudden spasm. "I am accustomed to them. No, I do not require your assistance, doctor. If I could just rest upstairs for a moment." His wish was granted immediately, and I followed him up to the bedroom, where he fell onto the mattress with a dramatic groan. For a brief moment I was fooled, but I soon understood Poirot was, as he might say, performing a little act. His real aim was to be left alone on the upper floor, close to the sick room. So I wasn't surprised when, the second we were by ourselves, he leapt from the bed. "Quickly, Hastings, to the window. There's ivy on the wall. We can climb down before they grow suspicious." "Climb down the ivy?" "Exactly. We must leave this house immediately. Did you observe him during dinner, the doctor?" "No. The younger Templeton, that little habit with his bread. Recall what Flossie Munro told us before she died? She mentioned Claude Darrell had a way of pressing his bread against the table to gather crumbs. Hastings, this is an enormous conspiracy, and that bland young man is our greatest adversary, number 4 himself. We must hurry. I didn't stop to debate, however. Unbelievable it seemed, delay was dangerous. We scrambled as quietly as possible down the clinging ivy and headed straight for the little town and the railway station. We just managed to catch the final train, the 8:34, which would get us back to the city around 11. A conspiracy. Poirot mused aloud. How many are involved, I wonder? I begin to suspect the entire Templeton household are merely agents of the Big Four. Was their goal simply to lure us down there, or was it more cunning? Perhaps they meant to keep me occupied with their little performance until they had time to accomplish. What, exactly? I'm wondering now. He fell into a deep silence for the rest of the journey. When we reached our rooms, he held me back at the sitting-room door. "Be careful, my friend. I have my doubts. Allow me to enter first." He did so, and, somewhat to my amusement, he used an old overshoe to press the light switch. Then he moved through the room like a wary cat, cautious and delicate, sensing for any threat. I watched him from my place by the wall where he'd stationed me. "It seems perfectly fine, Poirot," I said, growing impatient. "So it seems, mon ami. So it seems. But we must be certain." "Nonsense," I retorted. "I'm going to light the fire and have my pipe. I've caught you out for once. You had the matches last and didn't return them to the stand, the very mistake you're always scolding me for making." I reached out my hand. I heard Poirot's sharp cry of warning, saw him springing toward me. My fingers brushed the matchbox. Then came a blinding flash of blue flame, a deafening roar, and then nothing. I awoke to find our old acquaintance, Dr. Ridgway, looking down at me with his familiar face. An expression of profound relief crossed his features. "Lie still," he said gently. "You're going to be all right. There's been an accident, you see. Poirot," I whispered, "you're in my rooms. Everything is quite all right now." A cold dread seized my heart. His avoidance of my questions stirred a terrible fear. "Poirot?" I demanded again. "What about Poirot?" He saw that I had to know, and that further evasion was pointless. "By some miracle you survived. Poirot did not." A cry escaped my lips. "Not dead, he isn't dead." Ridgway lowered his head, his face contorted with emotion. With a desperate effort, I raised myself to a sitting position. "Poirot may be gone," I said, my voice faint, "but his work remains. I will see it through. Death to the Big Four." Then I fell back, unconscious. 16. The Dying Chinaman. Even now, those days in March are almost too painful to recount. Poirot, the singular, the irreplaceable Hercule Poirot, dead. There was a particularly cruel cleverness in the disarranged matchbox, certain to draw his orderly eye and prompt him to tidy it, thereby triggering the blast. The fact that it was I who actually caused the disaster filled me with a relentless, futile guilt. Dr. Ridgway said it was a sheer miracle I wasn't killed, escaping instead with only a mild concussion. The world felt greyer, quieter, and infinitely more dangerous without his brilliant, meticulous presence guiding the way. In a quiet moment of clarity amidst the grief, I resolved to visit the city's botanical gardens the next day, a place he had always found soothing for thinking. Perhaps there, among the orderly rows of plants, I could find a fragment of his methodical peace and the strength to continue. Though it felt as though I woke almost instantly, more than a full day had passed before I truly returned to the world. Only by that evening was I strong enough to shuffle weakly into the next room, where a simple elm coffin held the body of the most extraordinary man I had ever known. From the moment my senses cleared, my mind held a single burning purpose: to avenge Poirot's death and hunt the Big Four without mercy. I expected Dr. Ridgway to share my resolve, but to my astonishment, his response was oddly hesitant. "Go back to your ranch in South America," he kept advising, as if the idea of pursuing justice was a fool's errand. He framed it gently, but his meaning was plain. If the great Poirot had failed, what hope did I have? Yet I couldn't accept that. Having worked beside Poirot for so long, I knew his methods inside out. I felt not only capable but compelled to continue his work. This was about loyalty, not just skill. My friend had been brutally murdered. How could I simply walk away? Ridgway listened patiently, but when I finished, he only shook his head. "I believe Poirot himself would urge you to leave this behind. In his name, I beg you, Hastings, abandon this path and go home." There was only one answer I could give. He fell silent, his expression heavy with regret. It took a full month before my strength returned. Late in April, I secured a meeting with the Home Secretary, Mr. Crowther. His manner mirrored Ridgway's, polite, soothing, and utterly dismissive. While he thanked me for my offer, he made it clear my services weren't needed. He assured me Poirot's papers were in safe hands and that every precaution was being taken against the looming threat. It was all cold comfort, and like Ridgway, he ended by suggesting I return to South America. The whole affair left me deeply frustrated. I should mention Poirot's funeral, a solemn, moving service. The sheer number of floral tributes was staggering, coming from every walk of life, a true testament to the place he'd carved in his adopted country. Standing by the grave memories of our adventures and the good times we shared washed over me, and I was overcome by early May. I had formed my own plan. I decided to follow Poirot's earlier idea and place advertisements seeking information on Claude Darrell. After arranging for the notices to run in several morning papers, I was sitting in a small Soho cafe, reviewing one of them, when another item in the paper caught my eye. A brief report on the mysterious disappearance of Mr. John Ingalls from the SS Shanghai shortly after it left Marseille. Despite calm seas, he was presumed lost overboard. The notice ended with a mention of his long service in China. The news hit me like a physical blow. I saw nothing accidental about it. Ingalls had been murdered, another clear strike from the cursed Big Four. I sat there, stunned by the blow, and turning the whole matter over in my mind when I was startled by the odd behavior of the man seated across from me. Until that moment, I hadn't paid him much notice. He was a lean, dark man of middle age with a sallow complexion and a neatly trimmed pointed beard. He had taken his seat so quietly that I'd scarcely registered his arrival, but now his actions were decidedly strange. Leaning forward, he deliberately helped me to salt, arranging it in 4 small mounds around the rim of my plate. "You'll excuse me," he said in a mournful tone. "They say to help a stranger to salt is to help them to sorrow. That may be an unavoidable necessity. I hope not, though. I hope you will see reason." Then, with pointed significance, he repeated the gesture on his own plate. The number 4 was too plain to miss. I studied him carefully. He bore no resemblance I could detect to the young Templeton, or to James the footman, or to any of the other identities we had encountered. Yet I was certain I was dealing with none other than the formidable number 4 himself. In his voice lingered a faint echo of the buttoned-up stranger who had called on us in Paris. I glanced around, uncertain how to act. Reading my thoughts, he gave a slight smile and shook his head. "I wouldn't advise it," he remarked. "Recall what came of your hasty action in Paris. Let me assure you my exit is well prepared. Your methods remain a touch crude, Captain Hastings, if I may say so." "You devil!" I choked out, my voice thick with rage. "You utter fiend! A bit heated, just a trifle heated. Your late lamented friend would have told you that a man who keeps calm always holds the advantage." "You dare speak of him?" I cried. "The man you murdered in cold blood, and you have the audacity to come here?" He cut me off. "I came with an excellent and peaceful purpose, to advise you to return at once to South America. If you do, the matter ends there as far as the Big 4 are concerned. You and yours will not be troubled further. You have my word on that." I laughed scornfully. "And if I refuse to obey this autocratic command, it is hardly a command, let us call it a warning." His tone carried a cold menace. "The first warning," he added softly, "you would be wise not to disregard it then." Before I could anticipate his move, he rose and slipped swiftly toward the door. I sprang to my feet and went after him instantly, but by wretched luck I collided squarely with an enormously fat man who blocked the aisle between the tables. By the time I'd untangled myself, my quarry was already passing through the doorway, and my next delay came from a waiter carrying a towering stack of plates who crashed into me without warning. When I finally reached the door, there was no sign of the thin, dark, bearded man. The waiter was profuse with apologies. The fat man sat placidly at his table ordering lunch. Nothing indicated that both incidents were anything but pure accident, yet I had my own firm opinion. I knew all too well that agents of the Big 4 were everywhere. Needless to say, I paid no heed to the warning. I was resolved to do or die in the cause. I received only 2 replies to the advertisements I'd placed. Neither yielded information of value. Both were from actors who had performed with Claude Darrell at different times. Neither knew him intimately, and no new light was shed on the mystery of his identity or present whereabouts. No further sign came from the Big 4 for about 10 days. Then, as I was crossing Hyde Park, lost in thought, a voice rich with a persuasive foreign accent called out, "Captain Hastings, is it not?" A large limousine had just pulled up to the curb. A woman was leaning from the window, clad in a striking black ensemble adorned with magnificent pearls. I immediately identified the woman before me as Countess Vera Rossakoff. We had first encountered her under that title, and later discovered she operated under another alias as an operative for the Big 4. For reasons of his own, Poirot had always harboured a peculiar soft spot for the Countess. Her sheer theatricality appealed to the little detective. He would often proclaim in fits of admiration that she was a woman like no other. The inconvenient fact that she was aligned with our most formidable adversaries never seemed to factor into his esteem. "Ah, don't walk away," the Countess exclaimed. "I have something vital to tell you, and don't bother trying to have me arrested. That would be a foolish move. You always were a bit slow on the uptake. It's true. You're being slow now, ignoring the warning we sent. This is the second one. Leave England immediately. You can achieve nothing here. I'm being perfectly candid. You will never succeed. If that's the case, I replied with formality, it strikes me as odd that you're all so desperate to see me gone. The Countess gave a magnificent shrug, her shoulders moving with dramatic flair. Personally, I agree. It's a stupid precaution. I'd let you stay here and putter about harmlessly. But the leadership, you understand, is worried some careless word of yours might aid those with more intelligence than you possess. Therefore, you are to be exiled. The Countess seemed to hold a curiously inflated opinion of my capabilities. I masked my irritation. No doubt this condescending act was designed to provoke me and to suggest I was insignificant. Naturally, it would be simple enough to eliminate you, she went on. But I can be sentimental on occasion. I argued on your behalf. You have a pleasant little wife tucked away somewhere, don't you? And it would please that poor, dead little man to know you were spared. I always rather liked him, you know. He was clever, brilliantly so. Had it not been 4 against 1, I honestly believe he might have outmaneuvered us. I admit it freely. He was my superior. I even sent a wreath to his funeral as a mark of my respect, an enormous arrangement of crimson roses so perfectly capture my essence. I listened in stony silence, a deep revulsion growing within me. She had the gall to sentimentalize a murder while delivering a threat. You have the expression of a stubborn mule about to kick. Well, I've delivered my message. Remember this. The third warning will be delivered by the destroyer. With a signal from her, the car sped away. I automatically noted the license plate number, but without any real hope it would prove useful. The Big Four were not known for careless oversights. I returned home somewhat subdued. One clear fact had emerged from the Countess's torrent of words. My life was in genuine peril. Though I had no intention of quitting the fight, I recognized the need for extreme caution and every possible safeguard. As I was weighing these facts and considering my next move, the telephone rang. I crossed the room and lifted the receiver. "Hello, who is this?" A brisk voice answered. "St. Giles's Hospital calling?" "We have a Chinese man here, stabbed in the street and brought in. He hasn't much time. We contacted you because we found a piece of paper in his pocket with your name and address." I was thoroughly taken aback. After a moment's thought, however, I stated I would come down immediately. St. Giles's Hospital was, I knew, located near the docks, and it occurred to me the injured man might have just disembarked from a ship. It was on my way there that a sharp suspicion pierced my mind. Was this entire situation a trap? The presence of a Chinese man inevitably suggested the influence of Li Changyen. I recalled the baited trap affair. Was this another ruse concocted by my enemies? A bit of reflection convinced me that, regardless, a visit to the hospital could do no real harm. It seemed far more likely that this wasn't some elaborate plot, but what you might call a simple setup. The dying man would deliver a message designed to send me straight into the clutches of the Big Four. My job was to play along, pretending to believe the story, while staying sharp and suspicious. When I reached St. Giles's Hospital and explained why I was there, I was led directly to the accident ward. The man lay motionless, eyes closed, with only the faintest rise and fall of his chest to show he was still alive. A doctor stood beside the bed, fingers on the patient's wrist. "He hasn't got long," he murmured to me. "You know him, I take it." I shook my head. "I've never seen him before in my life." "Then why did he have your name and address in his pocket?" "You are Captain Hastings, aren't you?" "I am, but I'm as puzzled as you are." "Strange business. His papers indicate he was a servant to a man named Ingalls, a retired civil servant." "Ah, you recognize that name," he added quickly, noticing my reaction. "Ingles's servant. So I had seen him before, though I'd never been any good at telling one Chinese man from another. He must have been travelling with Ingalls toward China, and after the disaster at sea, he'd somehow made it back to England, perhaps with a message meant for me. It was absolutely critical that I hear what he had to say. "Is he conscious?" I asked. "Can he speak?" Mr. Ingalls was an old friend, and I believe this poor fellow may have brought me word from him. "Ingalls is thought to have been lost at sea about 10 days ago. He's barely conscious, and I doubt he has the strength to form words. He lost a tremendous amount of blood. I can give him a stimulant, of course, but we've already done everything medically possible. Still, he administered an injection, and I waited by the bedside, clinging to the slim hope of a word, any sign that might prove invaluable. But the minutes ticked by with no result. Then a dark, cynical thought struck me. Was I already walking into the trap? What if this man wasn't Ingles's servant at all, but an agent of the Big Four? I recalled reading somewhere that certain Eastern ascetics could simulate death with terrifying skill. Or worse? What if Li Chang-yen commanded a group of fanatics who would gladly die at his order? I had to stay alert. Just as these suspicions flashed through my mind, the figure on the bed stirred, his eyes opened. He mumbled something indistinct, and then his gaze fixed on me. He showed no sign of recognition, but I could tell he was struggling to communicate. Friend or foe, I needed to hear him. I bent closer, but the broken sounds made no sense. I thought I caught the word hand, though in what context I couldn't guess. Then it came again, followed this time by another word, Largo. I stared, bewildered, as a possible connection formed. "Handel's Largo," I ventured. The man's eyelids fluttered faintly, as if in agreement, and he whispered an Italian word, "Carrozza?" A few more murmured Italian phrases reached my ears before he abruptly fell back. The doctor gently moved me aside. It was over. The man was gone. I stepped outside into the cool evening air, thoroughly confused, Handel's Largo and a carrozza, which, if I remembered correctly, meant a carriage. What possible meaning could those words hold? The man was Chinese, not Italian. Why would he speak in Italian? Surely, if he truly were Ingles's servant, he'd know English. The whole affair was deeply puzzling. I turned it over in my mind all the way home. Oh, how I wished Poirot were there to untangle the mystery with his usual brilliant flair. I unlocked the door with my key and climbed the stairs to my room. A letter was waiting on the table. I opened it without much thought, but after reading the first few lines, I froze. It was from a law firm, they wrote that. Following the instructions of their late client, Hercule Poirot, they were forwarding an enclosed letter to me. This letter had been entrusted to them a week before his death, with strict orders to send it on a specific date after he was gone. My hands trembled as I picked up the enclosed envelope. The handwriting was unmistakably Poirot's, with a mix of dread and curiosity. I tore it open. "My dear friend," it began, "by the time you read this, I will have departed. Do not mourn me, but obey. You must return to South America immediately upon receiving this. Do not argue out of sentiment. This journey is a necessary piece of the grand design of Hercule Poirot. For a man of your sharp mind, I need say no more. Down with the Big Four. I salute you, my friend, from beyond the grave. Ever yours, Hercule Poirot." I read the astonishing message again and again. One thing was clear. The brilliant man had arranged every detail so meticulously that even his death could not disrupt his schemes. My role was to be the active agent, while his genius would guide from the shadows. No doubt detailed instructions awaited me overseas. Meanwhile, my enemies, believing I had heeded their warning, would stop watching me. I could return unnoticed and strike at the heart of their operations. There was nothing to delay me. I sent cables, booked my passage, and a week later I was aboard the Ansonia, bound for Buenos Aires. Just as the ship pulled away from the dock, a steward handed me a note. He said a large man in a fur coat had given it to him just before the gangway was raised. I opened it. The message was brief. You are wise. It was signed with a large numeral 4. I allowed myself a private smile. The voyage began smoothly. The sea was calm. I had a decent dinner, sized up my fellow passengers, and played a few hands of bridge before turning in. I always sleep soundly at sea. I was shaken awake by a persistent hand. Blinking in confusion, I saw one of the ship's officers standing over my bunk. He sighed with relief when I sat up. Thank goodness I finally roused you. It was no easy task. Do you always sleep that deeply? What's happened? I asked, still groggy. Is the ship in trouble? I rather think you know more about that than I do, he replied dryly. We have special orders from the Admiralty. A destroyer is waiting to take you off.
Take me off? I cried. We're in the middle of the ocean. It's all very mysterious, but that's not for me to question. They've sent a young man aboard to take your place, and the entire crew is sworn to secrecy. Now, will you please get dressed? Baffled but compliant, I dressed quickly.
A boat was lowered, and I was transferred to the waiting destroyer. I was received politely aboard, but no one offered any explanation. The commander's orders were simply to land me at a specific point on the Belgian coast. Beyond that, he knew nothing. The whole affair felt surreal. I clung to one certainty. This was all part of Poirot's plan. My only course was blind trust in my departed friend. The destroyer landed me as instructed. A car was waiting, and soon I was speeding across the flat Flemish countryside. I spent the night at a small hotel in Brussels. The next day the journey continued. The landscape grew more wooded and hilly as we pressed on. I understood we were entering the Ardennes, and it struck me that Poirot had once mentioned a brother residing in Spa. Yet we bypassed the town itself, turning off the main route to weave through the dense, leafy hills until we reached a small village. There, perched high on the hillside, stood a solitary white villa. The car halted before its green door, which swung open as I stepped out. An elderly servant bowed in the doorway. "Captain Hastings," he inquired in French. "The captain is expected, if you would follow me." He guided me across the hall and opened a rear door, stepping aside for me to enter. I blinked against the westerly afternoon sun flooding the room. As my eyes adjusted, a figure moved forward to greet me, hands outstretched. It was impossible, it couldn't be, and yet it was. "Poirot," I exclaimed, and for once did not shy away from the enthusiastic embrace he enveloped me in. "But yes, it is. You see, it is not so simple to eliminate Hercule Poirot. Poirot, why all this? A stratagem of war, my friend, a necessary deception. Everything is now prepared for our masterstroke." "You could have told me." "No, Hastings, I could not. Not in 1,000 years would you have been capable of performing at the funeral as required. Your genuine grief was in fact perfect. It could not have failed to convince the Big Four of my demise. After all I've endured, do not think me heartless. This deception was in part for your own protection. I was prepared to risk my life, but I grew uneasy, continually jeopardizing yours. So, after the explosion, a most brilliant idea occurred to me. The obliging Mr. Ridgway helped me execute it. I would be dead, and you would be persuaded to return to South America. But, my friend, I knew you would stubbornly refuse. In the end, I had to arrange a solicitor's letter with an elaborate story. Yet, here you are, that is the essential thing. And now we remain here, hidden away, until the moment arrives for the final grand coup, the ultimate overthrow of our enemies. From our secluded refuge in the Ardennes, we observed the unfolding events in the wider world. We received ample newspapers, and each day Poirot got a thick envelope clearly containing some sort of report. He never shared these with me, though his demeanour usually indicated whether their news was good or bad. His confidence in our current scheme never faltered. "Consider a minor point, Hastings," he remarked one afternoon, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. "I lived in constant dread that your death would be on my conscience. It made me terribly nervous, jumpy as a cat, as you say. Now I am most content. Even if they discover that Captain Hastings, who landed in South America, is an impostor, which I doubt, as they are unlikely to dispatch an agent who knows you personally, they will merely assume you are attempting to outmaneuver them in some clever, independent fashion. They will not seriously pursue your whereabouts. They are utterly convinced of the one vital fact, my death. They will proceed to mature their plans without restraint, and then—" I pressed, eager for the climax. "And then, mon ami, the grand resurrection of Hercule Poirot," he declared, his eyes gleaming. "At the 11th hour I reappear, throw everything into delightful confusion, and achieve the supreme victory in my own singular manner." His vanity, I saw, was of a particularly resilient sort. I pointed out that our adversaries had won a trick or two already, but it was futile to expect any dimming of his self-assurance. "You see, Hastings, it is like that little card trick. You have witnessed it, no doubt? You take the four knaves, you separate them, one on top, one below, and so on. You cut, you shuffle, and yet there they are, all reunited. That is my precise objective. Up to this point, I have been facing off against each member of the Big Four individually. Yet, if I could gather them all in one place, like the four jacks in a deck of cards, I could bring them down with a single decisive blow." "And how exactly do you plan to get them all together?" I inquired. "By waiting for the perfect moment," he replied. "By staying hidden until they are poised to make their move." "That could take ages," I complained. "Always so restless, my dear Hastings. But no, it will not be long. The one man they truly feared, myself, has been removed from the board. I give them 2 months, 3 at the most." His mention of someone being removed brought to mind Ingalls and his awful end, and I realized I had never shared the story of the dying Chinese man at St. Giles's Hospital. Poirot listened with intense focus as I recounted it. "Ingles's servant, you say, and his final words were in Italian. That is curious. I thought it might have been a trick orchestrated by the Big Four. Your logic fails you, Hastings. Engage the little grey cells. If your enemies wished to deceive you, they would have certainly ensured the man spoke in clear, simple English. No, the message was authentic. Repeat everything you heard. First, he made a strange reference to Handel's Largo. Then he said something that sounded like carrozza, which means carriage. Correct? Was that all? Well, near the end he mumbled something like Cara, followed by a name. A woman's name, I think. Zia, perhaps. I didn't imagine it was relevant. You would not imagine so, Hastings, but Cara Zia is, in fact, profoundly important. I don't understand. My friend, you rarely do. Besides, the English are notoriously poor with geography. Geography? I exclaimed. What does geography have to do with it? I dare say a certain Mr. Thomas Cook would be a more useful reference. As was his infuriating habit, Poirot refused to elaborate further. However, I noted his manner grew distinctly brighter, as if he had just won a small private victory. The days passed pleasantly, if a little dull. The villa was well stocked with books, and the surrounding countryside offered lovely walks. Yet I often grew restless with our forced idleness, and wondered at Poirot's serene contentment. Our quiet routine remained undisturbed until late June, well within the time frame Poirot had predicted, when news of the Big Four finally arrived. One morning, a car pulled up to the villa, an unusual event in our tranquil life, and I hurried down to investigate. I found Poirot deep in conversation with a pleasant-looking young man about my own age. "Ah, Hastings," Poirot said, Allow me to introduce Captain Harvey, one of the most distinguished, if discreet members of your country's intelligence service. Distinguished only to a select few, I'm afraid, the young man said, with an easy laugh. To most of my acquaintances, I'm just a harmless fellow obsessed with foxtrots and social dances. We shared a laugh. But to business, Poirot urged. You believe the moment has arrived? We are certain of it, sir. China has been completely politically isolated since yesterday. What is happening there is a mystery. All communications, wireless or otherwise, have ceased. It is a total blackout. Li Chang-yen has shown his hand. And the others? Abe Ryland arrived in England a week ago and departed for the continent yesterday. And Madame Olivier? She left Paris last night. For Italy. For Italy, sir. As far as we can ascertain, they are both heading for the location you suggested, though how you knew. Ah, that credit is not mine. That particular deduction belongs to Hastings here. He masks his brilliance, you understand, but it is considerable. Harvey looked at me with newfound respect, and I shifted uncomfortably. Then everything is in motion, said Poirot. His expression was now pale and utterly grave. The moment had arrived. All preparations are complete? Poirot inquired. Every instruction has been executed. The administrations of Italy, France, and England are fully aligned and cooperating without friction. A fresh alliance, one might say, Poirot remarked with a hint of dryness. I am relieved Desjardins is finally persuaded. Very well, we depart, or rather, I shall depart. You, Hastings, must stay behind. I insist upon it, my friend. I am in earnest. I trusted his sincerity, but there was no chance I would agree to be left out of the affair. Our debate was brief but conclusive. Only once we were aboard the train racing toward Paris did he confess a private relief at my choice to accompany him. You have a role, Hastings, a vital one. I could very likely falter without you. Still, I felt obligated to press you to remain. Then there is genuine peril? My friend, wherever the Big Four are involved, peril is a constant companion. Reaching Paris, we proceeded directly to the Gare de l'Est, where Poirot finally revealed our goal. We were headed for Bolzano in the Italian Tyrol. When our travelling companion Harvey stepped from the compartment, I seized the moment to ask Poirot why he credited me with uncovering the meeting place. Because you did, in a manner of speaking. How Ingalls obtained the intelligence, I cannot say, but he did, and his servant delivered it to us. We are bound, mon ami, for Caressy, known now in Italian as Lago di Carezza. Now you perceive the origin of your Carazia, and your Carrozza and Lago. The Handel reference was your own inventive contribution. Perhaps the notion of the information coming from Ingalls' own hand set that particular chain of thought in motion. Caressy? I asked. I've never heard of it. I continually remind you that the English are notoriously weak in geography. In truth, it is a celebrated and quite stunning summer retreat, situated 4,000 feet high in the very core of the Dolomites, and this remote locale is where the Big Four have chosen to gather. Consider it their command post. The signal has been issued. Their plan is to vanish from public view and dictate their commands from this mountain stronghold. I have conducted inquiries. Extensive quarrying and mineral extraction occurs there. The operating company, seemingly a modest Italian concern, is in reality controlled by Abe Ryland. I would stake my reputation that an enormous subterranean complex has been excavated within the mountain itself, utterly secret and unreachable. From that place, the leaders of this network will broadcast orders via wireless to their thousands of operatives in every nation. From that Dolomite peak, the would-be dictators of the world intend to rule. That is to say, they would rule were it not for Hercule Poirot. You truly believe all this, Poirot? What of the world's armies, the entire apparatus of modern society? What became of it in Russia, Hastings? This would be Russia magnified 100-fold and compounded by a greater threat. Madame Olivier's research has advanced far beyond what she has ever disclosed. I am convinced she has made significant strides in unleashing atomic energy and bending it to her will. Her work with atmospheric nitrogen has been extraordinary, and she has also delved into concentrating wireless energy, enabling a beam of immense power to be directed at a specific point. Her exact progress is unknown, but it certainly surpasses any official statement. The woman is a genius. The Curies pale in comparison. Couple her brilliance with the near-limitless resources of Ryland's wealth, all directed by the supreme criminal intellect of Li Changyen. Well, as you might say, the future would not look particularly bright for civilization. His words left me deeply unsettled. While Poirot could occasionally lean toward dramatic phrasing, he was not one to raise false alarms without cause. The sheer scale of the ambition he described was staggering, a cold and calculated design to reshape the world from the shadows of those ancient mountains. For the first time, the true desperation of our struggle became clear to me. Harvey returned to us shortly, and we continued our journey, arriving in Bolzano around noon. From there we proceeded by automobile. Several large blue motor cars waited in the town's central square, and the three of us entered one. Poirot, despite the day's heat, was bundled to his eyes in a heavy overcoat and scarf. Only his eyes and the very tips of his ears were visible. I couldn't tell if this was a necessary precaution or merely his exaggerated dread of catching a chill. The drive lasted a couple of hours and was truly spectacular. Initially, the road twisted between massive cliffs, a trickling waterfall keeping us company on one side. Then we entered a lush, fertile valley that stretched for miles before the road began a steady climb. The landscape transformed, revealing bare, rocky peaks with dense, dark pine forests clustered at their feet, a wild and breathtaking scene. After a final series of sharp curves through these pine woods, a large hotel appeared suddenly, and we had arrived. Our rooms were ready, following Harvey's lead. We went straight up to them. They offered a direct view of the jagged peaks and the long, sloping pine forests leading toward them. Poirot gestured toward the vista. "It is there?" he asked quietly. "Yes," Harvey confirmed. "There's an area called the Stone Labyrinth, a fantastic jumble of huge boulders with a winding path through them. The quarry is to the right, but we believe the entrance is likely within the labyrinth itself." Poirot gave a thoughtful nod. "Come, my friend," he said to me. "Let us go down, sit on the terrace, and enjoy the sunlight." I questioned the wisdom of this, but he merely shrugged. The sunlight was indeed marvelous, though the glare was almost too intense for my liking. We indulged in some rich, creamy coffee instead of tea before going upstairs to unpack our few things. Poirot sank into his most distant mood, absorbed in a silent reverie. He shook his head and sighed once or twice, lost in thought. My own attention had been caught earlier by a man who disembarked from our train at Bolzano and was met by a private car. He was small in stature, and what particularly drew my notice was that he was nearly as muffled as Poirot had been, even more so, in fact. Along with the greatcoat and scarf, he wore a pair of enormous blue spectacles. I was convinced he was an agent of the Big Four. Poirot seemed less impressed by my theory. However, when I later reported from my bedroom window that this same man was loitering near the hotel grounds, he conceded, "There might be something to it." I urged him to avoid the dining room that evening, but he insisted on going down. We entered the dining room rather late and were shown to a table by the window. No sooner had we sat down than our attention was seized by a sharp exclamation and the crash of falling china. A dish of green beans had been upset over a gentleman at the table next to ours. The head waiter rushed over, effusive with apologies. Moments later, as the very waiter responsible was serving our soup, Poirot addressed him. "An unfortunate accident. But it was not your fault. You saw that, monsieur?" "No, indeed it was not. The gentleman half sprang from his chair. I thought he was having some sort of seizure. I could not prevent the catastrophe. I saw the familiar green light spark in Poirot's eyes. As the waiter moved away, he leaned toward me and whispered, "You see, Hastings, the effect of Hercule Poirot alive and in the flesh." I began to ask what he meant, but his hand pressed urgently on my knee. "Look, Hastings, look," he whispered excitedly. "His trick with the bread, it is number 4. Sure enough, the man at the next table, his face unusually pale, was dabbing a small piece of bread in a distracted, mechanical pattern across the tablecloth. I studied him with renewed intensity. His face was clean-shaven, unnaturally pale and puffy with fat, the skin a sickly yellowish shade. Heavy bags sagged beneath his eyes, and deep creases ran from his nose to the corners of his mouth. He could have been anywhere from 35 to 45 years old. He bore no resemblance whatsoever to any of the personas number 4 had adopted before. In fact, if it hadn't been for that unconscious little habit with the bread roll, I would have sworn the man sitting there was a complete stranger. "He's recognized you," I whispered urgently. "You never should have come down here. My dear Hastings, I have played dead for 3 long months precisely for this moment, just to startle number 4, to startle him at a critical juncture when he must act decisively or lose his advantage. And we hold a significant card he does not realize we have seen through his disguise. He believes himself perfectly safe. How I bless Flossie Monroe for revealing that peculiar mannerism to us. What happens now? I pressed. What can he possibly do? He recognizes the one man he truly fears, seemingly risen from the grave, just as the plans of the Big Four reach their most delicate stage. Madame Olivier and Abe Ryland were here for lunch today. The common belief is they departed for Cortina. Only we know they have retreated to their secret stronghold. How much do we actually know? That is the question tormenting number 4 at this very second. He cannot afford to take any chances. I must be eliminated at any cost. Well then, let him try to eliminate Hercule Poirot. I shall be perfectly prepared for him. As he finished, the man at the neighbouring table stood and exited. "He has gone to make his arrangements," Poirot observed calmly. "Shall we take our coffee on the terrace, my friend? It would be far more agreeable, I think. I will just go upstairs for my coat." I stepped out onto the terrace, my mind uneasy. Poirot's confidence did not fully reassure me. Still, I reasoned, if we remained vigilant, we would be safe. I resolved to stay acutely alert. A good 5 minutes passed before Poirot rejoined me. True to his habits, he was bundled up against the chill, a scarf wrapped high. He settled into the chair beside me and took a slow sip of his coffee. "Only in England does one encounter coffee so profoundly terrible," he remarked. "On the continent, they understand it is a matter of digestive importance that it be prepared correctly." Just then, the man from the next table appeared on the terrace. Without hesitation, he walked directly over and pulled a 3rd chair up to ours. "I hope you don't mind my joining you?" he said in perfectly natural English. "Not in the least," Poirot replied. I felt a deep sense of foreboding. We were on a hotel terrace, surrounded by other guests, yet I was profoundly unsettled. I could almost smell the danger in the air. Meanwhile, number 4 chatted away as if he were any ordinary tourist, discussing local excursions and scenic motor trips with apparent expertise. He took a pipe from his pocket and began to fill it. Poirot, in turn, produced his case of slender cigarettes. As he placed one between his lips, the stranger leaned forward, a match ready. "Allow me." The words were barely out of his mouth when, without the slightest warning, every light on the terrace went out. In the sudden blackness, I heard the faint chink of glass, and then a sharp chemical odour filled my nostrils, choking me. 18. In the Felsen labyrinth. I could not have been out for more than a minute. I regained consciousness to find myself being hurried along, my weight supported by a man on each side. A gag was stuffed in my mouth. The darkness was absolute, but I sensed we were not outside any more, but moving through the interior of the hotel. All around us, I could hear the confused uproar of voices shouting in multiple languages, demanding to know what had happened to the lights. My captors maneuvered me down a flight of stairs. We moved along a basement corridor, then through a door, emerging once more into the open night air through a service entrance at the rear of the building. We reached the safety of the pines just in time. I saw a second figure stumbling nearby, and knew Poirot had also fallen prey to this brazen attack. Through sheer nerve, number 4 had succeeded. He must have used a fast-acting anesthetic, likely ethyl chloride, shattering a vial right under our noses. In the ensuing blackout, his accomplices, probably posing as diners at the adjacent table, forced gags into our mouths and rushed us away, using the hotel's own corridors to throw off any chase. The next hour was a blur. We were driven uphill through the woods at a punishing speed until we broke into the open mountainside. Ahead lay a chaotic sprawl of jagged rocks and boulders. This had to be the Felsen labyrinth Harvey mentioned. We soon wound through its twisting passages, a sinister maze crafted by some malevolent spirit. Our march halted abruptly before a massive stone. One man pressed something. The great rock pivoted silently, revealing a narrow tunnel into the mountain. We were shoved inside. The passage tightened, then widened, finally opening into a broad, electrically lit cavern. Our gags were torn away. Number 4 stood before us, his face alight with scornful victory. At his signal, we were thoroughly searched. Every item was taken from our pockets, including Poirot's small automatic pistol. My heart sank as it clattered onto a table. We were hopelessly outmatched and surrounded. This was the end. Welcome to the central command of the Big Four, Monsieur Hercule Poirot, number 4 taunted. What an unexpected delight to see you again. But was cheating death really worth it, just for this? Poirot offered no reply. I couldn't bring myself to look at him. Come along, number 4 continued. My associates will be surprised by your arrival. He gestured to a narrow opening in the wall. Passing through, we entered another chamber. At its far end stood a table with 4 chairs. The farthest seat was vacant, but draped with an ornate mandarin's cloak. On the second chair, calmly smoking a cigar, sat Abe Ryland. Leaning back in the third, with her smouldering eyes and nun-like pallor, was Madame Olivier. Number 4 took the 4th seat. We stood before the full Big Four. The empty chair somehow made the distant, controlling presence of Li Chang-yen feel more palpable and menacing than ever. Madame Olivier let out a soft gasp at the sight of us. Ryland, ever composed, merely shifted his cigar and raised his bushy eyebrows. Monsieur Hercule Poirot, Ryland drawled. This is a pleasant surprise. You certainly fooled us all. We thought you were safely underground. No matter, the game is over now. His voice had a steely finality. Madame Olivier remained silent, but her eyes blazed, and her slow, creeping smile filled me with dread. Madame, Messieurs, good evening, Poirot said quietly. Something in his tone, unexpected, unshaken, made me glance his way. He appeared perfectly composed, yet there was a subtle, unfamiliar shift in his bearing. Then, with a rustle of fabric, the Countess Vera Rosakoff swept into the room. "Ah!" exclaimed number 4, our esteemed and reliable lieutenant. "You have an old acquaintance here, my dear." The Countess spun around with her characteristic fire. "Mein Gott!" she cried. "The little man! He has the 9 lives of a cat! Oh, you foolish little man! Why did you ever entangle yourself in this?" "Madame," Poirot replied with a slight bow. "Like the great Napoleon, I too am on the side of the big battalions," he declared. As the words left his mouth, I caught a flicker of sudden doubt in her eyes, and in that instant The truth I had only vaguely felt before became startlingly clear. The man standing beside me was not Hercule Poirot. The resemblance was uncanny, the same egg-shaped head, the same slight, plump figure with its characteristic strut. Yet the voice was all wrong, and the eyes, instead of that familiar bright green, were a deep, dark brown. And the moustache, those celebrated moustaches, something about them seemed off. My racing thoughts were interrupted by the Countess, who stepped forward, her voice sharp with triumph. "You've been tricked! This man is an impostor!" The one called number 4 let out a shocked cry. But the Countess was already moving. She lunged forward and with a swift, decisive motion tore the false moustache from the man's face. It came away in her hand, revealing the plain truth beneath. A small pale scar marred his upper lip, utterly changing his expression. "Not Hercule Poirot," number 4 muttered, his confidence crumbling. "Then who in heaven's name is he?" "I know," I blurted out, then immediately bit my tongue, terrified I had just undone everything. But the man I still thought of as Poirot turned to me, his expression calm and encouraging. "Speak it aloud. It no longer matters. The deception has served its purpose." "This is Hercule Poirot," I said, the pieces clicking into place. Hercule Poirot's twin brother. "Impossible," Ryland snapped, though his voice wavered with uncertainty. "Hercule's strategy has worked perfectly," Achilles stated with serene satisfaction. Number 4 lunged forward, his voice dropping to a venomous snarl. "Succeeded, has it? Do you have any idea that within minutes you'll be dead?" "I am fully aware," Hercule Poirot replied, his tone grave yet resolute. "It is you who fails to understand that a man might willingly trade his life for victory. In the war, men gave their lives for their country. I am prepared to give mine for the world. It struck me then with a flash of private irritation that while I was perfectly willing to be a hero, a little prior consultation on the life-laying-down plan would have been appreciated. Then I remembered how insistently Poirot had tried to make me stay behind, and my annoyance faded. "And how precisely does your noble sacrifice benefit the world?" Ryland asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You still do not grasp the full genius of Hercule's design," Achille explained patiently. "Your hidden retreat here was identified months ago. Nearly every hotel worker, every seeming tourist, is a detective or a Secret Service agent. A cordon has been drawn around this entire mountain. You may have multiple exits, but you cannot break through. Hercule himself is directing the operation from outside. Tonight, before I took my brother's place on the terrace, my boots were treated with a strong aniseed compound. Hounds are following that trail right now. It will lead them unerringly to the exact rock formation in the Felsen labyrinth where your entrance is hidden. You see, whatever you do to us, the net is already closed. There is no escape." Madame Olivier let out a sudden, cold laugh. "You are mistaken. There is one way out, and like Samson of old, we can bring our enemies down with us. What do you say, friends?" Ryland was staring hard at Achille, a desperate hope in his eyes. "What if he's lying?" he rasped. Achille merely shrugged. "Dawn is less than an hour away. Then you will see the truth for yourselves. They should have traced my scent to the labyrinth entrance by now." As if on cue, a distant booming reverberation echoed through the chamber, followed by the sound of running feet. A man burst in, shouting frantic, incoherent words. Ryland leapt up and rushed out. Madame Olivier moved to the far wall, opening a concealed door I had never noticed. Beyond it, I glimpsed a stark, brilliantly equipped laboratory that sent an unwelcome chill down my spine, vividly reminding me of the one we had encountered in Paris. Number 4 also sprang into action, departing only to return moments later with Poirot's own revolver, which he handed to the Countess. "There's no chance of them getting away," he said grimly, "but you should have this, just the same." He left again. The Countess approached us, studying my companion with intense, cold curiosity for a long moment. Suddenly, she laughed, a dry, humourless sound. "You are very clever, monsieur. Hercule Poirot," she said, her voice dripping with mockery. "Very well, let's discuss terms. It is convenient they've left us alone." "What is your price?" "I don't understand. Price for what? You can help us escape," he insisted. "You know the hidden exit from this place. I am asking what you want in return." She laughed, a cold, sharp sound. "More than you could ever afford, little man. All the wealth on earth wouldn't be enough." "Madame, I wasn't speaking of money. I am a man of reason, yet it remains true everyone has a price. In exchange for our lives and freedom, I offer you your deepest wish. So you're a magician now." "Call me that if it pleases you." Suddenly the Countess shed all pretense. Her words spilled out with raw, bitter passion. "You fool, my heart's desire! Can you grant me vengeance against those who wronged me? Can you return my youth, my beauty, my joy? Can you raise the dead?" Hercule Poirot studied her with intense curiosity. "Which one, madame? You must choose." She gave a sardonic laugh. "Will you mail me the elixir of life? Fine, I'll strike a bargain. Once I had a child, find my child for me, and you may go free." "Madame, I accept. It is a bargain. Your child will be returned to you. You have the word of Hercule Poirot himself." That strange woman laughed again, long and uncontrollably. "My dear M. Poirot, I'm afraid I set a small trap. It's very kind to promise to find my child, but you see, I happen to know you would fail." "That would be a rather one-sided agreement, wouldn't it?" "Madame, I swear to you by all that is holy, I will restore your child. You asked me before, Poirot, could you restore the dead to life? Then the child is dead, yes?" He stepped forward and grasped her wrist. His voice dropped to a fervent whisper. "Madame, I who speak to you, swear it again, I will bring the dead back to life." She stared at him, utterly captivated. "You don't believe me. I will prove it. Retrieve my pocketbook, the one they took from me." She left the room and returned with it, never loosening her grip on the revolver. The chances of his bluff succeeding seemed terribly slim. Countess Vera Rosakoff was nobody's fool. "Open it, madame. The left flap." "Yes. Now remove that photograph and look." Bewildered, she pulled out what appeared to be a small snapshot. The moment her eyes fell upon it, she cried out, staggering as if struck. Then she nearly leaped at him. "Where?"
"Where is this? You must tell me."
"Remember our bargain, madame."
Yes, I will trust you quickly before they return." Seizing his hand, she pulled him swiftly and silently from the room. I followed. From the outer chamber she guided us into the tunnel of our initial arrival, but shortly it forked, and she turned right. Again and again the passage split, yet she led us onward without hesitation, her pace quickening to a near run. "If only we are in time," she gasped.
We must reach the open before the explosion. On we went. I realized this tunnel cut straight through the mountain, promising an exit into a different valley altogether. Sweat poured down my face as I ran. Then, in the distance, a gleam of daylight appeared. It grew nearer. I saw green foliage. We pushed through the thicket, forcing our way out. We were in the open air, the soft, rosy light of dawn washing over everything. Poirot's cordon was real. As we emerged, 3 men seized us, only to release us with shouts of surprise. "Quickly," my companion urged. "Quickly, there is no time to." He was not allowed to finish. The very earth shuddered beneath our feet. A terrific roar erupted, and the entire mountainside seemed to disintegrate. We were hurled headlong through the air. I awoke finally in an unfamiliar bed, in a room I did not know. A figure was seated near the window. He rose and approached me. For a moment I thought it was a Hercule Poirot, but then, could it really be? That familiar, slightly mocking voice erased all my uncertainty. Indeed, my friend, it is I. Brother Achille has returned to the realm of fiction. I have been here the entire time. You see, number 4 is not the only one capable of a performance. A little belladonna to alter the eyes, the regrettable sacrifice of my moustache, and a genuine scar. Quite painful to acquire, I assure you. But a fake would never have fooled number 4's sharp gaze. Your own firm belief in Achilles' existence was the final, invaluable touch. You played your part perfectly. Half this victory belongs to you. The entire scheme depended on them believing Hercule Poirot was still free, masterminding the operation. Everything else was authentic, the aniseed trail, the police cordon, all of it. But why not actually send a substitute, I asked, and allow you to walk into danger without me? What a poor opinion you must hold of our friendship. Besides, I always held a hope of finding an escape route through the Countess. How in the world did you ever convince her? That story about a dead child seemed terribly fragile. The Countess possesses far greater perception than you do, Hastings. My disguise fooled her only briefly. She saw through it rather quickly when she remarked, "You are very clever, M.A. Hercule Poirot. I knew the game was up. It was the moment to play my final card. That entire dramatic tale about restoring the dead to life, precisely. And you see, I had the child all along. What? Naturally, you recall my motto, be prepared? Once I discovered the Countess Rossakoff was involved with the Big Four, I had her past thoroughly investigated. I learned she had a child reportedly killed, but certain inconsistencies made me wonder if the boy might still be alive. In time, I located him. A substantial sum secured his safety. The poor little fellow was nearly starved. I placed him with a kind family in a secure location and took a photograph of him there. So, when the critical moment arrived, my theatrical revelation was ready. You are astounding, Poirot. Utterly astounding. I was pleased to do it. I have always admired the Countess. It would have grieved me if she had been lost in the blast. I hesitated before asking the next question. And the Big Four. All bodies have been recovered. Number 4's was unrecognizable, the head destroyed. I confess I almost wish it were otherwise. I should have liked certainty. But let us speak no more of that. Look here. He passed me a newspaper with a marked paragraph. It reported the suicide of Li Chang-yen, the architect of the recent, disastrously failed revolution. My great adversary, Poirot said solemnly, it was destined we should never meet face to face. Upon receiving news of the catastrophe here, he chose the simplest exit. A formidable intellect, my friend. Yet I still wish I had seen the face of the man who was number 4. One might almost wonder if... But no, I am spinning fantasies. He is gone. Yes, together we have confronted and dismantled the Big Four. Now you will return to your delightful wife, and I shall retire. The greatest case of my life is concluded. Anything after this would seem dull by comparison. No, I shall retire. Perhaps I will cultivate vegetable marrows. I might even marry, and, as they say, settle down. He laughed heartily at the notion, though with a hint of self-consciousness. It's a known quirk. Small men often do harbour a fascination for tall, dramatic women. Marry and arrange myself, he repeated, a twinkle in his eye. Who can say? Her works have surpassed 1 billion copies sold in English, with an additional 1 billion across 100 translations worldwide. She penned 80 crime novels and short story collections, alongside 19 plays, 2 memoirs, and 6 novels under the pseudonym Mary Westmacott. Her foray into detective fiction began unexpectedly while she worked in a hospital dispensary during the First World War, giving birth to the iconic Hercule Poirot in her first novel, The Mysterious Affair at Styles. Then in 1930, with The Murder at the Vicarage, she unveiled the sharp-witted amateur detective Miss Jane Marple to an adoring public. Her recurring characters expanded to include the adventurous married duo Tommy and Tuppence Beresford, the intuitive private investigator Parker Pine, and the steady professionals from Scotland Yard, Superintendent Battle and Inspector Japp. Countless stage, film and television adaptations have sprung from her stories. Her legendary play The Mousetrap, which debuted in 1952, holds the record as the longest-running stage production in history. Iconic film interpretations include Murder on the Orient Express, 1974, and Death on the Nile, 1978, featuring Albert Finney and Peter Ustinov as the meticulous Poirot, respectively. On television, David Suchet became the definitive Poirot for a generation, while Miss Marple has been memorably portrayed by Joan Hickson, followed later by Geraldine McEwen and Julia Mackenzie. In her personal life, she was first married to Archibald Christie, and later to the archaeologist Sir Max Mallowan, whose digs in the Middle East provided vivid backdrops for many of her exotic mysteries. A journey to a bustling Baghdad souk, for instance, later inspired the tense atmosphere of one of her most intricate plots. In 1971, she was honoured as a Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire. She passed away in 1976 at the age of 85, and her monumental legacy was celebrated globally on the 120th anniversary of her birth in 2010. The final confrontation was over, the dust settling in the quiet aftermath. Hercule Poirot stood amidst the remnants of the grand scheme, his meticulous mind already cataloguing the details for the final report. The so-called Big Four, that formidable alliance of criminal masterminds, was shattered, their ambitions reduced to ashes and police reports. Yet, as he straightened his already immaculate tie, a peculiar emptiness lingered in the air, a sense not of triumph, but of profound weariness. The game had been exhilarating, the deductions sharp as a razor, but the cost, the sheer, relentless human cost, left a bitter taste no tisane could wash away. Honestly, one almost misses the simplicity of a country house poisoning. He mused, a flicker of uncharacteristic sarcasm colouring his thoughts. A jealous nephew, a forged will, a tidy little vial of arsenic in the library, so much more civilized than this global melodrama of secret societies and world domination. It is all so terribly American. So much noise and spectacle, when the true art is in the quiet, singular villainy. He turned from the scene, his steps carrying him not toward the waiting officials, but to a small, sun-dappled courtyard he had noticed earlier. There, beside a burbling fountain, he sat for a long moment, simply listening to the water. The rhythmic sound was a balm. He thought of Hastings, doubtless already composing a wildly inaccurate and thrilling narrative of their exploits, and a genuine weary smile touched his lips. The world would soon be buzzing with the sensational story, but here, in this momentary peace, Poirot felt the weight of it all, the lives lost, the narrow escapes, the sheer scale of the menace they had faced. It was a sobering victory, one that reminded him that order, once disturbed, required immense effort to restore. He rose, the resolve settling back into his small, elegant frame. The work, as always, continued. There were always more puzzles, more little grey cells to exercise. But for today, it was enough. The Big Four were finished